Grandma, what are you talking to yourself about? Are you thinking about Grandpa again? While the old lady was stunned, a pleasant female voice came from behind. The old lady turned around. Within sight, a pretty girl wearing pink-rimmed glasses, a ponytail, a white lapel-bearing shirt and short hot pants, licking pink flip-flops, and holding a steaming teacup in her hand walked over. Looking at the girl's dress, the old lady couldn't help but frown and said, "Let's not talk about that old thing. But it's you, Sharaway. Didn't Grandma tell you? Dressing like this will make the palace cold. Also, looking at the world outside, you can easily get into trouble if you dress like this." "Umph, just those chickens and dogs." The girl showed disdain and slowly raised her free hand. A ball of white energy condensed in the palm of her hand. Then she clenched her 5 fingers, and the energy immediately dissipated. The old lady's brows deepened, and she said with a straight face, "Do you think with your acquired 9th level strength, you can do whatever you want outside? Isn't it?" The girl said disapprovingly. At this time, the old lady laughed angrily and said, "Then do you know those awakened people with supernatural powers? You know, those guys at Chuda Base? I saw them when I went out to collect supplies a few days ago. It's nothing special." The girl muttered. "Haha." The old man sneered a few times and said sarcastically, "You damn girl. You have never seen a powerful awakened person. You know, an ordinary 1st-level awakened person is equivalent to a 4th-level acquired warrior. The top level, the 1st-level awakened warriors are much faster than the 8th-level warriors the day after tomorrow. What's more, there was a big battle at the Chudu base a few days ago. You must not know about this, right? There was a big battle at the Chudu base?" The girl immediately became interested. The old lady nodded and said, "Well, not only did a war break out, but the Chudu base was also destroyed." "The Chudu base was destroyed? Oh my God!" This time, the girl was not calm anymore. Although she looked down upon the strength of the awakened ones in the Chudu base, she knew the importance of the Chudu base to Chudu and even the entire Chu province. It is precisely because of the Chudu base that the number of mutants has been controlled, and it also plays a core leadership role for surrounding cities. Now the Chudu base has been destroyed. Wouldn't it mean that the entire Chu province is going to be in chaos? The girl frowned. "Otherwise, do you think the old lady said you were joking with you?" The old lady replied angrily, and then said with a serious look on her face, "I felt something was wrong at that time, and later I went to take a look and found that the entire Chudu base was gone, and there was still a lot of terror in that place. I didn't dare to get too close, so I retreated. Even Grandma, you are afraid of this existence." The girl was even more surprised. You must know that the old lady in front of her, her grandmother, is a real strong person in the 2nd level of Xiantian realm. She is not only capable of destroying heaven and earth, but it is also almost the same as a humanoid nuclear bomb. Ordinary 1st-level zombies can be killed with bare hands, even 2nd-level zombies, unless you encounter zombies above 3rd level, etc. 3rd level? The girl reacted and looked at the old lady in surprise. "Grandma, you mean there are zombies above level 3 on the edge of Longjiang River?" "Yeah." The old lady nodded with lingering fear. "Isn't it true that only masters at the master level can solve it?" The girl couldn't help but ask. The old lady nodded and said, "Even a strong master needs to be careful here." At this time, the girl immediately put down her teacup and trotted towards the room. The old lady looked at the back of her granddaughter Feng Hua Hua and asked in confusion, "You damn girl, what are you going to do?" "Of course I packed my things and ran away. Chudu is too dangerous. I want to go to Zhoudu to find my parents." The girl replied in the room. "Going to Zhoudu?" The old lady sneered again and said to the bedroom, "I advise you to take a rest first." "Why?" A head poked out of the bedroom door, pouting dissatisfiedly and looking at the old lady. The old lady said with some humor, "Now that the Longjiang Bridge is occupied by those zombies, where can we go to Zhoudu? What's more, the distance between Chudu and Zhoudu is over 3,000 kilometers. With your and my feet, how long will it take? Then what should we do?" The girl put down the clothes in her hands, walked out of the bedroom, and looked at the old lady with a frown. "Cold." The old lady made a rare joke, but the girl stamped her feet anxiously and said, "Grandma, it's already this time. What else can we do? Call your dad first and see if he can arrange a plane to pick us up." The old lady said angrily. "Yes, Dad gave us the satellite phone before we came. The girl listened, and her face became happy again. She just thought about the reason for coming to Chudu and frowned. Then if we go back, we will find something to do with Grandpa. What to do? Speaking of Grandpa, the old lady's face darkened obviously. She was a little annoyed, but also helpless and said, "That old immortal thing has appeared a long time ago if you wanted to. We have been looking for him for so long, and he is probably hiding. If the old woman finds him, she will break his legs." As soon as the words came out, an invisible pressure was released from the old lady. The girl just stuck out her tongue and muttered in a low voice, "I think it's because you shouted to kill that Grandpa didn't dare to show up." "Yang Rui, do you think your grandma is deaf?" "I was wrong, Grandma." Just as the grandparents and grandchildren were making a fuss, more and more zombies gathered under the residential building, as if they smelled something delicious, and madly squeezed towards the door marked with Unit 3, Building 32. At this time, in the room, Jiang Cheng looked at Zhang Ye, who was emitting a powerful aura in front of him, and hurriedly said, "Data I, open. Name Zhang Ye. Gender, female. Age, 30. Friendliness, 99. Level, First Order Awakener, acquired 8th level. Spirit, 0.8, can increase combat power by 80%. Wisdom, 22 to 32. Strength, 82.1 to 114.6. Agility, 19.65 to 30.65. Spirit, 15 to 40. Virus resistance, 1.8. When it reaches 1, it can be immune to the first-order mutants and ordinary zombie viruses below. Superpower, Charm, Awakening Degree, 142.5%. Kung Fu, Qi Absorption Method, Hard Qigong, Xinyuan Gong, Demon Killing 3 Swords. Skills, Master of Cooking, Intermediate Agriculture, Intermediate Tailoring, Advanced Management. Comprehensive Combat Power, 217.25. It actually broke through 5 small realms in a row and directly broke through to the 8th level of the acquired realm. The Great Huandan is indeed a martial arts holy medicine. Looking at Zhang Ye's information panel, Jiang Cheng looked happy. However, the Great Huandan can increase the internal strength for 30 years. Logically speaking, with Zhang Ye's qualifications, even if he did not break through to the innate realm, he could at least break through to the peak of the acquired realm. It seems that there should be some medicine that has not been absorbed. But with Zhang Ye's current strength, under normal conditions, mutants below the 2nd level can be easily killed. If it is in the spiritual state, plus the power bonus of the Demon Killing 3 Swords, even the 2nd-order mutants can also fight. Just as Jiang Cheng was analyzing, a faint voice came. Jiang Cheng, I'm going to the bathroom first." Jiang Cheng came to his senses and looked in the direction of the sound, but found that Zhang Ye in front of him had disappeared, and instead there was an indescribable stench in the air, and the sound of running water suddenly sounded in the bathroom. Half an hour later, the bathroom door opened. Jiang Cheng was busy looking over. I saw Zhang Ye holding a towel in her hand, wiping her wet hair, and walking out in a purple hip skirt. I have to say that Zhang Ye has a good figure. Even after giving birth to Tuanshuan, there is not a trace of fat on her body. Under the outline of the tight hip skirt, her perfect figure is unobstructed, especially the pair of white and slender chopstick legs, which extend perfectly from the skirt that just covers the thighs. Before the end of the world, it is at least a series of legs playing for years. And the half of the exquisite face that was exposed, after breaking through the 8th level of the acquired realm, the face that could charm people with a glance because of the awakening of the supernatural power, now makes people unable to extricate themselves. Even though Jiang Cheng is already a congenital strongman, a 2nd-level awakener, he was also upset and angry for a while. However, when Zhang Ye lifted up her hair to wipe it, Jiang Cheng was brought back to his senses by the burning and hideous half of his face. If it weren't for the explosion. Thinking of this, Jiang Cheng's chest was filled with anger. No matter what, he must catch the murderer who caused the explosion of the base. Looking at Zhang Ye, she looked at Jiang Cheng staring at her face, with a complicated expression from time to time, and her pair of sparkling eyes like water couldn't help but feel a little sad. He must be because of the scar on my face, Zhang Ye thought with a depressed look. But the next moment, Jiang Cheng suddenly spoke, pulling her back to her senses, saying, "Sister Ye, don't worry, I will definitely find a way to heal the wound on your face, and I will never let the guy who hurt you disfigured go. Yeah. Jiang nodded, and the sadness in her heart dissipated a little. She couldn't help but touch her uneven left face, and she didn't have any hope of healing this matter. Just when the atmosphere was a little dull, suddenly, dong dong dong, the door of the house was knocked hard, and the roar of zombies came from outside the door. Jiang Cheng's eyes turned cold. It's better to come at the right time than to come at the right time. He was angry at the time, and it was just right to vent his anger on these zombies. So he looked at Zhangya and said, Sister Ya, I will open the door in a while, and then, yeah. Both of them took out the Tang swords from the space ring and held them in their hands. Then Jiang Cheng stood in front, and Zhangya was at a later position. 1, 2, 3. After Jiang Cheng finished speaking, he turned his hand into a claw and twisted it towards the door handle, saying secretly, Wind. Instantly, a small wind ball wrapped around the door handle and pressed it down in the direction indicated by Jiang Cheng's gesture. With a click, the door handle was pressed down. Bang! The door was suddenly knocked open. When the zombies saw the two living people inside, they rushed up like hungry wolves, drooling. Looking for death, Jiang Cheng looked at the zombies, and his figure flashed. 1 second later, puff puff puff, dozens of zombie heads fell down. However, Jiang Cheng did not feel relieved just by killing the zombies at the door. He waved his Tang sword and killed from inside the house to outside the house, and then killed all the way down the corridor. Seeing Jiang Cheng rushing out, Zhangya hurried to follow. Building 32, door of Unit 3. As a large number of zombies poured in, several more first-level killers rushed in from outside the community. The huge noise caused by them soon disturbed the grandparents and grandchildren in Unit 2803 of Building 28, which was opposite to Building 32. Grandma, those zombies went to Building 32. What do you think? Yang Rui looked down from the balcony, then turned her head and said to her grandmother, who was sitting on the sofa, It is very likely that the woman in that building was discovered. The old lady nodded. Then should we? Yang Rui asked tentatively. The old lady shook her head and said, It is not certain where the other party came from. Let's observe first. Yes. Yang Rui nodded. She knew what her grandmother meant. At the moment when the grandparents and grandchildren were talking, downstairs, roar, a first-level killer roared, raised the bone spur in his hand, and immediately rushed towards the human who broke out of the unit door. Haha, overestimate your ability. Looking at the zombies rushing over, Jiang Cheng sneered and waved the Tang sword directly. Crack! When the Tang sword hit the bone spur on the arm of the first-level killer, it cut it off directly without any resistance. After cutting off the bone spur, the Tang sword slashed towards the opponent's head unstoppably. Puff! A huge head fell to the ground with a sound. Blue blood gushed out from the broken neck, and then the body softened and collapsed to the ground. This scene surprised the grandparents upstairs. Yang Rui couldn't help but say, Grandma, this man is so strong. The first-level killer was killed by him in just a face-to-face encounter, and I didn't even see how he drew his sword. The old lady was also shocked, because as a second-level innate strongman, she only saw a circle of blurry shadows when Jiang Cheng drew his sword just now. At this time, after killing a first-level killer, Jiang Cheng suddenly felt two prying eyes from upstairs. It should be a survivor. After thinking about it, Jiang Cheng was too lazy to care about it for the time being. At worst, he would use the micro-insect aircraft to investigate later. After thinking about it, Jiang Cheng squinted at the other 6 first-level killers rushing towards him, with the Tang sword in his hand across his chest. He was too lazy to use his skills and stepped forward. Whoosh! Instantly disappeared from the spot. 1 second later, puff! 6 heads were thrown high. The first-level killers were killed almost at the same time. After dealing with the first-level killer in front of him, Jiang Cheng rushed to the rest of the zombies. In less than half an hour, the zombies still active downstairs in the entire community were basically killed by him and Zhangya. Looking at the zombies on the ground, Zhangya looked at Jiang Cheng as if asking. Jiang Cheng said directly, Collect the crystals inside first. However, it was too slow for only 2 people to collect, and Jiang Cheng subconsciously looked at the doomsday bracelet in the space ring. But after searching for a while, his face immediately sank. Because there was no bracelet in his space ring at all, and the 4th level Furious Crystal that he killed was not in it, which means that in that battle, almost all of his Doomsday Warriors were reimbursed, and at the last moment, he did not collect the Furious Crystal in time. Damn it! Jiang Cheng gnashed his teeth in hatred. He should have taken the lead in recovering the crystal at that time. But now, he can only collect the zombie crystals here first, and then plan to search the edge of Longjiang. I hope the crystal has not been swallowed by other zombies. In addition to this matter, there is another thing that the red giant egg in the space ring seems to have signs of hatching. But Aaron's matter cannot be exposed to other people's eyes, so hurry up to collect the crystals first. Building 32, Unit 3, number 3212. In the living room, Jiang Cheng and Zhang Yi sat side by side on the sofa. Ordinary zombie crystals cost 560, mutant crystals cost 60, and first-order mutant crystals cost 6. Zhang Yi looked at Jiang Cheng and waved her hand towards the coffee table. In an instant, zombie crystals as big as marbles piled up on the glass coffee table into a small mountain. Including what I have in my hand, there are a total of 3,020 ordinary zombie crystals, 180 mutant crystals, 24 first-level mutant crystals, and 6 second-level killer crystals. Jiang Cheng finished counting and stretched out his hand towards the glass. The coffee table waved, and immediately, all the zombie crystals on the coffee table were put into the space ring. What do we do next? Zhang Yi asked as she watched Jiang Cheng put away the zombie crystal. Jiang Cheng said, "Look for someone. Now that our injuries have recovered, Sister Shinru and Lin Ro are still missing. Our first priority is to find them first, whether they are dead or alive." At this point, he paused and said, "Of course, before looking for someone, I'll show you something first." As he spoke, he waved with one hand. A giant red egg about 1.5 meters tall appeared in the living room, and if you look closely, you will find that the giant red egg is slowly squirming. Zhang Yi stared at it, and her pupils suddenly shrank. She couldn't help but took half a step back and said in surprise, "Is this?" "Yes, this is a giant egg transformed into a zombie." Jiang Cheng nodded and continued to explain, "The zombies inside this giant egg are zombies that I subdued through special means, so there is no need to worry about it attacking us. Moreover, it is in a state of evolution, and when it hatches, it will become a great help to us in Chudu." Hearing this, Zhang Yi felt a little relieved, but her face remained vigilant. She carefully looked at the giant egg and exclaimed, "I didn't expect that the evolution of zombies is the same as that of insects. They need to undergo a metamorphosis. Really, it's hard to imagine that humans will undergo such miraculous changes after being infected with the virus." As he spoke, he looked at the giant egg again. The whole body is bright red in color, with cyan blood vessels as thin as an adult male's finger distributed on it. Through the natural light coming in through the window, you can vaguely see the blood flowing in the blood vessels and the body huddled inside. Just as she was staring at the giant egg with great interest. Suddenly, puff! A gray hand about the size of a human suddenly stretched out from the giant egg and poked a large hole in the giant egg as thick as an adult male's arm. A large amount of blue-red liquid flowed out from the hole and fell along the surface of the giant egg, above the floor of the room. "It's coming out." This was the first time Zhang Yi saw a zombie hatching. "Yes." Jiang Cheng also watched quietly. As the blue-red liquid flowed out, the giant egg was like a punctured water ball, which began to dry up at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the zombie inside stretched out another palm. 2 gray palms with sharp nails pulled the membrane on the surface of the giant egg and pulled hard to both sides. Tear. The giant egg was torn open from the middle, and the liquid inside completely poured out, revealing the complete picture of the creature inside. He has an 8-petal mouth, black pupils. His body is slightly larger than before. He is 3 meters tall, and his skin is still gray-blue. Apart from these, there is not much difference from before. Roar. He looked up to the sky and let out a roar, seemingly celebrating the success of his evolution. After the roar ended, the zombie stretched hard and looked around excitedly. When he saw Jiang Cheng standing in front of him, his face was obviously stunned, and then he immediately knelt down and slowly said, "Master, Aaron, it seems you still remember me." Jiang Cheng nodded with great satisfaction. It seems that no matter how evolved the zombies controlled by the zombie control skills are, they will remain loyal to their masters as always, at least for now. Looking at Aaron, who had successfully evolved, a gleam flashed in Jiang Cheng's pupils. Data eyes open. As soon as the voice fell, Aaron's attribute panel appeared in front of him. Name: Aaron, mutant zombie. Race: zombie. Level: first level. Wisdom: 0.6. Strength: 141.3. Agility: 10.5. Skills: Crushing Iron Claw, second stage transformation, Fury. Comprehensive combat power: 152.4. The strength actually reached 141.3 points, which is almost 3 times that of an ordinary first-level crusher. The agility has also increased to 10.5, which is much higher than the same first-level Reaper. It also comes with 3 skills. Jiang Cheng originally didn't have high hopes for Aaron's evolution, but unexpectedly, Aaron gave him a big surprise this time. The combat power of 152.4 is top-notch among first-level awakened people and first-level zombies. Seeing this, Jiang Cheng looked at Zhang Ye happily and said, "Sister Ye, what do you think of this zombie? The aura emanating from it is very violent. Although I am confident that I can capture it, it will take a lot of effort." Zhang Ye replied truthfully. Jiang Cheng nodded. In Aaron's current normal state, he is naturally not Zhang Ye's opponent. But if he undergoes the second transformation and becomes violent, he will probably cause great trouble to Zhang Ye, who is not in the spiritual Kai state. Looking at it, Jiang Cheng suddenly had an idea and directly took out a transparent crystal the size of a pebble that was emitting green light from the space ring and handed it over, saying, "Along, do you want it?" Looking at the crystal stone handed over by Jiang Cheng, Along instinctively swallowed his saliva, and his expression was also a little moved. He could feel the powerful power contained in it, but in the end he shook his head and stammered, "Master, Long can't." "Is that so?" A trace of disappointment flashed in Jiang Cheng's eyes. It seems that Along, who has evolved into a first-level zombie, still cannot absorb the second-level crystal stone. In this case, Jiang Cheng took out 10 first-level killer crystal stones and handed them over, saying, "What about this?" Thank you, Master." This time, Along did not refuse, and took the first-level killer crystal stone very quickly, swallowing it whole like pouring beans. As the zombie crystal was swallowed, Along's attribute panel changed rapidly. Strength: 141.3 to 181.3. Agility: 10.5 to 35.5. Looking at the 2 increased attributes, Jiang Cheng analyzed secretly. That is to say, a first-level killer crystal can increase 4 points of strength and 2.5 points of agility. Thinking of this, Jiang Cheng took out the remaining 6 first-level killer crystals, 20 first-level crusher crystals, and 17 first-level harvester crystals in the space ring and handed them over, saying, "Along, do you want more?" Thank you, Master." Along looked at the crystals, hesitated, and then selected all the crusher and harvester crystals from the pile of zombie crystals, and only took 1 first-level killer crystal. It seems that these quantities should be the current limit of Aaron. It was Zhu Beiji who still ate the ginseng fruit and swallowed it in 1 bite. As the zombie crystals fell into his stomach, Aaron's belly began to squirm rapidly like a small energy conversion furnace. Soon, Aaron's attribute panel changed again. Name: Aaron, mutant zombie. Energy saturation. Race: zombie. Level: first level. Wisdom: 0.6. Strength: 181.3 to 263.8. Agility: 35.5 to 44. Skills: Crushing Iron Claw, second stage transformation, Fury. Comprehensive combat power, 308.4. Roar. As the zombie crystals were devoured, the muscles on Aaron's body bulged visibly to the naked eye. His figure began to grow taller, and sharp, white barbs up to 5 centimeters long began to appear on his arms. Overall, Iranbi has just grown a lot bigger, reaching 3.5 meters by visual inspection. As for attributes, Jiang Cheng is very satisfied with the increase in attribute points this time. The strength attribute of 263.8 has reached the strength value of an ordinary second-level Death Reaper, and the agility point has completely exceeded that of an ordinary first-level killer. It can be said that Aaron is now invincible among first-level zombies. Even when facing second-level zombies, he is still capable of fighting. Jiang Cheng looked at Zhang Yu again and asked with a smile, What do you think of Aaron now? Very strong. Zhang nodded seriously and said, without an explosion of inner energy, I can only kill it with 3 demon-killing swords. Having said this, Zhang became more confident about finding her companions. She looked at Jiang Cheng and said, it's not too late. Let's do it now. No, before we go to find Lin Ro and the others, we have one more thing to do. Jiang Cheng interrupted directly. One more thing. Zhang was a little curious. Jiang Cheng nodded and said with a slight smile, while we were fighting downstairs just now, 2 little mice were secretly spying on us. You mean? Of course I want to have a good chat with them. At the same time, building number 28, 2 units. Within number 2803, the old lady was sitting on the sofa, her expression extremely solemn, and beside her, Yang Rui was pacing back and forth, especially anxious. Grandma, you shouldn't have noticed us, right? Grandma, why don't we run away? As Yang Rui chanted, the old lady sighed deeply and said, okay, sit down first. Listening to Grandma's words, although Yang Rui was anxious, she still sat on the sofa opposite the old lady. The old lady continued, Xiao Rui, you heard Grandma say that now we don't know whether the other party is a friend or an enemy. If there is a conflict, Grandma will block it for you, and you can just run away. No, I can't escape alone. Yang Rui directly rejected Grandma's suggestion and thought for a moment. Grandma, how about we take the initiative to talk to him? Such a strong person is probably not a bad person. Huh. The old lady smiled bitterly and said slowly, Xiao Rui, you are still too naive. At the beginning of the founding of the great Zhou dynasty, many innate masters were causing trouble among the people. If the imperial court had not established a special affairs bureau and eliminated more than half of these people, and also emphasized that ancient warriors were not allowed to take action in the public eye, do you think there would be as many as before? Zhou's harmonious society. But I can't just watch you, Grandma. Yang Rui said halfway before she simply picked up the nanny and ran away. But the next moment, boom, 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 there was a knock on the door of the house. The originally noisy room fell silent for an instant, and Yang Rui, who was pulling her grandma to escape, froze in place. He turned his head with difficulty and looked at Grandma. Grandma shook her head and signaled Yang Rui not to speak yet. Grandfather and grandson both looked towards the door. At this time, a male voice sounded outside the door. Boy, I wonder if you can open the door. Let's talk. Talk. Yang Rui had a cold expression on her face. Originally, she only needed to stay in this house for a while before her father could come and pick her up. Unexpectedly, this man suddenly appeared, disrupting her peaceful life, and even threatening her and her grandmother's life. For a moment, Yang Rui was a little angry. She didn't care whether she could win the fight or not, and shouted, What do we have to talk about with you? When the words came out, the people outside the door were obviously stunned. When the old lady heard what her granddaughter said, she glared at Yang Rui anxiously, and then said, I'm really sorry, my granddaughter has a hot temper. I wonder what you want to talk to us about. Of course we are talking about why you two appeared in this community and why you were spying on me. The male voice said indifferently. Really? The old lady sighed secretly in her heart. What should come will still come. After thinking for a while he said, Okay then, the old lady will come over and open the door. The old lady thought about it and lowered her voice and said, Xiao Rui, I will open the door in a moment. You keep your mouth shut. If something happens, just follow Grandma's eyes and act. Grandma, Yang Rui stamped her feet anxiously. The old lady turned her head and opened the door. To be honest, this was the first time in her life that she was so nervous. Even when she went to negotiate with the 6 ancient martial arts families to form a special affairs bureau and faced a grandmaster-level boss, she had never been so nervous. Suppressing the restless inner energy in his dantian, he pressed the door handle tremblingly. Click! As the door slowly opened, a handsome young man who looked young appeared in her sight, but he looked indifferent, and the woman behind him was expressionless, so she knew he was not a good person. She couldn't help but sigh in her heart. Alas, we can only fight back when the enemy comes, and deal with the enemy's moves. Please. The old lady extended her hand to signal and stepped aside. The young man said indifferently, Thank you. He walked in with the woman behind him, and then sat on the sofa in the living room without any courtesy under the angry glare of a girl who looked familiar, and said slowly, "There are guests coming, but there is no tea. Is this how you treat people? Xiao Rui, make tea." The old lady's face darkened when she heard it, but she still said, "Yes, Grandma." Yang Rui gritted her teeth, turned around, and went to the kitchen. Soon she came out with a pot of tea and poured it for the young man and the woman next to him. However, when pouring tea for the young man, she deliberately did something bad and poured the boiling hot tea to the point where it was almost overflowing before putting down the teapot. The young man naturally saw Yang Rui's little move, but he was not angry. Instead, he was amused by the cleverness of this girl. However, thinking about the purpose of this trip, he simply said in his heart, "The wind is rising." Whoosh! In an instant, a breeze wrapped the boiling hot teacup filled with tea. The teacup slowly rose into the air, and under the surprised eyes of the old lady, it was slowly brought to her mouth, and then she took a sip and controlled the teacup to fall. This move instantly stunned the grandparents and grandchildren in front of him. Seeing that the effect was achieved, the young man smiled and spoke. "Let me introduce myself first. My name is Jiang Cheng." What a precise control, what a powerful move. The old lady secretly said with a slightly gloomy face. "I wonder what Mr. Jiang's purpose is here." Jiang Cheng smiled and stretched out 2 fingers and said, "2 questions. First, why are you spying on me? Second, as an innate master, what is the purpose of coming to Chudu, and what are your identities?" The old lady pondered for a moment and said, "The old lady can answer your first question. Our grandparents and grandchildren heard the noise below. As for peeping, we have no purpose. This is a misunderstanding. As for the second question, I'm sorry I can't tell you." As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful aura suddenly rushed towards the grandfather and grandson. The old lady was fine, but Yang Rui, who was slightly inferior in cultivation, looked a little pale, but still gritted his teeth and endured, and at the same time a faint voice sounded. "I hope you can understand that I am not negotiating with you. You just need to understand that when I ask, you answer truthfully, understand? And my patience is very limited." Jiang Cheng picked up the teacup and took a sip. Although his tone was indifferent, one could feel the murderous intention contained in it. "Grandma, don't tell him." Yang Rui squeezed out a few words through her teeth and glared in Jiang Cheng's direction. "Madam, you don't want to see your lovely granddaughter pass away at a young age." Jiang Cheng added lightly. The old lady trembled when she heard this, hesitated for a moment, then nodded in a resigned manner. "Please Mr. Jiang not to take action against my granddaughter," the old lady said so. Wise choice. Jiang Cheng put down the teacup, lost his aura, and looked at the old lady with a smile, very curious about the identities of these 2 people. "You know, I heard from the old man before that innate warriors are rare in the Great Zhou dynasty, but now it is really rare to see them in Chudu." Feeling the pressure on her body fade away, the old lady slowly breathed a sigh of relief and said, "That's it. My surname is Zheng and my name is Ping. My granddaughter's name is Yang Rui. We came to Chu to find someone. Zheng Ping." Jiang Cheng was stunned when he heard the old lady say these 2 words. Etc. Could it be that there is this old lady and this girl? Jiang Cheng quickly looked at the girl lying on the ground beside him. When he saw the girl's face that looked a little like Father Yang, Jiang Cheng suddenly felt a little bit dumbfounded. But in order to confirm the identity, immediately opened the eyes of data. Byte. Name, Zheng Ping. Race, human race. Level, innate 2nd level. Spirit, 1.2, 120% increase in combat power. Wisdom, 5. Strength, 500. Agility, 60. Spirit, 25. Power, none. Skills, Hard Qigong, Vajra Fist, 5 Elements Divine Fist, Fugue Steps, Fugue Swordsmanship, Lingxi Finger. Comprehensive Combat Power, 591.2. Really, the moment he saw the old lady's information, in addition to marveling at her attributes, Jiang Cheng secretly said that it was true. This is really a flood that has washed away the Dragon King Temple, and one family does not recognize the other. He said why when he sees a girl, he always feels like he has seen her somewhere before. Thinking of this, Jiang Cheng looked apologetic and said, "Are you looking for an old man named Yang Jianan? How did you know?" Mrs. Zheng looked at Jiang Cheng sharply. Isn't this old man usually very rude, lecherous, and vulgar? Jiang Cheng asked again. Have you seen him? Where is that old immortal? Speaking of Father Yang, Mrs. Zheng immediately ignored the fact that she was threatened by Jiang Cheng just now and stood up and said excitedly. Hearing this, Jiang Cheng was already very sure, so he couldn't laugh or cry and said, to be honest, Father Yang is at Shuguang Base in Linxian City. Okay, very good. Hearing the location of Father Yang, Zheng Ping said hello twice, gritted her teeth, and said to herself, this old immortal. No wonder the old woman has been unable to find anyone for decades. It turned out that she was hiding in Linxian. At the same time, she also realized a question. That is, the boy in front of her sounded like she had a good relationship with the old immortal, so she tentatively asked, then what is your relationship with that old immortal? I am the leader of Shuguang Base, and he is the captain of the base guard team. Jiang Cheng blurted out directly, and then continued. He once mentioned to me that his wife's name is Zheng Ping. As soon as he said this, Zhengya behind him was also extremely surprised. Unexpectedly, the old lady in front of him turned out to be Father Yang's wife. Jiang Cheng apologized and stood up, stretched out a hand, and said, Old Madam Zheng, please forgive me for the rudeness just now. At the same time, he took out 2 small returning pills from the space ring and handed them over and said, I scared you and Miss Yang earlier, so these 2 small returning pills are given to you as an apology. Xiaohuan. Upon hearing these 3 words, Mrs. Zheng frowned and immediately became serious. As an ancient warrior, how could she not know the weight of the 3 words, Xiaohuan? One can increase one's inner strength for 10 years, and if an ordinary person swallows it, he can directly become an ancient warrior. You must know that it is extremely troublesome for an ordinary person to develop internal strength from cultivation. Because the spiritual energy is thin now, all kinds of precious medicinal materials are needed to strengthen the body. There are countless precious prescriptions required, and then you have to stand and breathe every day. After 3 full years, a ray of inner energy can be born. Even the 6 major ancient martial arts families in Zhou capital dare not say whether they possess Xiaohuan. Who wants your stinky elixir? Beside, Yang Rui's scolding voice suddenly sounded. Yang Rui stood up slowly and said to Zheng Ping, Grandma, don't believe this person. The Xiaohuan is so precious. How could it be that you just take it out as soon as you take it out? And this person took out 2 pills at once. Listening to her granddaughter's words, Mrs. Zheng also had some doubts. Jiang Cheng was not annoyed and said with a smile, whether it is true or not, Mrs. Zheng will know after a try. With that said, he handed over 2 small return pills. Zheng Ping took the elixir doubtfully, but as soon as she took it into her hand, a faint medicinal fragrance suddenly drifted over. Just by smelling it, she felt that the bottleneck that she had not loosened for many years was actually a little loose. Look at the elixir in your hand again. The whole body is milky white, and the characteristics are exactly the same as those of Xiaohuan. With her years of sharp eyesight, she immediately judged that this was Xiaohuan. After confirming the authenticity of the elixir, Zheng Ping once again looked at Jiang Cheng in disbelief and said, Are you sure you want to give us these 2 small return elixirs, just as an apology? Of course, Jiang Cheng said with a smile. This is too precious. Zheng Ping sighed. If she only had 3 or 4 points of trust in Jiang Cheng before, now after getting the small return pill, her trust in Jiang Cheng has directly reached 10 points. After all, there is no warrior who does not understand the preciousness of Xiaohuan, not to mention just threatening her. Even if she gave her a few mouthfuls, this small pill was definitely worth it. And in a big family, if they were willing to come up with such a small pill, she knew that they would be willing to marry it. Yang Rui also heard the meaning of Grandma's words, and was immediately shocked beyond measure. This is really a small return pill. Are you sure you are going to give us such a precious thing? Yang Rui walked up in 2 steps, staring at Jiang Cheng seriously. It's just a small repayment pill. As long as I can make the lady forget about my rudeness just now, it's totally worth it. Jiang Cheng said with a smile. It's okay, it's okay. I've completely forgotten what happened just now. Yang Rui said, carelessly hooking her arm on Jiang Cheng's shoulder and praising you. You're a very smart kid. I made you my friend. Oh, by the way, remember my name is Yang Rui. As Yang Rui spoke, the atmosphere in the room immediately relaxed. Mrs. Zheng also smiled and said, "It's okay. You are right to be cautious, but the old lady is very curious. Since your base is in Linxian, why did you come to Chengdu?" After confirming the identity of the other party, Jiang Cheng simply said, "To be honest, we came to Chengdu this time because the Chengdu base invited us to help kill a zombie. It's a pity." At this point, he paused and said in an obviously low tone, "It's a pity that after killing the 4th-level zombie, the boy fell into a coma. By the way, the person next to me is Zhang Ye, who is also the captain of my base guard team." Jiang Cheng turned to introduce and continued, "When I woke up, I learned from Sister Ye that there was an accident at Chengdu base. There was an explosion and it was razed to the ground, and our Dawn teammates were also separated in the explosion and met you later." "So that's it." Zheng Ping nodded and sighed slightly, but thinking about what Jiang Cheng said about being separated from his teammates, she became a little worried and said, "Then you will support Chengdu this time. Is that old guy here?" "No." Jiang Cheng shook his head and said, "Originally the old man was coming, but he was afraid." Jiang Cheng looked at Mrs. Zheng helplessly and said, "I'll let him stay and guard the base." "Haha, that old guy is somewhat self-aware." Mrs. Zheng sneered a few times and then said something shocking. "It's not too late. Let's go to Linxian right away." "I'm sorry that I can't go with you immediately. My teammates are currently unknown in Chengdu. I have to find them first." Jiang Cheng shook his head and refused. "You are affectionate and righteous, unlike that old immortal who just says he won't see you and just doesn't see you." Mrs. Zheng sneered. His tone was full of resentment towards Father Yang. After thinking for a while, he said, "In that case, I will accompany you to find your teammates first and then go to Linxian." "Thank you very much, Mrs. Zheng." Jiang Cheng cupped his hands and thanked him. The 4 of them sat back on the sofa and discussed their plan to find the person. At the same time, Chengdu, lower reaches of Longjiang River. Because of the explosion at the Chengdu base, a large number of building debris was floating on the river, mixed with the remains of zombies and base soldiers. The entire Longjiang bank emits a stench that can be smelled from a kilometer away. And among these piled floating corpses, hua hua hua, the sound of water lapping against the shore rang in my ears. This is a young man with a ponytail with a dark complexion and burns all over his body slowly woke up. When he felt half of his body soaked in water, he suddenly came back to his senses. "I'm alive." The young man is Luo Fan. That's right, that guy. Luo Fan suddenly recalled that before the explosion, a man grabbed him suddenly and plunged into the Longjiang River. Only then did he survive. Since he is still alive, then Wang Zhendong must also be alive. Thinking about this, Luo Fan quickly stood up and looked around. Sure enough, more than 100 meters away from him, a bald man was lying among the corpses. After discovering the person, Luo Fan ran over quickly without caring about the hideous wounds on his body. Chengdu, Chu District 1. Inside the ancient temple, a group of zombies wearing cassocks were surrounding a man and a woman. "Let's go." Following a woman's order, another man with short red hair rushed forward. Water blade. Fire tornado. Suddenly, several tornadoes formed by crescent water blades, and flames hit the zombies wearing cassocks. Puff, puff, puff. The next second, several heads staring at the bald men rolled to the ground. Because their heads were missing, their bodies unconsciously slumped and became motionless. Others were directly burned to a crisp, emitting a stench. In just 1 minute, the 2 of them eliminated hundreds of zombies around them. Looking at the bald man on the ground, the red-haired man said half-jokingly, "Sister Ro, do you think we have given them salvation?" The woman named Sister Ro did not answer, but turned her head with an indifferent expression and said coldly, "Let's go look for supplies first. Lin Yi and Zi are still waiting for us." "Oh, okay." July shrugged helplessly, looked at the woman in front of her leaving, shook her head secretly, and said to herself, "What a boring woman." Chengdu, the ruins of Longjiang Tower. Suddenly, a head poked its head out from behind a pile of rubble. After looking around and finding that there was nothing, he hurriedly waved to the people behind him and said, "Safe." As soon as he finished speaking, a group of men and women holding wooden sticks or steel pipes came out from behind. At a glance, there were about 17 or 18 people. The leader was a gentle-looking man. If Zhanya were here, she would definitely be able to recognize the man's appearance. However, it may be because he hasn't taken care of it for a long time. The man's hair is disheveled, and the lenses of the gold-rimmed glasses he is wearing are also stained. A lot more dust. While there are no zombies around, search quickly. The man gave the order, and the survivors immediately began to search. Suddenly, Lao Gu, there seems to be a woman alive here, shouted a loud voice. The frightened man immediately lowered his voice and yelled, Lu Yang, you are so loud. Are you going to die? Sorry, I'm so excited. The man named Lu Yang was a young man in his early 20s, but maybe he was too anxious because he looked like he was in his 30s. As Lu Yang shouted, several men and women gathered around him. It was a woman wearing a white robe with her eyelids closed. However, due to the severe injuries, her face and clothes were stained with a lot of blood, but the woman's chest was rising and falling slightly, and her body was emitting a faint green light, which attracted people's attention. Hey, you said, this woman can shine. Can't she be from the Chuda base? I remember that only those people from the Chuda base have such magical abilities. A man asked curiously, why do you care so much? Let's take it back first. 2. Several people discussed and helped the woman up. Then the others searched for a while, and after finding another female survivor, they took the two of them and left quickly. But they had just left not long ago. For more men and women hurried over. This is it. Zhanya pointed this way. Okay, it won't be too late. Mrs. Zheng and Miss Yang will team up. Sister Ya and I will search separately. We'll meet here in an hour. Jiang Cheng arranged. No problem. Yang Rui and Mrs. Zheng nodded, and the four of them immediately dispersed. At this time, Jiang Cheng immediately released Aaron from the space ring and said, Along, if you find anyone alive within 1 kilometer, please notify me immediately. It's the master. Aaron nodded numbly, and then ran quickly towards the surrounding area. Next, Jiang Cheng took out 10 mosquito monitors from the space ring and released them all, covering a 10-kilometer radius around them. Finally, after looking at each other with Zhanya, the two started searching one after another. To be honest, Jiang Cheng felt a little nervous while searching. The first is about his teammates. He really doesn't want to hear any bad news about his teammates. The second is the 4th-level Furious Crystal. Once eaten by high-level zombies, Chudu will be in a lot of trouble. Following the previous location after the battle with the 4th-level Fury, Jiang Cheng looked down carefully. I saw, due to the rain, the deep, palm-shaped pit on the ground where the furious palm had been struck was filled with water. Jiang Cheng could only slowly stretch his hand down to explore, until 10 minutes later. Jiang Cheng's hand touched a hard object that was only a semicircle. So he simply reached out and grabbed the thing and took it out of the puddle. Wow! Suddenly, a head with a gray-blue surface and a long cylindrical mouth with only 2/3 left was pulled out of the puddle. It is indeed here. He looked overjoyed and looked over carefully, only to see that the furious skull was completely cracked and half of the face around the mouth had disappeared, leaving only the upper half of the head still intact. Seeing this, Jiang Cheng took a deep breath. He held it in vain with one hand and secretly said, Create. Immediately, a black short knife about 50 centimeters long appeared in the palm of his hand. Jiang Cheng grabbed the handle of the knife and stabbed it directly into the head. Puff! A sound. The head was cut open quickly, and a blood-red transparent crystal the size of a goose egg was exposed. It's still there. This time, he finally settled his worries. Quickly putting the crystals into the space ring, Jiang Cheng continued to search and found the remains of several Doomsday Warriors one after another. Fortunately, the crystals collected by the Doomsday Warriors were still there. Jiang Cheng was busy again. Just as he was putting away the crystals and preparing to continue searching, a strange sound came from the other side. Ong ong. What? Jiang Cheng suddenly turned his head and looked in the direction of the sound. I saw a huge figure standing staggeringly on the ruins on the other side of the Longjiang River. It was about 20 meters tall, with a gray-blue skin. It had a huge head, and its eyes were like bells, but they were as dark as black. Mo, with a big mouth full of sharp teeth, looked up to the sky and let out a sharp roar. Who is this guy? The first time Jiang Cheng saw the giant zombie, he instantly recalled the huge black figure that appeared in his sight before he fell into coma. Ong ong ong. The voice of the giant female zombie sounded again, and under the high-pitched cry as sharp as a sperm whale, a shock wave of sound mixed with billowing yellow dust swept over. Not good. Jiang Cheng secretly thought that something was wrong, and he flashed his figure and quickly appeared in front of Zhangya, and then he shouted in a low voice, "Unbreakable golden body." Zhang. There was a metallic buzzing sound, and a light golden cover completely protected him and Zhangya. It's her. After Zhangya was stunned for a short time, she also recognized the giant female zombie on the other side of the Longjiang River and said in a voice, "It was the one that destroyed the Chudu base." And I still remember that when I was fending off zombies on the Longjiang Bridge, I heard this cry from behind the Chudu base. I didn't pay attention to it at first. When you fell, and I rushed to save you. Who knew what happened to the Chuda base? It was destroyed by her. Speaking of this, Zhangya looked at the zombie with anger in her eyes, because in that explosion, she was affected by the energy generated by the nuclear explosion, causing her face to be burned. It turns out to be this guy. Listening to Zhangya's story, Jiang Cheng looked at the giant female zombie in the distance with cold eyes. It was this zombie that caused the Chudu base to explode. It was this zombie that wiped out all the soldiers in Chudu. It was she who caused the members of Dawn Base to disappear. It was she who caused Zhangya's disfigurement. Thinking of this, Jiang Cheng flipped his wrist, and a silver tang knife appeared in the palm of his hand. He asked Zhangya behind him, "Sister Ya, you stay here first. I'll go meet this big guy for a while, and have a good time with her. Calculate an account. But at present, we don't know the strength of this zombie. If we go there rashly, I'm afraid." Zhangya said worriedly. Jiang Cheng smiled and said, "Don't worry, even if I lose, I still have the means to escape." After saying that, he looked at the giant female zombie again. A flash of light flashed in his eyes, and at the same time, the attribute panel about this zombie was suspended in front of him. Name: Arrogance. Race: Zombie. Level: lower than 4th level. Wisdom: 1.9. Strength: 100,000. Agility: 270. Skills: Sonic Roar, 2nd Stage Transformation. Comprehensive Combat Strength, 100,270, 1.9. It's actually a guy below the 4th level. Jiang Cheng's pupils shrank suddenly. No wonder even the Chudu base can be destroyed at will. But so what if it's level 4? Even if he was seriously injured, he would still destroy it. Turning off the data eye, Jiang Cheng flipped his sword, stepped a little, and was about to rise into the air, but the next moment, hold head high. The giant zombie arrogantly let out a shrill scream, as if it was hit by something, and the giant body more than 20 meters high fell to the ground. It smashed into the surrounding area and raised dust tens of meters high. What's going on? Seeing this scene, Jiang Cheng lost his temper, immediately showed a cautious look on his face, and continued to look towards the other side of Longjiang River. I saw Arrogant struggling to get up after being knocked down, but soon, a black that fell from midair and hit Arrogant's lower abdomen hard. Hold head high. The huge force hit Arrogant let out a scream, and his back even dented the ground behind him. After the attack was successful, the black shadow jumped up again, and then fell at high speed in the same way. This time, Jiang Cheng also saw clearly the appearance of the black shadow. The green-faced fangs, the muscles on the body are extremely developed, and are covered with red scales. The wrists of both arms are giant scythes like reapers, but the scythes are overall blood red. The friend is the tail covered with scales, and the tip of the tail is also it has a barb, somewhat like a scorpion's stump. Looking at it like this, the height is visually estimated to be 4 meters. Being able to knock down the 4th level zombies so easily, the strength of this monster cannot be underestimated. Jiang Cheng murmured and immediately opened the data eye. Name: Artificial Warrior number 44. Race: Artificial Hybrid. Level: lower than 4th level. Wisdom: 2.5. Strength: 120,000. Agility: 500. Spirit: 5. Skills: Death Scythe, Infinite Devour, 3-Stage Transformation, Simulation. Comprehensive Combat Strength: 120,507.5. Artificial Warrior 44? Artificial Hybrid? Jiang Cheng was stunned just by seeing the name and race columns. In other words, is this thing man-made? According to inference, this thing appeared near the ruins of the Chudu base again, and it most likely came from the Chudo laboratory. But if the Chudo base had such powerful biochemical warriors, why didn't they just take them out instead of inviting awakened people from all over the place to come for support? Is it because this so-called artificial warrior cannot be controlled? Thinking about it, Jiang Cheng shook his head. These issues are not what he needs to consider at the moment. In any case, he doesn't know whether this monster is an enemy or a friend, so he needs to be vigilant to a certain extent. Continue to look at the data panel. The level of this artificial monster has also reached the lower level of the 4th level, and its intelligence attribute is twice that of an ordinary adult, which means that this thing is quite smart. Then there is the strength attribute, which is as high as 12 million gene, which means it has nearly 6,000 tons of strength. And there is agility, which has reached 500, which is equivalent to 3,500 meters per second. Not only that, its skill column is also extremely terrifying, but the swallowing skill makes people think deeply, and there are 3 stages of transformation. You know, after ordinary zombies transform, their general attributes will increase exponentially. This is a skill that all zombies above the 2nd level death killer have, but it is only a 2nd stage transformation. In other words, this zombie can transform again on the basis of the 2nd stage transformation, and its strength will be quadrupled to a terrifying 4 times. That is, 24,000 tons. This is just an ordinary full-strength attack. If skills are used, the strength will double. Compare his own data. In his spiritual explosion state, his strength attribute can reach 25,420.5, plus the superposition of hard Qigong. It is 50,841 points. And then use the strongest skill, the Great Destruction Palm. The power that can be generated will directly reach about 25,000 tons. But even so, it is just an ordinary full-strength attack. After the analysis, Jiang Cheng's evaluation of this monster is only 2 words. Horrible. Without thinking, he immediately said to Zhang Ye, "The situation has changed. Hurry up, notify Zheng Laotai and the others to retreat." What happened? Zhang Ye asked puzzledly. It was the first time she saw Jiang Cheng so nervous. "It's too late to explain. You do what I say first," Jiang Cheng said anxiously. "Okay." Zhang Ye stopped asking, nodded, and immediately rushed towards Zheng Laotai and the others. At the same time, the battle on the other side of Longjiang River also came to an end. Jiang Cheng frowned and looked. "See, on the ruins of Chudu Base." Ong, ong, ong. Arrogant struggled to get up from the ground, opened his huge mouth and let out a painful roar, and waves of sound came out of his huge mouth, turning into circles of ripples, pushing towards the artificial warrior number 44 in front of him. Bang! The sound wave hit the artificial warrior number 44, shaking the artificial warrior back hundreds of meters, dragging a 100-meter gully on the ground, and then stabilizing the body. To offset the attack, the artificial warrior narrowed his yellow eyes slightly, slowly raised the sickle in his arm, and bent his legs slightly. Swoosh! With a kick of his legs, the ground was immediately crushed downwards by the huge force, and the artificial warrior number 44 used this force to dive out instantly. Whoosh! The wind whistled, and the huge red sickle cut the air apart. From a distance, it looked like a red lightning rushing straight towards Pride. As if feeling the threat from the opponent's sickle, Pride roared again, spread his arms, and began to wriggle violently. Is this going to transform into the 2nd stage? Seeing this scene, Jiang Cheng's pupils shrank sharply. At this time, the 2nd stage of transformation was activated, and Pride's giant body of more than 20 meters in height began to compress, and the bones in the body made a crackling sound like frying beans. Just when she was about to complete the transformation, red lightning flashed across her neck. Puff! A sound of flesh being cut sounded. A giant head that had not yet completed the transformation was thrown high with an incredible look, and the blue-green sticky blood on the neck gushed out like a fountain, staining most of the red scales on the body of the artificial warrior number 44 next to it. Boom! The head was chopped off, and the body of more than 20 meters collapsed. And the artificial warrior number 44 also slowly turned around, walked to the side of the head with an expressionless face, and gently waved the red sickle. Puff! The head was easily cut into 2 smooth halves, revealing the red crystal inside. The sickle hooked. The crystal flew, drew a parabola in the air and fell into the giant mouth of the artificial warrior. With a gurgle, the throat moved up and down. The pebble-sized crystal was swallowed instantly. After doing this, artificial warrior number 44 closed his eyes and stood there without moving. Seeing this, Jiang Cheng swallowed his saliva and then looked anxiously at Zhang Ye and Grandma Zheng, who were walking towards him, and lowered his voice and said, "Hurry, it's too late. Retreat quickly." Okay. Grandma Zheng didn't understand why Jiang Cheng was so anxious, but she nodded and did it. The four people and the corpse immediately stepped forward and left the place quickly. At the same time, on the other side of Longjiang River, at the ruins of Chudu Base, after swallowing the crystal of arrogance, the stomach of artificial number 44 made a sound like an engine, and his height of 4 meters began to slowly increase. Not only that, his originally broad chest muscles also changed because of the gender of arrogance. 5 minutes later, artificial warrior number 44 slowly opened his eyes. A powerful and terrifying aura emanated from his body. The zombies 10 kilometers away felt this breath, and their bodies unconsciously stopped in place. Look at the appearance again. Compared with before, the appearance of artificial warrior number 44 has changed greatly. First, her head, a half-meter-long horn grew on her forehead. Her face gradually became feminine, and her body was full of female characteristics. Then her arms, 2 bone spurs slowly grew from her elbows, more than 1 meter long, and the same was true at her knees. Apart from these, her height grew to more than 5 meters, like a moving hill. After the evolution, artificial warrior number 44 slowly exhaled a breath of foul air, and at the same time looked at the direction where Jiang Cheng had left before on the other side of Longjiang River. His eyes flickered, and I don't know what he was thinking. At the same time, Jiang Cheng, who was retreating 1 kilometer away, suddenly felt a chill coming from his back. He was immediately startled and hurriedly shouted, "Quick, speed up!" Although the other 3 did not understand, they still accelerated their pace. As for artificial warrior number 44, she stared for a long time before retracting her gaze, looking at the ground. 1 foot tapped. Her figure jumped high, changed an angle in the air, and drilled into the ruins at an extremely fast speed. As the scene in front of her continued to change, it soon came to a space 100 meters underground. There were metal walls everywhere, and compared with the ruins outside, it was clean and empty. Walking into the basement, the artificial warrior walked to a metal door skillfully and stretched his head over. Ding! Identity scan, identity confirmation. Come in, number 44. The mechanical sound fell. The 10-meter-high metal door slowly moved toward the walls on both sides, and inside was a room exactly like this space. In this way, after passing through 3 metal doors in succession, a spacious laboratory appeared in front of it. After striding in, it stood still and slowly spoke to the young man wearing glasses and a white robe who was coming towards it, with a hoarse voice. "Dr. Yi, the 4th-level arrogant crystal has been swallowed." After hearing this, the young man walked around artificial warrior number 44 with satisfaction. He couldn't help but look at his work and said to himself, "Not bad, well done," and evolved again. As he said that, he reached out and touched the arm of artificial warrior number 44, as if he was appreciating a piece of art. However, the moment his hand touched it, hiss, a metal barb couldn't help but stick out from the tail of artificial warrior number 44, and its orange eyes shone with danger. But as the young man took his hand away, the barb retracted again, and his eyes became calmer. "Okay, number 44, come with me." After observing, the young man said excitedly. Then he said to the busy staff behind him, "You guys, quickly turn on the instrument. I want to test the data on number 44. "Yes, doctor." The experimenters responded and immediately started busy. And in the basement next to the laboratory, in front of the huge conference table, an old man sat on the front seat. On the left and right are a young woman with a cold expression and a middle-aged man wearing a white robe. In addition, at the bottom of the conference table are 3 men wearing camouflage. The 6 people stared at the big screen on the wall, which was playing the battle scene of Artificial Warrior 44 and the scene of entering the laboratory. "Okay, after 3 days of observation, what do you think of Artificial Warrior number 44? The old man said slowly. "I still believe that such a monster is unstable," the woman said coldly. What's everyone's opinion? The old man looked to the side again. The middle-aged man in a white robe said, Commander-in-Chief, the current international technology for artificial genetic species is not yet mature. With all due respect, although it has shown strong combat effectiveness, its current mind is only equivalent to that of a 6-year-old. If we don't give some guidance to our children, they may become a disaster. Furthermore, we have no way to counter it. And this is also a hidden bomb for us. Except for Dr. Ho Yan's opinion, what about you? The old man looked at the others. I suggest that such unstable factors should be eliminated as soon as possible. Everyone in the conference room looked at the middle-aged man who said this in surprise. Especially the old man, who looked at the man who always supported him with disbelief, and couldn't help but said, Guangming? Yang Guangming looked at the old man seriously and said, Commander-in-Chief, the base was destroyed and the soldiers were almost wiped out. Don't you understand the horror of these monsters now? As Dr. Ho Yan said, such research is uncontrollable. The so-called artificial soldiers are zombies. Don't make the same mistake again and again. Speaking of this, he couldn't help but recall the scene of the battle a few days ago. Under the charge of the zombies, one soldier after another died in front of him, and even his old rivals, Li Yu and Zhou Gui, were killed. To be honest, when he really saw the bodies of these two old rivals, he was shocked and felt mixed emotions. Later, the base exploded and he was pulled into the nuclear shelter of the base. He realized that when facing zombies, the so-called intrigue was so ridiculous. Now he only has hatred in his heart, hatred for zombies, hatred for them destroying his home and comrades. Wrong. As if he heard something incredible, Xiang Lao was furious for a moment and slammed the table and said, What's wrong with this commander? This commander has fought for more than 50 years in his life and has suffered more than 1,000 injuries. Everything he did was for the great Zhou. Now I choose to let Dr. Ye's artificial warrior number 44 conduct combat experiments, also for the survivors of Chudu. For Chudu, Yang Guangming smiled sarcastically, with a bitter look on his face. Maybe your starting point is good, but the result now can only show that your choice is wrong. You, Xiang Lao flushed and pointed at his beloved general who had followed him for decades, and was so excited that he couldn't speak. Yang Guangming did not continue to argue with Xiang Lao, but slowly took off his epaulets, put them on the table, stood up straight, saluted Xiang Lao, and said, Xiang Lao, I have followed you for more than 20 years, and thank you for your cultivation over the years. Now, please forgive me for not being able to continue to obey your command. What do you mean? Xiang Lao took a deep breath. Yang Guangming shook his head. I want to leave the Chudu base and save the survivors of Chudu in my own way to avenge my comrades. Do you know what your behavior means? Xiang Lao said in a deep voice. Yang Guangming shook his head and said, When there is no corpse in the great Zhou, Guangming will come back to apologize. After that, he opened the gate of the base and walked out directly. Looking at Yang Guangming's back as he left, no one in the conference room spoke to keep him, until the door of the conference room was closed again. Mr. Xiang turned his head again and asked, Do you think the same as him? Commander-in-Chief, please forgive me for not staying in the base and letting these zombies cause chaos. Miao Feng also came out at this moment and put down his shoulder straps. Who else wants to leave? Please tell me at the same time. Mr. Xiang said lightly. Wang Chong thought about it and came out and said, Mr. Xiang, I hope you will follow me back to Linxian base. Chudu is no longer suitable for staying for a long time. No need to say, as the commander-in-chief of Chudu, I will only live and die with Chudu base. Mr. Xiang waved his hand and said to the rest of the people, Let's go. Let's go. I have agreed to those who want to leave now. After speaking, the people in the base left one after another. In the entire conference room, only Zhu Ci was left. Looking at Zhu Ci who was left alone, Xiang Lao said in great disappointment, Why don't you leave? Zhu Ci shook his head and said, You have trained me and taught me. No matter when, I will never leave you. Haha, I never thought that you would be the only one who stayed with me, an old man. Xiang Lao sighed, thought about it, slowly stood up, waved to Zhu Ci and said, Okay, girl, come with me. I have something to tell you. Yeah. Although he didn't understand what Xiang Lao wanted to say, Zhu Ci nodded in agreement. Yang Guangming walked out of the base all the way, But when he passed the laboratory, his steps paused, and he looked at the experimenters who were testing data for artificial warrior number 44 and Yi Sinew, the head of the laboratory, and turned around and left. He was going to create a piece of pure land in his own way. Outside the meeting room, "Miao, what are you going to do next?" Wang Chong looked at Miao Feng and said, "I don't know." Miao Feng shook his head in confusion. He did not expect such a change to happen in the base. As for where to go after leaving, he certainly did not have the face to go back to Kangwu base, at least not now. Wang Chong thought about it and said, "Why not go to Linxian with me? Although the Chudu base was destroyed, the Linxian base is still there. We can use Linxian as a base and fight back. Now it seems that this is the only way." Miao Feng nodded and agreed. But just as the two were talking, a voice sounded behind them. "You two, I just heard you mention Linxian. Is it the Linxian where the Shuguang base is located?" Listening, the two turned their heads. They saw a middle-aged man in a white laboratory coat in front of them, but because of long-term research, his forehead was a little protruding. "Dr. Ho Yin, what are you doing?" "Hee, if you don't mind, take me with you." Dr. Ho Yin rubbed his hands and said embarrassedly, "Of course." Faced with such scientific research talents, Wang Chong would naturally not refuse. But when he thought of the missing Shuguang people, he thought for a while and said, "But before leaving, I hope you can accompany me to look for Brother Jiang in Chengdu. As for time, about 3 days." "Of course, no problem." Miao Feng agreed immediately. Ho Yin also smiled and said, "It just so happens that I have some information to sort out in the laboratory, and 3 days is just right." "Okay, then we will set off in 3 days." At the same time, at the gate of a community in District 1 of Chengdu, seeing the familiar community and the sense of peeping that disappeared behind him, Jiang Cheng breathed a sigh of relief. Just now explained to everyone. "It's like this, I just found a monster in the ruins of the Chengdu base opposite the Longjiang Bridge. According to my estimation, it has at least the strength of the 4th level. If we didn't leave in time, it is very likely that we will be left there." "4th level? You didn't make it up," Yang Rue said with disbelief. Old Lady Zheng scolded. "Xiao Rue, don't be so rude. What Jiang Xiaoyu just said is very likely true." "Grandma, is there really a 4th level monster over at the Chengdu base?" Yang Rue asked curiously. Old Lady Zheng rolled her eyes at her granddaughter and said, "Have you forgotten what I told you today? I went to investigate the situation around the Chengdu base before, and then I felt a terrifying aura, which happened to match what Jiang Xiaoyu said. I just don't know if the aura I felt and Jiang Xiaoyu felt was from the same guy." Old Lady Zheng looked at Jiang Cheng again. Jiang Cheng shook his head and said, "It's not clear yet, but at least one thing is that we can't go to the bank of Longjiang anymore." "Jiang Cheng, what's next?" Zhangya asked. "Go back to the house first and make a long-term plan." At the invitation of Mrs. Zhang, the 4 of them all moved into room 2803 of Building 28. Because in order to facilitate Mrs. Zhang to go to Chengdu to look for Father Yang Rue's parents specially bought a large house with 4 bedrooms and 1 living room in Chengdu's high-end community for the convenience of the grandparents and grandchildren to live in. Jiang Cheng and Zhang Ye happened to be 2 people, so in order to facilitate future plans, they simply moved into Mrs. Zhang's house. After boiling a pot of water, the 4 of them sat around the coffee table. Jiang Cheng spoke first. "In order to ensure safety, we can't look for Longjiang Bank anymore, and if they are still alive, they won't leave too far, so our search range is only in Chengdu District 1. Then there is the search time. I set it for today and tomorrow. If we still can't find it tomorrow, we will return to Linxian." Jiang Cheng had his own considerations for these words. Now an unknown creature has appeared in Chengdu again. The key point is that this creature is a guy that he cannot defeat. If he stays there, it will be beneficial rather than harmful. Moreover, the mosquito robot used for exploration can no longer work due to insufficient energy and needs to return to Chengdu for recharging. And the same is true for the microcommunicator. Also, it has been 6 days since he left the Dawn base. He can't just leave the Dawn base alone, not to mention that he also needs to rely on the base to improve his strength to deal with the next problem. And speaking of Linxian, in memory, Linxian will usher in the first wave of spirit beasts on August 8th, and I don't know what's going on at the Linxian base. But if you want to go to Linxian, you can only go through the Longjiang Bridge. Now that the Longjiang Bridge is blocked by monsters, how can we get there? My grandma and I can't fly. Yang Rui frowned. Old Lady Zheng also frowned. Although as an innate strongman, you can fly in the air for a short time, but that kind of flying is only a dozen or 20 meters above the ground, which is similar to gliding. If you really want to cross the Longjiang River like this, you will definitely be courting death. Listening to the two's concerns, Jiang Cheng and Zhang Yi smiled at each other. Jiang Cheng said mysteriously, "Don't worry, I will take care of the matter of going to Linxian." Chuda District 1, Guanlonjingdi. In room 2003, Building 2. My head hurts. A woman in a white robe slowly opened her eyes and looked at the unfamiliar ceiling in her sight. She was a little confused. Where am I? Suddenly, a woman's voice came from her ear. You're awake. Drink some water first. Hearing the voice, the woman turned her head and saw a middle-aged woman with a round face, smiling and handing her a glass of water. Thank you. The woman took the water from the middle-aged woman's glass and took a sip. As her lips were wet, she felt a little relieved, but the water didn't taste good. Sit down first, I'll call Mr. Gu, the middle-aged woman said, and then got up and walked out the door. Mr. Gu? Hearing these 3 words, the woman frowned slightly as she watched the middle-aged woman leave. Soon after, a man wearing gold-rimmed glasses and several other men came in from the doorway. The man walked to the bed and said with a smile, You woke up. You saved me. The woman frowned. Well, you were lying over there in Longjiang Building at the time. I saw you were still breathing, so I had someone carry you back. There was a woman with you. The man explained with a smile. Longjiang Building? Hearing these 3 words, the woman suddenly frowned, and a large section of memory emerged in her mind. No. Shouldn't I be on my way to save people? Why am I here? The woman's mind was in a mess. Seeing the woman frown, the man asked again, Do you remember anything? And, can you tell me your name? Lu Xin. Speaking of the 3rd word, Lu Xinru stopped directly. She didn't know her current situation, at least not yet. Lu Xin. Good name. My name is Gu Cheng. Gu Cheng showed a smile that he thought was handsome, and then continued to ask, Do you remember what happened at that time? Lu Xinru did not answer the other party's question, but after thinking for a moment, asked, By the way, you said that there is another woman who is also unconscious. Can you take me to see her? Faced with Lu Xinru's sudden topic, Gu Cheng was slightly stunned, and then smiled and said, Of course. Well, without further ado, let's go. Lu Xinru got out of bed immediately after speaking. But before she got up, Gu Cheng took a piece of paper from the man behind him and handed it over, saying, Before you go, can you sign it? What do you mean? Lu Xinru looked at the paper in Gu Cheng's hand and subconsciously became alert. Gu Cheng smiled and explained, Don't worry, don't be afraid. It's a contract to jointly resist risks and obey the organization's arrangements. Sign it, and you will be a member of our human survival and reproduction base in the future. Having said this, he continued, Now that the end of the world is coming, everyone is in danger, and only by banding together can they survive. What's more, you are a woman who is so beautiful, and it will be even more dangerous in the end of the world, so signing it will be beneficial to you. Really? What do I need to pay? Lu Xinru sneered. It's very simple. You just need to sacrifice your body and your uterus. Just like the name of our human survival and reproduction base, you can create new life with everyone in the base to prevent humanity from going extinct. Gu Cheng showed a smile that he thought was gentle, but in Lu Xinru's eyes, he felt extremely vulgar. Looking at the men behind him, their eyes looking at her were full of animal desire. Then you can give up this idea. Lu Xinru refused immediately, then slowly stood up and glanced at the men coldly. Alas, you stupid women, why do you resist so much every time I propose this great plan? Gu Cheng shook his head, as if sighing, then slowly stepped back, waved his hand and said, You 3, go and hold her down. After that, he looked at the woman in front of him with a smile and said, Don't worry, after today's baptism, you will accept us. After the words fell, several ragged men walked forward with a smile. One of the men said obscenely, Lu Xin, resistance is useless. You should just listen to our Mr. Gu and become a member of our base. Galu, another man swallowed his saliva and said, Don't worry, I will be gentle. Everyone has been here this way. As they talked, they surrounded Lu Xinru. Looking at the three men approaching her, Lu Xinru's face was slightly cold, because this evoked her very bad memories, and she said coldly, "You want to reproduce, right?" "Yes, yes." A man nodded frantically. The next second, a light green light flashed. Puff, puff, puff. Three blurred pieces of meat fell to the ground with a snap. Instantly, a sharp pain spread from under his body. "Ah, it hurts so much. My brother is gone." "Ah." The three men immediately covered their crotch, curled up on the ground, and wailed. Blood kept flowing out from their fingers, soaking their pants, and spreading on the floor. After dealing with the three people, Lu Xinru raised her right hand, which was glowing green, glanced at Gu Cheng in front of her, and said lightly, "Do you still want to reproduce now?" "Pa, pa, pa." Gu Cheng pushed his gold-rimmed glasses, smiled, and clapped his hands, saying, "With such powerful strength, I can almost imagine how excellent the fruit of the combination of our high-quality genes will be. If you don't change your teachings, don't blame me for being merciless." Lu Xinru's voice became colder, and the green light in her hand was brighter, and she was about to rush forward. But the next moment, her steps suddenly stopped, and her vision couldn't help but blur, which made her suddenly startled. "What's the situation? Haha, did you find it?" Looking at Lu Xinru's appearance, Gu Cheng's gentle face smiled even more. "What did you do to me?" Lu Xinru said with a cold face. Gu Cheng smiled and said, "I just used a little trick. Don't worry, you will become very obedient in a while, and when you wake up, you will become the most loyal member of our base." Use a little trick? Could it be that glass of water? Lu Xinru suddenly recalled one thing. That is, when she just woke up, the fat woman brought her a glass of water. Then she looked at the round-faced middle-aged woman behind Gu Cheng who was looking at her with a smile on her face, and she became more and more certain of her guess. "How despicable! Aren't you afraid that I will kill you later?" Lu Xinru said coldly. Gu Cheng smiled and shook his head and said, "No, I believe you don't have such ability." "Really?" Lu Xinru resisted the increasingly obvious dizziness, and the green light in her hand was bright, and she suddenly chopped towards Gu Cheng with a hand knife. "Alas, Lu Xian, why bother?" Looking at Lu Xinru rushing over, Gu Cheng shook his head helplessly, as if he didn't care about the attack of the woman in front of him at all. Go to hell. Although she was drugged by the other party, as a first-level awakener, her physical fitness was not comparable to that of ordinary people. In just a blink of an eye, she arrived in front of Gu Cheng, just when her hand knife was about to fall on the opponent's face. Hypnosis. Gu Cheng's eyes lit up with a faint blue light and met Lu Xinru's eyes. The next second, Lu Xinru's knife that was about to fall on Gu Cheng's face stopped immediately, and she stood there with a dull look and did not move. Looking at Lu Xinru, who was controlled by him, Gu Cheng smiled faintly. "Lu Xian, from now on, I am your master, and you are a dog I raise. Now you do what I tell you to do immediately. Do you understand?" Lu Xinru was in a trance, and she felt that her brain was blank. A faint voice lingered in her mind, forcing her to do what the other party told her to do. She slowly withdrew her hand and stood in front of Gu Cheng. "Very good. The master is very satisfied." Gu Cheng nodded with satisfaction, then loosened the collar of his stained shirt and said to the round-faced middle-aged woman standing behind him who was looking at Lu Xinru with envy, "Xiaofang, you go out and wait." The round-faced middle-aged woman said reluctantly, "Mr. Gu, why should you let this itch serve you? I can do it too." As she said that, she deliberately pulled her collar open a little and squeezed out a deep line from her already sagging reason. Just because she had been doing chores all day, her body was already soaked with sweat, and she hadn't taken a shower for a long time, so an indescribable smell drifted over. Seeing the middle-aged woman's behavior, Gu Cheng's eyes flashed with an imperceptible disgust, but he still smiled and said, "Be good. Listen to me and take these brothers on the ground out together." "No, Mr. Gu," Du Chuanfang said coquettishly, and her chubby body was about to come over, but before she came, Gu Cheng's eyes turned cold and said lightly, "Hypnosis." The blue light in his eyes lit up again, and Du Chuanfang immediately stood there, confused, and said, "Master, do you have any instructions?" "Go. Take the few people on the ground out, and close the door, I don't want anyone to disturb me. Gu Cheng said lightly. Yes, yes, master. Du Chuanfang's dull face showed a trace of entanglement, but in the end he reluctantly agreed, and according to the instructions, he dragged the 3 people who were curled up and wailing on the ground out directly, and then closed the door. Snap! The door closed. The bedroom suddenly became quiet. Gu Cheng turned his head with satisfaction to look at the dazed Lu Xinru, then walked over slowly and said softly, Lu Xing, no one will disturb us from now on. The master will play with you and spoil you. As he said that, he looked Lu Xinru up and down again. It must be said that Lu Xinru is really beautiful, with a melon-seed face and willow-shaped eyebrows, especially the way she frowned and spoke to him coldly, which made Gu Cheng deeply fascinated. Gu Cheng put his nose in front of Lu Xinru's neck, who was motionless, and took a deep breath with an intoxicated look, then gently put his hands on Lu Xinru's shoulders and took off the outermost white robe as if peeling off a work of art. As the white robe was taken off, the exquisite figure under the white robe and the pair of slender pencil legs under the jeans were revealed. Gulu. Gu Cheng's eyes almost went straight. He swallowed hard, and then said softly, Lu Xing, be good. The master now orders you to lie on the bed. Lu Xinru's eyes flashed a trace of struggle, but under the blue light of Gu Cheng's eyes, she quickly returned to her expressionless state, walked to the bed dully, and lay down directly on her back. Very good. Don't move now. Let the master love you well. After Gu Cheng finished speaking, he couldn't help but swallow his saliva. He took off his gold-rimmed glasses and put them on the cabinet aside, revealing his bloodshot eyes. Then he slowly sat in front of the bed, stretched his hands to the collar of Lu Xinru's white shirt, and slowly unbuttoned a button. As the first incision was untied, a white rhinoceros suddenly appeared in front of his eyes. Coupled with the slender swan-like neck, Gu Cheng only felt hot in his lower abdomen, and he hurriedly began to untie the incision impatiently. The second one, the third one. The beautiful scenery became more and more enchanting, just as the pair of fat bears covered in purple lace were about to come out. Swish! A silver-white metal spear suddenly stabbed out. Gu Cheng subconsciously felt that something was wrong and turned his head hurriedly. But because he was too close, a 10-centimeter gash was cut directly on his face. Feeling a sticky liquid slowly flowing down from the right side of his face, Gu Cheng's facial features immediately became ferocious. He stared at the indifferent metal man in front of him and shouted, Damn thing, you are disturbing my good deeds. Hypnosis. After he finished speaking, his eyes once again glowed blue. On the other hand, the metal robot's expression remained unchanged, unaffected at all, and said calmly, It is discovered that the protection target has been violated, and the second-level Doomsday Warrior 12 automatically activates. Target, the human male in front of you. Conclusion, kill. After finishing speaking, Level 2 Doomsday Warrior 12 raised his right hand, and his right arm squirmed and turned into a half-meter-long metal spear. Call out. Disappeared instantly. So fast. Gu Cheng was shocked and immediately rolled towards a lazy donkey on the ground. The next second, boom. The wall behind his original position was immediately blasted by the metal man with a hole the size of a basketball. The dust stirred up and the loud noise made Lu Xinru, who was originally looking dull on the bed, suddenly woke up. What did you send? Lu Xinru murmured, feeling the coolness on her chest. She looked around hurriedly. When she saw her shirt collar buttons unbuttoned and most of her bra exposed, her face became extremely cold. Moreover, at this time, the medicine on her body, most of it has also been eliminated. Although there is still some pain in the head, it has little effect. He quickly fastened the buttons again and looked up at the second-level Doomsday Warrior number 12, who was staring at Gu Cheng. Damn it! I forgot that there is a Doomsday Warrior protecting me. Lu Xinru was secretly annoyed and said loudly, 12. Kill this man. Yes, Ms. Lu. 12 nodded, then raised his eyes to look at Gu Cheng, bent his legs, and immediately swooped up. Damn thing, what the hell is this? Seeing the second-level Doomsday Warriors attacking, Gu Cheng no longer cared about his so-called image and simply slammed against the door next to him, directly broke the wooden door open, and rushed out. When number 12 saw this, he immediately followed. On Lu Xinru's side, Seeing that the second-level Doomsday Warrior was already fighting with Gu Cheng, she flipped her palm and immediately took out a silver bracelet from the space ring and said in a cold voice, "2. Follow me." "Yes, master." A cold mechanical sound sounded from the silver bracelet, and it began to squirm, gradually condensing into a human form. "Walk." Lu Xinru took out 2 more first-class Doomsday submachine guns from the space ring, opened the bolts of the guns, kicked down the wall next to them, and strode out. As soon as he walked out of the room, he was faced with several people who came over after hearing the noise in the room. Seeing Lu Xinru, the person who came immediately understood and said directly, "Brothers, hold this woman for me." As soon as he finished speaking, several people on the side rushed over with iron bars. Lu Xinru said nothing, raised her gun, and shot. Chu tu tu tu. Fiery snakes emerged from the muzzles. As soon as they met, 3 members of the base immediately fell to the ground. Seeing how fierce the opponent was, the person who gave the order turned around and ran away without waiting for him to turn around. Chu tu tu tu. There was a gunshot behind him, and he fell to the ground. After the 4 people were dealt with, Lu Xinru walked towards the doors of the nearby rooms. "Kick open the door in front of you at will." A middle-aged woman with a round face and a chubby face suddenly appeared in front of her. It was Du Chuanfang who had drugged her before. When Du Chuanfang saw Lu Xinru pointing a gun at her, she immediately knelt down and cried, "I was wrong. Mr. Gu asked me to do it. I am just a person who obeys orders. Please let me go." Noisy. Without waiting for the other party to finish speaking, Lu Xinru directly pulled the trigger. Bang! With the sound of a gunshot, a burst of red and white stuff suddenly burst out from Du Chuanfang's head, and a blood flower exploded on the floor, and a large hole as thick as 2 fingers appeared on the ground. After dealing with Du Chuanfang, Lu Xinru strode in, and soon saw 3 middle-aged men with blood dripping from their bodies crawling out of bed in fear. "Auntie, I was wrong. We are also here for..." Listening to the wailing of the men in front of her, Lu Xinru frowned slightly and immediately pulled the trigger. Bang bang bang. With one stroke, the 3 men soon fell into a pool of blood and stopped moving. The room was scanned, and apart from these 4 people, there was no one else. Lu Xinru glanced around, walked out, and continued exploring the next room. After dealing with 8 more people in succession, a woman wearing only underwear and shorts was finally discovered in a small room, lying on the bed and mumbling. "It's her." Lu Xinru recognized at a glance that this was Yuan Ningling from the Doomsday Team 3, who had been ordered to protect her. He quickly stepped forward, put away a Doomsday submachine gun, and placed a faint green light on Yuan Ningling's forehead with one hand. The next second, Yuan Ningling's confused eyes quickly came to life. When she felt the coolness on her body, she didn't react much. Instead, she turned to look at Lu Xinru, who was standing in front of her, and asked in confusion, "Where are we? What on earth are we doing? What happened?" "We were rescued by a group of people, but these people tried to..." Lu Xinru explained. Yuan Ningling's expression grew colder and colder as she listened. She turned over and sat up. She looked at the firearm in Lu Xinru's hand and asked, "Is there any more gun?" "Give." Lu Xinru directly took out a first-level Doomsday submachine gun from the space ring and threw it over, along with a change of clothes. "Thank you." Taking over the submachine gun and clothes, Yuan Ningling quickly dressed up. "Let's go and deal with this group of cultists before they harm more women." Lu Xinru turned her head to indicate. Yuan Ningling nodded. The 2 rushed out quickly. Soon, bursts of wailing could be heard in the community. 1 hour later, of the approximately 50 people in the community, 44 were eliminated, leaving only 6 people, Lu Xinru and Yuan Ningling, who did not attack. Among the 6 people, 5 were pregnant women, and 1 was Gu Cheng, who was fighting the Level 2 Doomsday Soldier 12. Looking at the 5 women in front of her, Lu Xinru couldn't bear it. Because the youngest one is only 16 years old. Said, "We have dealt with the people in the base. Now you have 2 choices. The first is to leave with us, and the second is to stay in this base." Listening to Lu Xinru's words, the 5 women looked at each other blankly. Afterwards, they made a move that shocked Lu Xinru and rushed towards Lu Xinru together. Seeing Lu Xinru being threatened, Doomsday Warrior 2 rushed out suddenly. Without waiting for Lu Xinru to speak, 2 stabbed out with both hands, and in the blink of an eye, he pierced the chests of the 5 women and knocked them to the ground. Why are you? Looking at the blood slowly spreading on the ground, Lu Xinru wanted to squat down to treat, but the youngest girl, who was only 16, pinched her wrist, shook her head, and said with difficulty, Let me die. After saying that, she forced a grateful smile, turned her head and died. Seeing the death of the girl in front of her, Lu Xinru wanted to save the other women, but they were all rejected. What they said was exactly the same as the girl. In this way, Lu Xinru trembled and looked at the innocent women in front of her. Why? There is no reason. They know that even if you let them go, it will be difficult for them to survive in this world. Without this so-called human reproduction and survival base, there may be other anti-human bases. Yuan Ningling couldn't help but sighed when she said this. Perhaps this is the best destination for them. Yeah. Lu Xinru nodded expressionlessly. She studied medicine because she wanted to use her medical skills to save everyone who was tortured by illness. But what about now? She found that it was the human heart that was sick. The two looked at each other tacitly and walked out of the door silently. They were going to solve the culprit. Hypnosis. 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 Damn, what the hell is this? Gu Cheng's eyes were filled with blue light. But no matter how he used the skill, the metal man in front of him was completely unaffected by it. The most important thing was that the speed and destructive power of this thing were astonishing. After trembling, he had several a wound. Target, Gu Cheng, mission, kill. 12 muttered to himself expressionlessly, bent his body, turned his arms into long thorns, and leaned forward to stab Gu Cheng in the face. FCK? It's endless, right? When Gu Cheng saw the long thorns coming, he immediately rolled over and dodged again dangerously. After stabilizing his body, he half-crouched on the ground and scanned his surroundings, looking for a way to escape. Damn it, if I continue to fight with this guy, I will definitely die before that. Itch chases me. After muttering to himself, his eyes fell on building number 17 next to the gate of the community. The first floor of building 17 is used as a shop, connected to the outside of the community. He can break through the windows on the first floor and pass through, and the furnishings in the shop can also create some obstacles for this metal monster. Thinking of this, Gu Cheng immediately stood up, his steps slowly swayed, and he rushed towards the outer wall. Upon seeing this, 12 immediately changed his direction and chased after him. Just when Gu Cheng was about to hit the window, a shout sounded from the side. Everything grows. As soon as he finished speaking, the weeds and ivy attached to the outer wall of Building 17 suddenly grew rapidly and turned into several long vines, heading towards Gu Cheng. Some of the vines spread along the wall, covering the first floor. The windows on the second floor were sealed shut. What? Seeing that his escape route was blocked, Gu Cheng was frightened. He turned around hurriedly and found 2 women rushing over. The handsome one among them was raising her right hand. Her right hand exuded a deep fragrance. Green halo. He was stunned for a moment, and then he felt something being wrapped around his feet. Immediately after his feet were in the air, his whole body was lifted up by the green vines that were chasing him, and then went up his ankles, tightly restraining his whole body. Oops! Gu Cheng secretly thought that something was wrong, and quickly used all his strength to break away. But he was horrified to find that he could not break free of the rattan bindings with all his strength. No, I can't die, absolutely can't die. At this moment, Gu Cheng was a little panicked. He kept chanting, and at the same time stared at Yuan Ningling and shouted, Hypnosis! Be careful, don't look into his eyes. Lu Xinru quickly reminded. With Lu Xinru's reminder, Yuan Ningling reacted quickly and turned her head away, so that she was not hit. At the same time, for the sake of caution, the cane went up her neck, directly covering Gu Cheng's eyes. Just turned around. Phew! Thank you for reminding me in time. Otherwise I might have been tricked. Yuan Ningling breathed a sigh of relief and expressed gratitude to Lu Xinru. Lu Xinru shook her head and said, Let's quickly solve this scourge first. The two nodded and strode to the restrained Gu Cheng. And at this time, Gu Cheng couldn't use his greatest strength, and his body was entangled like a rice dumpling. He was so frightened that he shouted wildly, No, you can't kill me. If you kill me, you will definitely regret it. While shouting, due to excessive fear, drops of liquid dripped from the gaps in the rattan. Instantly, a smell filled the air, causing the two women to frown. Regret? Humph. Covering her nose, Lu Xinru snorted coldly, looked at Gu Cheng with great disgust and mocked. You are such a wicked person. If you are not eliminated, Chuda doesn't know how many people will be harmed by you. Even if they die 10,000 times, it's hard to offset the bad things you did. Stop talking nonsense to him and kill him directly. Yuan Ningling's tone was equally cold. If Lu Xinru hadn't arrived in time, she might have been really insulted. Fortunately, when she woke up, she didn't notice anything strange under her body, so she wanted to kill Gu Cheng quickly. Yes. Lu Xinru nodded, flipped her wrist, and a black Tang Dao appeared in her palm. She strode towards Gu Cheng, then slowly raised the Tang Dao and was about to drop it. Feeling the danger approaching, Gu Cheng once again begged for mercy hysterically. No, don't kill me. I know an important piece of information, which may be related to this apocalypse. As long as you leave me alive, I am willing to share this secret with you. As soon as he finished speaking, Tang Dao stopped on his chest. Lu Xinru looked at Yuan Ningling beside her with confusion, and Yuan Ningling's eyes were equally confused, but she nodded and lowered her voice. Let's see what he wants to say first. Yeah. Lu Xinru nodded in agreement. No matter how many evil things this guy has done, when it comes to the end of the world, she needs to ask him clearly no matter what. But before that, she first had to confirm the authenticity of the information. The tip of the knife was pressed against Gu Cheng's chest, and he said coldly, "You still dare to play tricks, you will definitely die today." After saying that, the tip of the knife directly cut open the skin of the opponent's chest, and drops of blood instantly overflowed from the wound. Gu Cheng was so frightened that he screamed, "Everything I said is true. If you kill me, you will be Dezhou, sinner." Haha, you actually used Dezhou to suppress me? Lu Xinru's face showed a sarcastic look, and the tip of the Tang knife in her hand pushed another half centimeter into Gu Cheng's chest. A large amount of blood gushes out from the wound, soaking the ground. Feeling the tearing pain in his chest, Gu Cheng cried out, "Please don't kill me. What I said is true. Aren't you curious about why I set up this human reproduction and survival base?" At this point, Lu Xinru just confirmed that this guy might be telling the truth, but still said sternly, "Tell me everything you know. If you tell a lie, I will kill you immediately." Yes, I'll tell you right away. Gu Cheng responded immediately, but the next second, Lu Xinru's cold voice sounded again. "But before that, I have to teach you a lesson." As soon as the voice fell, a shrill scream came out of Gu Cheng's mouth. A bloody mess mixed with broken vines flew up and fell to the ground. Lu Xinru crushed it with her foot until it was crushed into a pulp. Then she raised her hand to Gu Cheng's bloodstained pants. In order to prevent him from dying from excessive blood loss, she whispered, "Treatment." A faint green light flashed, and the bleeding crotch immediately stopped bleeding, but when new granulations were about to grow, the green light disappeared immediately. For such people, as long as they don't die, it's fine. After doing all this, Lu Xinru said, "You can speak now." Gu Cheng lost his original power and his face was full of pain, but in order to survive, he still said bitterly, "The reason why I built a base for human reproduction and survival is all because of that thing. I found it in a cave in Chudu District 6. It comes from the star Zobin in the extragalactic system. The purpose of coming to Blue Star is to observe the current Blue Star creatures, because they planted seeds at the North Pole of Blue Star 100,000 years ago. More than a month ago, they received information about the germination of seeds. It tells me that it will take a large number of human newborns to analyze, and instead will provide me with a special liquid that can help humans awaken." Besides, as Gu Cheng slowly told the story, Lu Xinru and Yuan Ningling fell directly into shock. In other words, such a thing fundamentally subverted their cognition. It turned out to be aliens who caused Blue Star to become a hell on Earth. This is really ridiculous. Yuan Ningling sighed, then looked at Lu Xinru and said, "What should we do now?" Lu Xinru thought for a while and then said, "This matter is too involved. I don't know if it is true or false at the moment. We need to confirm it as soon as possible." At this point, he pulled Yuan Ningling aside and lowered his voice. "This person is extremely cunning. When we go over to investigate, if we can't control it, some trouble will inevitably happen. I don't know if you have any solution. Of course. Yuan Ningling nodded. After the discussion, Yuan Ningling walked forward directly and waved. Immediately, the rattan hanging Gu Cheng lowered automatically and exposed his abdomen. Yuan Ningling stretched out her index finger and gently pointed it towards his dantian. Immediately, a green seed penetrated from Gu Cheng's abdomen. After doing this, Yuan Ningling said coldly, I have planted a seed in your body. As long as you dare to have second thoughts, this seed will take root and sprout in your belly, and your body will be destroyed. The crystal of awakening is entangled and crushed, so you'd better be honest. I understand. Gu Cheng nodded quickly. No matter what, he has saved his life. Well, I'll let you down now. Yuan Ningling waved with one hand, and the rattan wrapping around Gu Cheng immediately dispersed. Okay, you can lead the way now. Yes. 8 p.m. It was getting dark, and there was still a little bit of red in the west. Chuda District 1. In front of the gate of an elegant community, there is a huge stone 2 meters long and 10 meters high, with 3 large gilt characters carved on it, Jianglan Mansion. A man and a woman stopped and stood in front of Jianglan Mansion. Moment. The woman turned over and climbed in through the door that was more than 3 meters high. When the man saw this, he immediately followed her. Passing through several buildings, you can occasionally see zombie corpses lying at the foot of the building that are either burnt or cut in half. Finally, the two stopped in front of Building 24 and entered through the door of Unit 2, until we arrived at the door of Room 2402. The woman knocked lightly on the door, but she knocked very regularly. After every 3 knocks, she knocked twice in succession, with 3, 2, 2, 3 as a cycle. With a knock on the door, a calm voice came from inside. I am Tiger. I am a leopard. The woman replied, slightly embarrassed. The voice fell. The door opened a crack, and an eye emerged from the crack. He glanced at the 2 people, then looked behind them, and then opened the door just enough to accommodate 1 person, while also revealing the figure of a woman. She has long green shawl hair and is wearing a green sportswear. However, her left arm and right leg are bandaged, and she looks a little sluggish. She is Zai from the Doomsday team. Said, come in. The 2 entered immediately. Then, the door was gently closed again, and at the same time, there were several sounds of the door bolt being locked. After doing this, Zai turned around, looked at the 2 of them and said, Chiue, Miss Lin, how is the situation outside? It's still the same, except for a few zombies. There are basically no people. Chiue shook her head. What about the Chuda base? Zai thought for a moment and asked. Chiue still shook his head and said, except for the ruins and broken limbs, no living person was found. However, the big guy who destroyed the base seemed to be still nearby. The 2 of us found traces of the activity of that thing and did not stay for long. Yes. Ziyi nodded, and then said, I remember that there should be a defense basement in the Chudu base. I guess the commander-in-chief is still alive. Maybe. After all, the explosion directly destroyed nearly 1/6 of Chudu. The so-called nuclear-proof basement is not safe. What's more, there are big guys of the 4th level haunting there. I think the commander-in-chief is, I'm afraid it's very critical. Chi sighed. While the 2 were chatting, Lin Ro, who was standing aside, had already taken out the food she had found from the space ring one by one. Then he took some ingredients from it and walked straight into the kitchen. Not long after, a shout came from the kitchen. July, come here and help light a fire. Okay, Chicho responded and ran in quickly. Half an hour later, the table was covered with steaming cans. Lin Ro took one herself and then asked, leave one for me, and you can do whatever you want with the rest. After saying that, he walked straight to a bedroom door and knocked on the bedroom door. Lin Yi, I'm coming in. Come in. After receiving permission, Lin Ro slowly opened the door. What came into view was a double bed covered with a blue sheet, on which lay a man with bandages all over his body and only one leg left. As Lin Ro walked in, the man turned his head and looked at her, weakly saying, Sister, I heard from Ziyi that you went out again today? Yes, I went out to check the situation. Lin Ro nodded lightly with a blank expression. She was in a bad mood, but she still sat on the edge of Lin Ye's bed, scooped a spoonful of the steaming canned food in her hand with a spoon and handed it to him, saying, Come on, Open your mouth. Sister, I'll do it. Lin Yi wanted to reach out to take it, but Lin Ro rolled her eyes unhappily and said, Drink yours quickly. When you get better, it's impossible for me to feed you. Thank you. Lin Yi smiled apologetically, and then thought of Lin Ro's search today and asked curiously, Sister, what's the situation outside now? Have you found the trace of your leader? Just rest assured and recover. Don't think about anything. It's still the same outside as before. As for Jiang Cheng, he won't die easily. Lin Ro said neither lightly nor seriously, but the worry in her eyes could not be concealed. Indeed, with Mr. Zhang's strength, his vitality must be very strong. Yeah. At the same time, near Longjiang, taking advantage of the night, two men walked side by side, one of them carrying an unconscious woman on his back. The two men searched all the way around until they found a relatively intact community, and then the two men stopped. Brother Luo Fan, how about this place? The bald man next to him grinned, but because of the large area of burns on his head, his face looked a little hideous under the moonlight. Luo Fan shook his head. Thinking about the terrifying breath that appeared in the afternoon, he immediately decided to walk further, so he said, Let's walk further, try to stay away from Longjiang Bridge. That's true. Tell me about the plan for the search. Jiang Cheng sat in front of the coffee table and looked at the time and said, It is now 8:20 p.m. Zhang Ya and I are in a group, and you, Mrs. Zhang, are in a group with Miss Yang Rue. As for the search method, everyone can carve a sign on the more conspicuous buildings in District 1 of Chudu to return to the dawn. If you encounter danger, take your own life as the most important thing. Finally, we will meet at the entrance of the community before 11:30. Does everyone have any questions? Zhang Ya and Mrs. Zhang all nodded and said, We agree. Well, let's set off now without further ado. At the same time, Chudu District 1, Longjiang Avenue. Luo Fan and Wang Zhendong walked carefully along the shops on the side of the street for more than half an hour. Suddenly, a cry interrupted the two people's steps forward. Wait, there seems to be a sound. Luo Fan stopped and leaned against the store next to him, then carefully poked his head to search around. Wang Zhendong also heard the voice and looked around. Because the power system had collapsed, the streets were dark, and only the faint moonlight barely illuminated the streets. After searching for a while, the two finally locked the target in a direction. They saw a child who was less than 1.2 meters tall and whose gender could not be seen, with his back to them, squatting in the corner of the pillar of the road overpass crying, Mom, I want Mom. Mom, where are you? Zixing is so scared. Hearing the voice, Wang Zhendong was about to step forward, but as soon as he took a step, he was immediately pulled by Luo Fan. What are you doing? Wang Zhendong said, Go and have a look. Don't you think it's weird that a little boy suddenly appeared in such an environment? Luo Fan said speechlessly. Wang Zhendong grinned and said, It's interesting because it's weird. As he said that, he stared straight at the direction of the overpass pillar, his eyes burning, and said, To be honest, I have never suffered such a big loss in Huangshan Base. I was stabbed in the buttocks and was unconscious for 3 days and 3 nights. It was a great shame. Since I met him today, it's just right to vent my anger. Then be careful and try to resolve the battle as quickly as possible. Luo Fan thought for a while and said, As a second-level awakener, he could understand Wang Zhendong's frustration. Don't worry, Wang Zhendong replied, and walked towards the overpass with big strides, and Luo Fan followed closely behind for safety reasons. The two walked to the front of the bridge, less than 10 meters away from the child under the bridge pier. Wang Zhendong said with a loud voice, Little brother, what happened? Do you need uncle's help? As soon as he said this, the child under the bridge pier cried even more heartbreakingly. My mother is missing. I want to find her. Looking for your mother. Uncle probably thinks your mother has been eaten by zombies a long time ago. Uncle advises you not to look for her. Wang Zhendong said with a smile. You are talking nonsense. My mother is not dead. She is still here. The child's body trembled a little. Not dead? Then tell me where your mother is. Wang Zhendong said with a smile. My mother, she. The child's voice was a little distorted. Wang Zhendong turned his head and glanced at Luo Fan behind him, motioning to step back. Luo Fan nodded. Sure enough, the next moment, the child suddenly turned his head, revealing a pair of empty eye sockets without eyeballs and gray skin, staring straight at Wang Zhendong. His mouth suddenly opened wide until the corners of his mouth were torn, and at the same time a woman's head suddenly stretched out of his mouth, shouting sharply, "Am I not here?" After that, another pair of gray and white hands like a skeleton stretched out of the child's mouth, followed by the body, and then the legs. At first glance, it was more than 4 meters tall, with slender limbs, like a spider, a gray face, and the whites of his eyes were as black as ink. The corners of his big mouth were cracked to the roots behind his ears. He opened his mouth and smiled sinisterly. "Human, are you looking for me?" As he said, he kicked the child's body under his feet to the side. "Be careful. I feel that this mutant is not simple." Luo Fan looked at the mutant in front of him and reminded in a low voice. "Yeah." Wang Zhendong also realized that something was wrong. He grinned at the zombie and said, "You are so ugly. Who the hell would want to find you?" After saying that, his face became serious, his legs bent, and he flew out like a cannonball. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of the mutant and raised his fist to the other's face. Bang! He was very powerful. With just one punch, he knocked the skinny female zombie out. Boom! With a loud bang, the female zombie directly hit the bridge pier and cracked it. Looking at the female zombie embedded in the wall, Wang Zhendong spread his hands and sighed. "I thought you were very powerful. You really disappoint me." As he said that, he raised his fist again and hit the female zombie's head directly. With a puff, the female zombie's head was like a watermelon and exploded directly. Seeing the zombie in front of him no longer moving, Wang Zhendong shook his head in boredom, turned around, and waved to Luo Fan, saying, "Let's go." Watching Wang Zhendong waving, Luo Fan always felt that this was a bit too easy. He clearly felt a strong aura from this zombie. Could he be wrong? He couldn't help but look up. The zombie whose head was smashed suddenly moved again, and from its broken neck, filaments of flesh began to surge like insects, gathering at a speed visible to the naked eye. In less than a second, a head grew out again. Ouch! The female zombie opened her mouth full of fangs, stretched her neck rapidly, and bit towards Wang Zhendong's back. Seeing this scene, Luo Fan's pupils shrank suddenly, and he quickly reminded, "Be careful." Hearing Luo Fan's anxious shout, Wang Zhendong also felt the strong wind from his back, turned around, slapped the opponent's head with his palm, and shouted, "Bounce back." After saying that, his palm fell directly on the opponent's face. The head that was less than half a meter away from him was directly slapped and half of the head was blown off. The sneak attack was broken, and the head with only the chin left quickly retracted to the neck. Then in less than half a second, half of the head squirmed again, and in the blink of an eye, the half of the head that was cracked by Wang Zhendong was immediately restored. "Hee hee. Human, you found me." The female zombie grinned sinisterly, then pulled her arm out directly from the pier, then her legs, and finally her upper body. Shaking off the dust on her body, she bent her legs and jumped high. Her 2 slender arms turned into 2 sharp spears in the air and stabbed towards Wang Zhendong fiercely. Isn't the head a weak point? Looking at the mutant female zombie's head that recovered quickly, Wang Zhendong frowned slightly, and feeling the strong wind from above, he stepped on one foot and jumped back. Boom! With a loud bang, the ground where he was standing was smashed into a crack with a diameter of 2 meters. "Since the head is not a weakness, I will smash your whole body." Thinking about the key, Wang Zhendong's eyes flashed. His right hand clenched into a fist, lowered his body, and swooped down. "Take my punch." The female zombie's sound like a saw cutting wood rang again. Looking at the punch Wang Zhendong threw, and her right hand, which had turned into a spear, also stabbed out. Just as the spear was about to stab the opponent's fist, Wang Zhendong changed his fist into a palm again and slapped it. The next moment, the spear stabbed on the palm, and Wang Zhendong's ability was activated immediately. An invisible rebound force bounced back the force that stabbed Wang Zhendong's palm with twice the force. Poof! It may be because of the excessive force, or it may be that the strength of the spear itself is not high. The moment of rebound, the spear was broken immediately. Blue-green sticky blood gushed out, and the right arm of the female mutant zombie was immediately shaken into a pool of minced meat. After destroying the right arm of the mutant, Wang Zhendong immediately raised his fist and hit the female zombie's head directly. Bang! With one punch, The mutant's head was immediately smashed into pieces. Then, he retracted his fist and punched again. In just 10 seconds, Wang Zhendong threw hundreds of punches at the mutant. Bang, bang. A series of explosions sounded on the mutant, and a cloud of blue blood mist exploded around the body. In the blink of an eye, the 4-meter-tall female mutant zombie immediately turned into a pool of minced meat. Looking at it, Wang Zhendong clapped his hands, breathed a sigh of relief, and said, "Let's see how you can recover now." After that, he turned and walked towards Luo Fan. But the next moment, the piled-up pieces of meat seemed to have life, slowly gathering together again, and soon condensed into the shape of a female zombie. Ayo! With a roar, countless tentacles flew out of his body and flew towards Wang Zhendong's back. Feeling the strong wind on his back, Wang Zhendong stopped, glanced at the corner of his eye, frowned slightly, and looked a little impatient. But he still turned around and clapped his hands again. Bounce! Bang, bang, bang. The moment the tentacles touched his palms, a cloud of blue blood mist immediately exploded in the air, and the remaining half of the tentacles quickly retracted. What's going on? I obviously slapped it into pieces of meat. Why can it recover? Wang Zhendong looked at the mutant female zombie in front of him, feeling strange, and he also felt a sense of inexplicable crisis. Thinking of this, Wang Zhendong turned his head and said, "This thing is a bit weird. Brother, do you see anything?" Luo Fan shook his head. To be honest, he watched the whole process carefully, but he couldn't figure out why he could recover after being beaten into pieces. So he said, "Well, I will control him with my supernatural power first, and then you attack and see if you can kill him." Okay. Wang Zhendong nodded. The two discussed. Luo Fan carried Lu Xun on his back and walked forward, and then whispered to the mutant under the overpass. Telekinesis. As soon as he finished speaking, an invisible ripple emanated from his body. The mutant female zombie, who was originally stretched out, suddenly tightened her arms and stuck to her waist, and her slender legs suddenly closed, and her whole body slowly rose into the air. "Now, understood," Wang Zhendong shouted, took a step and rose up again, punching the female zombie all over her body at a high speed, and he did not hold back with every punch. You know, he is an awakened person on the 2nd level, and the power of an ordinary full-strength punch is as much as 80,000 pounds. Even a piece of granite, it is enough to smash it into powder. The hit on the mutant female zombie made a series of muffled sounds. 1 second later, Luo Fan retracted his telekinesis. Bang, bang, bang. Groups of blue blood mist exploded in the air again. But before the two could relax, the pieces of meat that fell on the ground actually wriggled and stuck together. In less than 3 seconds, they condensed into the appearance of a mutant female zombie again. Not only that, the originally slender body had undergone extremely obvious changes. The limbs that were as thick as bamboo poles before have now become as thick as the white sewer pipes on the wall of the residential building, and the body that was only as thick as a bucket before has also grown as thick as a water tank. Overall, it looks more than 1 circle bigger. What kind of monster is this? Wang Zhendong's eyebrows were almost twisted into a Sichuan character. This is really too weird. It was beaten into meat paste twice, but it was completely restored, and from the breath it exudes, it seems to be even stronger. On the other hand, the mutant female zombie that had just recovered opened her big mouth that was cracked to the roots of her ears again, and laughed as sinisterly as before. Listening to the sound like sawing wood, Luo Fan frowned slightly. He didn't want to stay in this place for long. After all, it was less than 3 kilometers away from Longjiang Bridge. Who knows if the terrifying monster over there will catch up? And it can recover after being broken into pieces twice. There must be something strange. Thinking about it, he simply turned his head to Wang Zhendong beside him and said, "You carry this woman on your back. I will try to deal with this zombie." Listening to Luo Fan's words, Wang Zhendong said unconvinced, "Wait a minute. Let me try again." After speaking, he rushed up again. "Take my punch." Death stab. As the mutated female zombie spoke, she slowly raised her right hand. Then, her right arm squirmed and slowly condensed into a conical spear. The spear pierced with a sound that broke through the air and rushed straight towards Wang Zhendong. Soon, 1 spear and 1 palm met in the air again. But the next second, Wang Zhendong's expression changed, and he felt a huge force coming from the palm of his hand and along his arm, sending him flying backwards. After flying more than 10 meters, he landed on the ground and took 7 or 8 steps back before he stabilized his body. However, at this moment, his heart was as shocked as the sea. Because before, this mutant was destroyed by his punch, but now, the opponent's power has undergone earth-shaking changes. Could it be that every time it is killed, the power of the mutant will increase exponentially? On the other hand, the mutant only took 5 or 6 steps back before he stabilized his body, looked at Wang Zhendong with greedy eyes, and continued to laugh sinisterly on his face. Jia jia jia. Humans, come again. After saying that, a long and slender tongue full of mucus came out of the mouth and licked the corners of the mouth, as if it had seen some delicious food. FCK? That's so disgusting. When Wang Zhendong saw this monster that he couldn't kill, he felt even more annoyed. His calf muscles bulged, and he wanted to rush forward. But as soon as he took a step, he was stopped by Luo Fan. Wait, this thing is deliberately irritating you. Don't let your anger get the best of you. Luo Fan reminded. I can't control that much anymore. Let's kill it first. Wang Zhendong turned to look at the giant spider-like female zombie in front of him. His eyes were slightly cold, and his knuckles crackled as he stared at the female zombie, and said, I have to say, you really pissed me off. After finishing his words, he stepped with his left foot. Bang! A stream of air exploded around him. Boom! The asphalt pavement under Wang Zhendong's feet spread like a spider web. His hands unclenched into palms, and with a hiss, he shot out and shouted, Go to hell! Jia jia jia. The mutated female zombie grinned, revealing her sallow teeth that looked like an inverted triangle. She stared at the charging Wang Zhendong. Her chest squirmed. 5 or 6 tentacles slowly protruded from her chest, like worms. She aimed at the oncoming Wang Zhendong and fired. Out. Well done. Wang Zhendong looked at the tentacle coming through the air and smacked it hard with his right palm. The palms and tentacles meet in the air. Bang! A blast of air immediately exploded in the air. Because of the power of the explosion, the front end of the tentacle that shot at Wang Zhendong exploded directly and turned into a blue blood mist. Wang Zhendong also felt numbness in the palm of his right hand. After landing, he suddenly stepped back a few steps until his left hand. He ground his heels to stabilize his body, then bent down and jumped again, and slapped his palms towards the remaining tentacles that were shooting towards him. Bang bang bang. Several streaks of blue blood mist exploded in the air. Wang Zhendong also shrugged his shoulders, his chest heaved violently. He kept breathing heavily, and his hands were trembling behind his back. It wasn't that he was afraid. It was because after the fierce fight just now, his arms were sore and would tremble if he exerted force. Breathe in, exhale. After taking a deep breath, Wang Zhendong finally calmed his racing heart and looked up at the mutated female zombie in front of him. His face was full of fear. I saw that the tentacles that had exploded slowly sprouted and recovered again, and the mutated female zombie's face was already full of smiles. Seeing this scene, Wang Zhendong had an idea in his mind. I am no match for this zombie. But looking at Luo Fan, who was carrying Lu Ziyun behind him, Wang Zhendong suddenly made a decision. He took a deep breath, turned his head, and said with a grin, Brother, you go ahead with Captain Lu on your back. Leave this place to me. You. Luo Fan looked at Wang Zhendong in disbelief, as if he had guessed what the other person was thinking and couldn't help but say, Let's go together. Wang Zhendong shook his head and said, With Captain Lu on your back, your speed will inevitably slow down, and this zombie's speed is at least level 2. We can't run away together. We can work together, and we will definitely take down this guy. Luo Fan said with seriousness on his resolute face. Wang Zhendong refused. Brother, listen to me. You should leave first. If you don't leave, the noise of the fighting here may attract the monster on the Longjiang Bridge. By then, we will not be able to leave. Can, go quickly, Wang Zhendong shouted. After a few seconds of silence, Luo Fan also understood Wang Zhendong's good intentions and said with some respect in his eyes, Hold on, I will come back to support you after I settle this woman. Let's go. Wang Zhendong spoke in a deep voice, and he could already feel several more strong winds coming from behind him. The subconscious side of the body. Swish. Several tentacles brushed against his waist and rubbed on the ground, directly inserting half a meter into the hard asphalt pavement. At the same time, the mutated female zombie's voice, like sawing wood, came faintly. "None of you can leave. You all stay here." Then with a fierce pull, the tentacle quickly pulled out, turned around in the air, and then stabbed straight at Wang Zhendong. Really? It's still undecided who will win and who will lose. Wang Zhendong's ferocious face was full of coldness. He clasped his hands together and shouted, "Superpower! Rebound air bullets!" The moment the sound came out, the palms were slightly separated. Between the palms facing each other, a ball of transparent energy was constantly bouncing between the palms. Every time it bounced from one palm to the other, the ball of energy would change. Got to be even more violent. After dozens of consecutive rebounds, the energy had reached the limit that Wang Zhendong could control. At a glance, in the middle of Wang Zhendong's palms, there was a ball of 3 meters in diameter surrounded by a faint white light, with a slightly black center. The spheres condense into shape. Looking at this ball of energy, the mutated female zombie showed a rare, dignified expression because she felt a violent, destructive energy from it and immediately stopped playing around. The 6 roots were shot together, and they condensed into something like cement stones on a construction site, as thick as a tube, and then squeezed with a tentacle. Bang! A circle of air explosions spread around. The super-large tentacles formed by 6 tentacles rushed towards Wang Zhendong quickly. Wang Zhendong, on the other hand, looked at the huge shot flying towards him, turned his hands with a mocking expression, pushed towards the giant energy, and shouted, "Rebound!" Bang! Seeing that Wang Zhendong was already dragging the opponent, Luo Fan seized the opportunity, tightened his calf muscles, turned into a phantom and left the battlefield, running away towards the road. But it just ran out for less than 5 seconds. Boom! There was a loud noise like a missile landing from behind. The ground shook violently, and an invisible shock wave spread around, and the sounds of buildings collapsing could be heard one after another. Luo Fan's body trembled slightly, and his eyes immediately turned red, but he didn't bother to look back. He sped up his feet and sprinted forward with all his strength. At the same time, boom! The huge explosion shocked Jiang Cheng, who was searching on the road, and he hurriedly turned his head to look in the direction of the sound, but he only saw tall buildings. So Jiang Cheng simply stepped forward and said softly, "The wind is blowing. Call." A whirlwind rose from under his feet, dragging Jiang Cheng's whole body, suspending him, and in the blink of an eye, he flew to a height of 500 or 600 meters. Hovering in the air, Jiang Cheng looked in the direction of the explosion again. On the ground, a faint white light flickered, and with the white light as the center, the surrounding buildings were collapsed in a divergent manner. Seeing this, Jiang Cheng glanced around the white light again. When he saw a man carrying a woman on his back on the road, his pupils shrank slightly, and then a burst of surprise broke out on his face. It was his member of the Dawn, Luo Fan. He immediately stopped hesitating, turned around, and shot towards Luo Fan's direction. Whoosh! In less than 4 seconds, he stood directly in front of Luo Fan. The other party looked at the figure falling from the sky and hurriedly stopped his steps, looking forward vigilantly, until Jiang Cheng turned around. Luo Fan didn't know why. His nose was sore. But he still suppressed his grief, took a deep breath, and said, "Chief. Hey, Lao Luo, I thought you would be very excited to see me, but this is it?" Jiang Cheng rarely made a joke. Luo Fan shook his head and said, "No. I feel relieved to see that the leader is still alive." At this point, Luo Fan's face became serious. If it was the leader, the monster would be no problem. He hurriedly said, "Chief, can you? Is it because of the explosion just now?" Before Luo Fan finished speaking, Jiang Cheng asked with a serious expression, "That monster is very powerful. Wang Zhendong is fighting with that monster to let me leave, so Chief, can you?" Luo Fan nodded, but it was a bit difficult to say at the end. After all, the person he saved was not a member of the Dawn base. Jiang Cheng smiled and said, "I agree. Chief, you." Luo Fan was moved. "The person who saved my Shuguang is my Shuguang's benefactor. How can I ignore my benefactor when he is in trouble?" Jiang Cheng smiled, took a step, and directly lifted Luo Fan by the back of his collar and lifted him up into the air. Let's go over there without delay. Okay. Wow. A mouthful of blood vomited out of Wang Jindong's mouth, and a large blood flower flowed on the ground. Among the blood flowers, there were also several unknown fragments. Covering his chest, Wang Jindong sat on the ground, looking at the squirming and condensing flesh mass in front of him with a miserable face, and despair was inevitable in his heart. He looked around again. With him as the center, the 300-meter radius was turned into a ruin, and the place where he sat directly sank more than 3 meters. Under such a powerful explosion, the monster was still not blown to death, which made him, who had always been confident, depressed. Haha, is this fate? Wang Jindong smiled bitterly. At the same time, the gray-white meat mass had condensed into a mutant female zombie, but her limbs were thicker than before, from the white plastic sewer pipe to the size of an elephant's leg, and her body grew from the thickness of a water tank to half the size of a plastic swimming suit for children. She looked at Wang Jindong sarcastically. Her mouth opened and closed, and she laughed like sawdust. Human, you are very powerful. As long as I devour you, I believe your energy can make me evolve again. Listening to the words of the mutant female zombie opposite, Wang Jindong spat a mouthful of blood phlegm to the side, looked at the other party with a mocking grin, and said, "Want to devour me? Even if you die, don't think of swallowing a single hair of me." After the words fell, Wang Jindong's eyes became determined. He looked at the direction where Luo Fan had left before, half-closed his eyes, and laughed to himself. Luo Fan brother should have gone far now. After saying that, he looked at the mutant female zombie again. One hand slowly moved to his lower abdomen, looked at the mutant female zombie with cold eyes, and said, "Come here if you have the ability." Haha, overestimating yourself. Seeing that the human in front of her was still stubborn, the mutant female zombie's smile gradually disappeared, and she walked towards Wang Jindong step by step, until she came to the front. She slowly opened her mouth. A sticky blue tongue slowly licked Wang Jindong's bald head, and at the same time, the big mouth covered Wang Jindong's head and slowly moved down. Just when Wang Jindong's whole head was about to be swallowed, Wang Jindong's lower abdomen suddenly emitted a dazzling red light, and his body continued to heat up, causing the mutant female zombie who swallowed his whole head to be stunned and spit out his head in fear and was about to escape. But before the mutant female zombie retreated, a hand suddenly stretched out and pinched his arm tightly. At the same time, Wang Jindong laughed bitterly and said, "Why are you running? Didn't I say that? You can't eat even a hair of yours." After he finished speaking, his body glowed brightly. The mutant female zombie also screamed in fear. Just when the situation was critical, suddenly, thunderbolt, freeze. A silver blade flew past, and the mutant female zombie instantly turned into countless pieces, and Wang Jindong next to him was frozen into an ice cube. Movement was restricted. The self-explosion stopped instantly, and Wang Jindong returned to normal, but because he was frozen by the ice, his eyes were wide open, as if he was eating people. But the next moment, a figure stood in front of him and waved his hand at him. The freezing was immediately lifted. At the same time, Wang Jindong fell to the ground and shouted, "Who are you?" "Who am I?" The man seemed to have heard something funny. He turned his head and smiled at Wang Jindong. "Captain Wang has such a bad memory. Don't you even recognize me? Advisor Jiang?" Looking at the handsome face in front of him, Wang Jindong was full of disbelief, but soon, another voice came with a gasp. "Old Wang, are you okay?" "Old Wang." Hearing this voice, Wang Jindong was happy at first, but soon he cursed with a dark face. "You are Old Wang. Your whole family is Old Wang." While cursing, he looked in the direction of the voice. When he saw Luo Fan carrying Lu Ziyun and rushing towards him, his face was touched. "I was originally going to retreat, but I was lucky to meet the leader." Luo Fan walked over and said expressionlessly, but he was also a little fortunate in his heart that he came in time. "Okay, let's talk about the past later. This guy seems to be recovering." As the two were talking, Jiang Cheng suddenly grabbed Wang Jindong by the back of the neck and retreated several hundred meters, reminding him. Luo Fan also retreated quickly. When they retreated to a safe distance, the two followed Jiang Cheng's gaze and saw that the mutant female zombie that was chopped into countless pieces on the ground had glued together again. Seeing this, Wang Jindong's joy disappeared instantly, and he warned in a deep voice, "Be careful. This monster has a very strong recovery ability. Even if it turns into minced meat, it can be completely restored. I tried to kill it several times, but couldn't. And every time this guy dies, he will be strengthened, each time stronger than the last time." "Really?" Jiang Cheng listened, staring at the half-condensed humanoid with interest. His eyes flashed, and he said secretly, "Data I. Open. Name, Puppet Corpse. Race, Zombie. Level, Upper Level 2. Wisdom, 2.0. Strength, 1000. Agility, 55. Skills, Immortal Puppet, Stand Conversion. Comprehensive Combat Power, 1057. Puppet Corpse." Looking at its name, as well as the attribute column and skill column, Jiang Cheng understood. No wonder the two couldn't kill each other. It should be because of the zombie's skill of Immortal Puppet. As for the replacement conversion, he was not very clear. But one thing can be confirmed. Since it is a puppet corpse, there must be a main body controlling it. In other words, as long as the main body of the other party is found, it can be killed. However, Wang Jindong said that it can't be killed. It should be the strong recovery power brought by its cell regeneration. As long as its cells are carbonized from the physical level, it can be killed. Thinking of this, Jiang Cheng smiled and said, "Really? I want to see if it really can't be killed." After saying that, without waiting for Wang Jindong and Luo Fan to persuade him, he held the handle of the third-level Tang sword with one hand. His eyes flashed, and he secretly said, "Thunderbolt Flash." Swoosh! The body turned into a silver lightning and flew out with a faint arc around it. Swish, swish, swish. In 1 second, Jiang Cheng's Tang sword made at least thousands of cuts. Under its rapid cutting, the puppet corpse that had just condensed into shape was instantly chopped into little finger-sized meat particles, scattered on the ground. Next, the Tang sword disappeared out of thin air and was put into the space ring. Jiang Cheng took a step. His body flew into the air, and with a grasp of his hand, a ball of hot red flames slowly rose in the palm of his hand. Even though he was more than 100 meters away from Jiang Cheng, Wang Jindong felt the warmth coming towards him. It can be seen how high the temperature of this ball of fire is. Jiang Cheng manipulated the fireball and gently flicked it towards the pile of meat. The fireball fell rapidly. Bang! The red fireball the size of a basketball exploded immediately, turning into a flame tornado with a diameter of 3 meters. As the flames burned, the meat on the ground seemed to have consciousness and wanted to escape, but Jiang Cheng was quick-eyed and quick-handed. He pointed his finger and shouted softly, "Fire tornado! Burn it for me!" Bang! The range of the flame tornado expanded again, turning into a flame tornado with a diameter of 10 meters and a length of 20 meters. Wang Jindong, who was 100 meters away, felt a slight burn on his face. Wang Jindong swallowed hard. "Brother, is your leader always so fierce?" "He likes it this way." Luo Fan thought for a while and said lightly, "Let's see how you recover." Jiang Cheng watched the pieces of meat on the ground begin to burn, and the corners of his eyes narrowed slightly. Almost 10 minutes later, the flames dispersed. A pile of completely carbonized black objects were scattered on the ground. Due to the burning of the fire, even the asphalt pavement melted, giving off an unpleasant smell. "Finally, we killed this monster." Wang Jindong breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this. The mutated zombies that were constantly resurrected and strengthened really left a big shadow on him. If Jiang Cheng hadn't arrived in time, he might have exploded directly. Finally solved. Luo Fan also breathed a sigh of relief, and the stone in his heart finally fell. Jiang Cheng looked straight at the charred puppet corpse, but also looked around. In his opinion, although the puppet corpse was burned to death by him, the main body controlling the puppet corpse must still be hidden somewhere. He must find it as soon as possible, otherwise if the puppet corpse dies, the next one will appear. Just a puppet corpse. As he scanned, suddenly, he glanced at the drain under the bridge pier and next to the iron fence on the roadside. A short zombie was slowly crawling towards the sidewalk on the roadside. The movements were very small. If it were an ordinary person, it would most likely not notice it. But Jiang Cheng's eyes narrowed, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. "You want to run away, right? Create." He grasped it with his palm, and a javelin more than 3 meters long appeared in the palm of his hand. He held the middle of the javelin, aimed at the short zombie on the roadside, and threw it hard. Call out. The spear pierced the air, whizzing towards the short zombie. Feeling the threat coming, the short zombie crawling slowly on the ground finally couldn't help it anymore and immediately let out a piercing scream. Ah! A rollover. Bang! The javelin rubbed the crotch of the short zombie and penetrated into the asphalt road. Looking at the javelin inserted half a meter into the road between its legs, a look of horror appeared on the short face. At the same time, a surge of anger surged up in its heart. It raised its head and used its empty pair he looked angrily at Jiang Cheng, who was throwing the javelin, and cursed in a childlike voice. Human, do you want to kill me? As soon as the sound rang out, Wang Zhendong and Luo Fan, who were celebrating nearby, immediately looked over. When they saw the face of the short zombie, they immediately recognized it. Isn't this the child zombie that the mutated female zombie crawled out of its mouth just now? It's still alive? Luo Fan and Wang Zhendong both looked surprised. They thought that the moment the mutated female zombie crawled out, the zombie would have been torn apart and died. Haha, it won't die easily. It is the main body of the mutated female zombie, just now. Jiang Cheng's voice sounded from the side. Wang Zhendong and Luo Fan cast surprised looks at Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng explained with a smile. Aren't you curious why this female zombie? No, it should be called a puppet zombie? Why can't it be killed? Or, after killing it, it was not found to have zombie crystals at all? That's right. I've killed that puppet corpse 3 times and still haven't seen any zombie crystals. Wang Zhendong reacted. Luo Fan also had some realization. Jiang Cheng nodded and said, Isn't that right? The most important thing for a zombie is the zombie crystal, because the crystal can provide them with life energy and allow them to move. Without the zombie crystal, the zombies will die. There is no such thing in this world. There may be zombies without zombie crystals. So that's how it is. Why do you think I can't kill that damn thing no matter what? Wang Zhendong touched his ferocious bald head and said angrily. Okay, now it's time to get rid of that scourge. Jiang Cheng said. His eyes immediately turned to the short zombie, his eyes flashing brightly. Bite. Name, FCK the puppet corpse. Race, zombie. Level, lower than 2nd level. Wisdom, 2.5. Strength, 350. Agility, 20. Skills, Immortal Puppet, Stand Transformation, 2nd Stage Transformation. Comprehensive Combat Power, 372.5. After scanning the opponent's data, Jiang Cheng flipped his wrist, and a silver tang knife appeared in his hand. Slowly raising the knife, the inner energy was continuously injected from the wrist towards the tang dao. On the other hand, the puppet corpse was so frightened when he saw Jiang Cheng's rising momentum that he hurriedly got up from the ground and cursed. Damn human being, if it weren't for you, that big bald head would have been eaten by my mother long ago. It's all your fault. His eyes gradually glowed red, and his thin body swelled like an inflated ball. In just a few breaths, he transformed from a 1.2-meter dwarf into a giant muscular zombie over 3 meters tall. He opened his mouth and shouted at Jiang Cheng. Human, I'm going to eat you. Kick with your left foot. Bang. The ground sank due to being stepped on. The corpse turned into a gust of wind and rushed toward Jiang Cheng. You don't overestimate your capabilities. Jiang Cheng glanced disdainfully at the puppet corpse rushing towards him, the silver blade in his hand glowing with a faint white light. A flash of thunder. Swish! The figure immediately turned into lightning and passed through the neck of the corpse with lightning speed. Puff! A round head rose into the sky. Without its head, the huge body of the puppet corpse collapsed to the ground. Seeing the opponent's head beheaded, Jiang Cheng immediately walked in front of his head and struck again with Tang Dao. Sure enough, a crystal glowing with green light was revealed. The wind is blowing. Jiang Cheng waved his hand, and the green crystal was immediately wrapped by the wind, and the filth on it was completely removed. The crystal floated in the palm of his hand, and Jiang Cheng turned his wrist and put it into the space ring. The crystal was gone. The body of the puppet corpse shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye, and soon it became a short body of 1.2 meters and skinny like ribs. Looking at the corpse, for the sake of safety, Jiang Cheng turned his palm, and a ball of fire flew out immediately. Bang! The body of the puppet corpse instantly burned under the flames and soon turned into a pool of ashes. After handling it, Jiang Cheng waved to Wang Zhendong and Luo Fan, who were not far away. The two came over immediately. Luo Fan was the first to speak. "Leader, where are we going next?" Wang Zhendong also cast a questioning look. Jiang Cheng thought for a while and said, "Come with me first." At the same time, on the streets of Chudu, 3 figures were running fast, and one of them was carrying a man on his metallic shoulders. Every time they passed an intersection, the man would speak. "Chudu District 6 borders Chudu District 1, and the cave is at the junction of Chudu District 6 and Chudu District 1. Yes, just go through this road." After running for about half an hour, finally stopped at the entrance of an unmanned scenic spot in the suburbs. This is it. Because he was carried all the way and kept running at high speed, Gu Cheng's face was a little pale. Suddenly, Gu Cheng hurriedly said, "Hurry, let me down, I want to vomit." Seeing this, at the signal of Lu Xinru, Doomsday Warrior 12 put him down. As soon as he landed, Gu Cheng fell to his knees with a plop, and the acid in his stomach kept vomiting out. The 2 women glanced at Gu Cheng lightly, and then looked at the entrance of the scenic spot, only to see 3 big characters painted in red on the wooden sign above, Huanglong Cave. Looking inside from the iron gate of the scenic area, you can get a rough idea. It is a small mountain surrounded by iron fences. At first glance, it seems to be only about 100 meters high. Apart from the lush forest, it doesn't look like it can hide aliens. The 2 girls looked at each other, and both saw doubt in each other's eyes. Is this really the place? Okay, stop vomiting, lead the way. Yuan Ningling kicked Gu Cheng impatiently, knocking him to the ground. Gu Cheng got up quickly and smiled bitterly. "I know, follow me." As he said, he was about to go in, but as soon as he took a step, his teeth gritted in pain, and he hurriedly held up his pants with both hands and spread his legs, like Donald Duck, shaking left and right, and then he barely endured it. Seeing this, Lu Xinru and Yuan Ningling hurriedly followed, and the second-level Doomsday Robot 12 followed behind the 3. The 3 of them passed through the iron gate of the Huanglong Cave scenic area, walked up the mountain along the stone steps, and when they reached the mountainside, they passed through a wooden corridor and circled several times in a row, and then they arrived at an empty space that had long been empty. Next to the empty space was a public toilet that had been in disrepair for a long time. Gu Cheng entered from the public toilet and walked to the 3rd door of the men's toilet from the outside to the inside. He stopped and pointed inside and said, "It's here. Didn't you say it was a cave?" Lu Xinru couldn't help frowning. Gu Cheng said helplessly, "It's here." After that, he opened the door of the squat toilet, and then, under the surprised eyes of Lu Xinru and Yuan Ningling, he disappeared directly into the wall. "This." The 2 women looked at each other, and Yuan Ningling immediately said, "Hurry up and chase him. Don't let him run away." "Yeah." Lu Xinru nodded and followed immediately. She curiously stretched out her hand towards the wall, and when she touched the wall, a magical scene happened. Her whole hand crystal stone went directly into the wall. She tried to move left and right, up and down, and found that her hands could move freely. Now, she realized that the so-called wall was probably just a technological trick, so she simply leaned in. There was no obstacle, and the whole person went through the wall directly. As her vision blurred, when she regained clarity, she appeared in a cave. Looking around, the cave was very large, with a ground area as large as 4 basketball courts, but there was only a small path in the middle connected by stones less than 1 meter wide, and there were pools on both sides. The cave was more than 30 meters high, with large and small stalactites on the top of the cave, and colorful unknown mineral salts around the walls. What's more magical is that although it is night, the cave is not dark at all, and there is a faint light around the range that illuminates the surroundings. While Lu Xinru was staring blankly, Yuan Ningling and the second-level Doomsday Warrior 12 also passed through the wall. Similarly, Yuan Ningling couldn't help but exclaimed at the scenery in the cave. "I didn't expect that this small bathroom would hide such a mystery, which makes people suddenly enlightened." "Yes." Lu Xinru nodded, then glanced at the back far ahead and reminded, "Okay, let's hurry up and follow him. Don't let him go far." "That's right, it's best not to lose sight." Yuan Ningling agreed. The two of them walked forward along the stone path in front of them. After walking around for more than 100 meters, they finally arrived at a spacious stone chamber about the size of a basketball court. In the center of the stone chamber, a huge oval culture tank appeared in everyone's sight. The transparent culture tank was blue and contained a blue sphere the size of a yoga ball, and there were dozens of unknown tubes connecting it. In front of the culture tank was a metal spaceship. Jiang Cheng, who was walking in the front, looked at the culture tank. His originally cautious face was immediately filled with piety. He didn't care about the tearing pain under his body. He lowered his head, clasped his hands together, and said respectfully, "Respected sir, I'm here to see you." As the voice fell, a synthetic sound sounded immediately. "Gu, why are you here?" "I. Remember that today is not the day for us to trade gene samples. And these two female gene samples are no longer the most primitive and pure human genes and have no reference value. Also, I scanned your body and found that you have reproductive defects. Is this some kind of cultural ritual of your human beings? My ancient database has recorded that you humans have similar rituals from ancient times to the present, such as female circumcision in Africa, ancient Jewish circumcision, and..." Without waiting for the other party to finish, Jiang Cheng's face flashed with gloom, and he said piously again, "That's right, sir. Let's not discuss such issues for the time being. I am here now because I have several companions who want to see you, and by the way, I have some doubts to ask you." "Your companions?" The synthesized voice was obviously stunned, and then the voice was full of arrogance. "Gu, for your sake, let your companions come to answer." Listening to the synthesized voice, Lu Xinru and Yuan Ningling looked at each other. Lu Xinru stepped forward and said, "I want to ask, how did the zombie virus appear now?" "Female, your question involves the top secrets of Zorbin in the Andromeda, a star system. I can only answer you part of it." The synthesized voice said, and then slowly said, "The Z virus was placed by Lord Zelda of our tribe 100,000 years ago, so that the intelligent life forms on Blue Star in the future can complete the genetic evolution with the help of Z and reach a higher level of life." "Higher life forms? Huh?" Lu Xinru sneered and said sarcastically, "Now zombies are rampant everywhere on the earth. How many families are broken? How many countries are falling apart? How many people have become zombies and eaten everywhere? Such a beast-like life form without thinking and morality. Is it the higher-level life form you are talking about?" "Of course," the synthesized voice responded, and then said, "And tens of thousands of years ago, Z also helped many humans on the blue planet evolve into high-level life forms, and these high-level life forms are called gods in your classics. Are you saying that our ancient gods, such as Manhwa, are high-level life forms that evolved after being infected with the zombie virus?" Lu Xinru said in disbelief. Yuan Ningling also showed a look of horror. The synthesized voice said, "Of course. According to the data, Manhwa, Fuxi, and the Jade Emperor of the ancient Chinese civilization, or the god Jehovah of the Western continent, Satan, the Lord of Hell, or Allah, or Shiva, etc." After these words fell, Lu Xinru undoubtedly saw the existence of subverting the worldview. Yuan Ningling also felt an unparalleled shock. These gods that have existed in ancient mythology since ancient times actually appeared, and they are even life forms infected with the zombie virus. It's really hard to imagine. Oh, by the way, for example, your current state, according to the information provided by Gu, you should be called awakened, but in fact, you are also high-level life forms that have evolved after being infected with the Z virus. In ancient times, awakened people like you, let me think about it, in China, seem to be called gods such as land. The synthesized voice said, "You mean, gods are all awakened?" Lu Xinru asked in confusion. The synthesized voice said, "No, gods are awakened, and they can also be high-level zombies." After this explanation, Lu Xinru just realized that there might be some problems with her understanding just now. The other party meant that whether it was a zombie or an awakened person, they were all high-level life forms after being infected with the Z virus. Thinking of this, Lu Xinru continued, "Then why are awakened people able to remain rational, while zombies devour humans, even though they are both high-level life forms?" "Female, interesting question. The reason why the awakened can maintain their sanity is that after the Z virus enters the body, Their genes can perfectly match the Z virus. We call this kind of people the controllers. And the reason why the zombies lose their sanity is that after the Z virus enters the body, it devours their gene fragments, causing their gene chain to collapse. For this kind of people, they are generally called out-of-control people. Because of the special nature of the Z virus, out-of-control people need to constantly devour humans with complete gene chains to complete their own gene chains and absorb the other party's biological energy to maintain their activities. Of course, the Z virus is very special. Whether it is the controller or the out-of-control, they need to devour the virus crystals to complete the evolution of the life level, which is what you call zombie crystals and awakening crystals. The synthesized voice explained. After hearing this, Lu Xinru had already understood the general idea. After thinking about it, she asked again, "What is the purpose of your launching the Z virus to Blue Star?" This question involves top secrets and cannot be disclosed. The synthesized voice said coldly, "I can't tell you." Lu Xinru immediately smelled a conspiracy, but she suppressed her doubts and continued. "How can we completely eliminate the Z virus from humans? Once infected, the Z virus cannot be completely eliminated." The synthesized voice said indifferently. Lu Xinru continued to ask, "Then why do you need human babies?" The synthesized voice said indifferently, "Human babies are born from the mother's body, and all functions of the body are not fully developed. They have the most active and most versatile cells in their bodies, and they also have a complete human gene chain, which is suitable as evolutionary material." What an evolutionary material? Is a living life just a material for evolution in your eyes? Do you think we humans are pigs and dogs? Lu Xinru was completely angry when she heard this. Unfortunately, in our eyes, you belong to the lower life level. According to the laws of the universe, higher life has the right to freely dispose of lower life. The synthesized voice said indifferently. The tone revealed indifference to humans. Besides you, how many Zwabin people are there on Blue Star? Lu Xinru asked. Synthesized voice said, "I don't know. Each Zwabin person is an independent individual. Unless we are 100 kilometers apart and can sense each other's existence, we can't tell." "Then how did you come to Blue Star?" "About 1,000 years ago, I arrived on Blue Star. Because I was attacked by other races in the universe, I fell into a deep sleep until Gu woke me up 1,000 years later." Synthesized voice said. When asked here, Lu Xinru was silent for a while. For a long time, Lu Xinru turned to look at Yuan Ningling and said, "What do you think?" "We can't keep them." Yuan Ningling said seriously. "Such existence is a huge threat to Blue Star. We don't know their purpose, but the so-called seeds they mentioned directly led to the end of our human race. I suggest that they be killed in the bud." "I agree." Lu Xinru nodded, and when she turned to look at the culture tank again, her eyes flashed, and she said lightly, "Zwabin people, the meatball in the culture tank should be your body, right?" "Yes, this is the most primitive form of our Zwabin people." The synthesized voice replied. An honest answer. Lu Xinru nodded with satisfaction, and then said seriously, "But I'm sorry, you are too threatening to Blue Star. As a human, I can't keep you." After that, he shouted, 12, kill the blue meatball in the culture tank." "Yes, Ms. Lu." 12 slowly walked out from behind Lu Xinru, looked at the blue meatball in the culture tank expressionlessly, and said in a cold voice, "Target, blue meatball life form. Purpose, kill." After that, his hands squirmed and turned into 2 long thorns more than 1 meter long. His legs bent and turned into a residual shadow and stabbed towards the culture tank. "Is this life metal, Cyberman?" When he saw the second-level Doomsday Warrior 12, Zwabin's voice was a little surprised, but soon, it was immediately rejected. "No, without the fire, it is not a real Cyberman." As he said, many tentacles as thick as an adult's arm suddenly grew out from behind the culture tank and rushed towards 12. Clang, clang, clang. The two sides quickly fought, and the tentacles collided with the metal spikes, making bursts of metallic sounds and sparks in the air. After a brief fight, a tentacle as thick as a telephone pole suddenly flew out, whipping the second-level Doomsday Warrior 12 away with a whip, and then said indifferently in the direction of Lu Xinru, "Female, for your behavior, I can regard you as a threat and get rid of you, but I admire your decisiveness and can give you a chance to surrender to me. Of course, you will get a corresponding reward, the purest Z virus stock solution, which can help you transform quickly. Want me to help you deal with humans? Don't even think about it. Lu Xinru shouted, and with a flip of her wrist, a black tang sword suddenly appeared in the palm of her hand. Seeing this scene, the synthesized voice was obviously stunned, and then asked, "Is this space technology? And that knife, is it forged from cosmic black iron?" Just as the synthesized voice was stunned, Lu Xinru took out a second-level doomsday submachine gun from the space ring and threw it to Yuan Ningling, saying, "Be careful. Even the second-level Doomsday Warrior 12 can't deal with this thing. Its strength is very likely to be above the second level." "Yeah." Yuan Ningling also looked serious. "Okay, you use your supernatural power to entangle its tentacles, and I will attack its body." Lu Xinru lowered her voice and said her plan, then raised her long sword and rushed out in an instant. The first move of the 3 swords to kill demons. She shouted delicately, and Lu Xinru continued to pour the internal energy in her dantian into the second-level Tang sword. For a moment, the black light was strong. Seeing this, Yuan Ningling immediately raised her hand and shouted, "Go." The palm of her raised hand emitted a deep green light, and at the same time, several extremely tiny green seeds popped out from her palm and attached to the swooping tentacles. Everything grows. After the scolding fell, the seeds attached to the tentacles quickly sprouted, and vines as thick as arms grew to tightly entangle the tentacles, making them temporarily unable to move. "Take advantage of now," Yuan Ningling shouted. Lu Xinru would not miss such an opportunity. The Tang sword in her hand had already accumulated enough power. She flashed and came directly to the incubator. She held the handle with both hands and chopped down from top to bottom. "Destroy the demon." The 2-meter-long sword suddenly chopped down at the incubator. Bang! There was a metallic collision sound. When the Tang sword chopped on the incubator, it was immediately bounced off by the transparent glass, and Lu Xinru retreated repeatedly. She was horrified and murmured, "How is it possible? You should know that she has a strength of 9,635 kilograms. With the blessing of the first style of the 3 demon-slaying swords, the force she burst out is as much as 19,270 kilograms. With such damage, even bulletproof glass was shattered by a single blow. What material is this culture tank made of? So hard." Just as Lu Xinru was shocked, the unique synthetic voice of the Zhua Bin people sounded. "Female, the glass material of our Zhua Bin people's culture chamber is the unique metal condensation of our Zhua Bin star, which can withstand the impact of 50 tons of force. You can't break it with your strength alone." After the words fell, the dozen or so tentacles that were bound shook lightly, breaking the dead vines wrapped around them directly, and then changed direction and rushed towards Lu Xinru. But it was not close yet. Swish! A silver light flashed. Clang! The tentacles that rushed over were immediately shaken away by a silver spear. Lu Xinru just reacted and looked up. It was the second-level Doomsday Warrior 12, who had just been blown away, who was blocking her. "Dr. Lu, don't be dazed," Yuan Ningling reminded. Lu Xinru listened and said with a bright look, "Captain Yuan, please restrain these tentacles again. I have a way to break the culture tank." "Okay, I'll try." Yuan Ningling was stunned, then nodded immediately, staring at the tentacles fighting with 12, and a few green particles popped out of her hand again. Soon, the green particles attached to one of the tentacles. Seeing this, she immediately shouted, "Everything grows." Her palms were raised at the same time, emitting a dark green light. Under the catalysis of the light, the green seeds quickly broke through the skin, sprouted, and then turned into vines twice as thick as human arms to tightly wrap around the tentacles. "Dr. Lu." "Got it." Lu Xinru responded with a light shout. Xinyuan Gong was running fast in her body, and the internal energy in Dantian burst out immediately, and a surging momentum burst out from her body. The third move of the 3 swords to kill demons. Lu Xinru turned into a residual shadow and swooped forward. She stepped on the ground and leaped. She held the Tang sword with both hands and continuously poured internal energy into the blade. For a moment, the Tang sword, which was originally more than 1 meter long, suddenly became a 7 or 8 meter long sword. "Destroy demons." With an angry shout, the Tang sword chopped down immediately. Bang! The Tang sword chopped on the glass cover of the culture tank, and suddenly, there was a loud bang. With a click, the position where the Tang's sword chopped began to spread like a spider web. Finally, with a crackling sound, the culture tank shattered directly, and all the nutrient solution in the tank gushed out, exposing the blue meatball connected by the blue catheter in the middle of the tank completely to the air. Human female, you actually broke my culture tank. The blue meatball began to tremble, and the surface began to wriggle as if it was covered with worms, and some liquid was constantly injected into the blue meatball in the catheter. Quick! The blue meatball should be its body. Cut it quickly. Yuan Ningling reminded at the side. Lu Xinru woke up, held the handle of the knife again, and aimed at the blue meatball. The third move of the 3 swords to kill the devil. Kill the devil. The second-level Tang sword glowed brightly and turned into a 7 or 8 meter long internal energy sword and chopped it down directly. No. The Zhui Binxing people felt the threat from the Tang sword, and the tentacles entangled by the vines began to struggle violently, and the vines entangled with the tentacles began to make cracking sounds, and the vines were about to be broken free. Yuan Ningling's hand was full of green light. Everything grows. The wound on the vine healed quickly under the injection of energy and grew thicker, making it impossible for the tentacles to break free for a while. At the same time, Lu Xinru's Tang sword had already reached the blue meatball, and just when the Tang sword was about to chop the meatball, suddenly, a figure rushed out. Puff! The Tang sword entered the flesh, and bright red blood gushed out from the wound like water. Lu Xinru looked at Gu Cheng in front of the meatball with disbelief, and couldn't help asking, why? Ahem. Ahem. Miss Lu, you don't understand the importance of this blue meatball to humans. I abandoned my wife and children and entered the Chuda Secret Research Institute to study life sciences. The purpose was to enable humans to improve their own life level to cope with future crises, because Blue Star had been favored by too many extragalactic forces a long time ago, but for some reason, they did not take action. In order to deal with these forces, humans can only strengthen themselves, and this meatball is the only channel for humans to become high-level life forms that I know of at this stage. Gu Cheng coughed up blood and spoke with a very calm face. So you sacrificed babies to them. Do you know that there's what Binxing caused the outbreak of the apocalypse? Its wolfish ambitions are obvious. Your cooperation with it is tantamount to seeking the skin of a tiger. Lu Xinru said seriously. Ahem. Gu Cheng coughed heavily twice, holding back the blood that had already reached his throat, and smiled bitterly. Of course I know, but this sacrifice is worth it. As long as I have this power, I can lead mankind to a higher and farther future. You are too naive. The future of mankind can only be controlled in our own hands. There is no need for the intervention of forces outside the river. You have entered a misunderstanding. Lu Xinru said lightly. Looking at Gu Cheng's miserable appearance, she pulled out the Tang sword, kicked him aside, and said without turning her head, You just watch carefully and see how mankind controls its own future. The future of mankind? Gu Cheng looked at Lu Xinru blankly. He did not believe that weak humans could control their own future. Lu Xinru raised the Tang sword again and said calmly, People from Zwabin Star, your goal will not be achieved, and I will tell you today that anyone who offends our blue star will be killed. As soon as he finished speaking, Tang Dao glowed with a faint black light and fell straight down. However, at the moment when it was about to hit the meatball, suddenly, the meatball trembled and squirmed. From the meatball, a blue arm suddenly stretched out and pinched the Tang Dao blade with its bare hands. While Lu Xinru was stunned, the blue flesh ball squirmed again, and another arm stretched out from the flesh ball, then the legs, then the head, and finally the middle of the blue flesh ball squirmed, slowly condensing into a human figure. Appearance. He has blue skin and extremely developed muscles. His face looks like that of an earth male, with an all face, but strangely, he does not have the unique human reproductive organs. He held the second-level Tang Dao in one hand, stared straight at Lu Xinru with a pair of copper bell-like eyes, and said lightly, Is this what you call the future of mankind? It's nothing more than that. When he finished speaking, he squeezed it hard with one hand. Click! The pinched second-level Tang Dao blade was cut directly in the middle. This is a second-level Tang Dao. Lu Xinru was extremely shocked. You must know that the second-level Doomsday Tang sword can cut off second-level zombies. It can also hurt even third-level zombies. Its toughness can be imagined, but the alien in front of him just pinched it with a gentle grip. This kind of picture really shocked her. Bang! The Zwabin star threw aside the broken blade in his hand, and then looked up at the cave. A pair of blue crystal eyes seemed to be able to look straight into the sky through the top of the cave. Moment. Zhuobianxing just slowly lowered his head and looked at Lu Xinru, his eyes as calm as water. Do you know how many civilizations exist in this vast universe? Seeing the confusion on Lu Xinru's face, the Zwabin star continued. According to you, the place you are in is called the solar system, and there are countless solar systems in the Milky Way. Your blue star is just a tiny grain of sand. Dust. Outside the Milky Way, there is the super galaxy Andromeda, whose size encompasses countless galaxies. You are too small. Only by following us, Zhuobianxing, can you have a real future. I hope you can make the right choice. Surrender or destruction? Hee. Lu Xinru looked at the Tang Dao that had not been crushed and laughed miserably. Then her eyes became extremely solemn, and she said resolutely, if human beings are going to be destroyed one day, it will be our own choice. But if you dare to get your hands on our blue star, I, Lu Xinru, will never allow such a thing to happen even if I fight to the death. Stupid choice. Zhuobianxing's tone was sarcastic, as if he heard something extremely ridiculous. The smile faded, and he slowly pointed a hand at Lu Xinru and said lightly, as a threat from the Zwabin people, I will kill you here. As he said that, he glanced around with some regret. His eyes stayed on Gu Cheng for half a second, and then quickly moved away. A blue light spot on his index finger slowly condensed. This light spot is not simple. At the moment when the light spots condensed, Lu Xinru instinctively felt sweaty, but she still forced herself to overcome her psychological fear, took out a bottle of spiritual water from the space ring, and drank it all. In an instant, all her inner energy and physical strength were restored. Then he smiled miserably and said to Yuan Ningling beside him, Captain Yuan, please leave first. If you can escape, please be sure to tell our leader of Shuguang this news. And you? Yuan Ningling said with complicated eyes, Advisor Jiang told me to protect your safety. As a soldier, I will protect you even if I die. Lu Xinru shook her head and said, Go away. If we all stay here, the news here will never be known to the world. Compared with my life, I hope you can think clearly about which is more important. I see. Yuan Ningling gritted her teeth, nodded heavily. Then without looking back, she rushed out of the cave without saying a word. Dr. Lu, you must hold on until I find Consultant Jiang. Haha, want to leave. Watching Yuan Ningling escape, Zhuobianxing turned his finger, pointed at Yuan Ningling, and said calmly, Death Ray Bullet. As soon as he finished speaking, a blue ball of light the size of the nail of his little finger slowly flew up, and then shot out at extremely high speed. Watching Zhuobianxing take action, Lu Xinru hurriedly shouted, 12. Stop. Buy time for Captain Yuan. As you command. The second-level Doomsday Warrior 12, who was originally fighting with the tentacles, received the order. He flashed his body, folded his arms, and squirmed, turning into a giant shield 1 meter high and half a meter wide, blocking the death ray bomb. The next second, the blue light bloomed with dazzling light. Upon seeing this, Lu Xinru quickly retreated to the edge of the cave, and then her hands emitted a faint green light. Cover of life. A layer of light green cover protected her entire body. Boom. There was a loud noise that shook the whole cave violently. At the same time, Chuda District 1. On the road. The thunderous thunder in the distance startled Jiang Cheng and turned his attention slightly. He looked at the direction of the sound and frowned slightly, feeling an ominous premonition rising in his chest. It's just thunder in a dry weather, don't worry about it. Wang Zhendong looked at Jiang Cheng and frowned, and said directly, After all, it is very common for drought thunder to appear in the entire Chu province in summer. Occasionally when you take a walk outside, you will see lightning flashing in the sky, which is drought thunder. No, this sound doesn't sound like an ordinary drought thunder. I need to go investigate. After Jiang Cheng said these words, the ominous feeling in his heart became even stronger. To be honest, before his rebirth, his sixth sense was very strong. With his keen intuition, he avoided many dangers. Now that the ominous feeling was coming, he could not just sit back and ignore it. Thinking about it, he looked at Wang Zhendong and Luo Fan beside him and said, "Okay, I'll call Aaron, and you will follow him back to the station. I will go and investigate on my own. When I finish the investigation, I will come back and talk to you. How about you meet up? Chief, how about I follow you?" Luo Fan thought for a while and said, as a member of Dawn, there was no way he would let his boss get involved in danger. "Don't worry. With my strength, as long as I don't love fighting, no one can stop me." Jiang Cheng smiled, then turned his palms to the sky and secretly said, "Create." Suddenly, a red flare gun appeared in his hand. This was what Jiang Cheng had agreed with Aaron and the others before. If something happened, they could directly fire the signal gun. Pull the trigger. Red flames streaked across the sky. At this time, Zhang Ye and Aaron, who were searching in the Chudu district, looked at the red flames rising in the sky, and they all stopped for a moment. Jiang Cheng's signal? Zhang Ye muttered to herself, left a mark on the building next to her, and quickly ran towards the location of the signal. Aaron hurried back silently. After a few minutes, Zhang Ye, Aaron, and Grandma Zheng all appeared in front of Jiang Cheng. "Jiang Xiaoyu, what are you doing?" Mrs. Zheng couldn't help but ask as she looked at the two unfamiliar men beside Jiang Cheng and the unconscious woman on the man's back. When Zhang Ye saw Luo Fan and Wang Zhendong, she had a smile on her face. Facing Mrs. Zheng's doubts, Jiang Cheng turned sideways, pointed at Luo Fan and introduced, "This is Luo Fan, the captain of the 6th Guard team of our Dawn base." "Hello." Luo Fan nodded towards Mrs. Zheng. "And this?" When Jiang Cheng pointed at Wang Zhendong and was about to introduce him, Wang Zhendong grinned and said, "I am the commander-in-chief of Huangshan base, Wang Zhendong." "Captain Wang." Mrs. Zheng nodded. Then he introduced himself. "My surname is Zheng. You can just call me Old Lady Zheng, and the one next to me is my granddaughter." After the introduction, Jiang Cheng said, "It's like this. I sent you a signal to come here because I wanted you to bring Luo Fan and Brother Wang to our camp. They have just experienced a battle and are very tired." "No problem. Then shall we continue to look for them?" Zhang Ye said. Jiang Cheng shook his head and said, "Let's take a rest today and look for them tomorrow when we have enough energy." After saying goodbye, he took a step and his body was immediately wrapped by a ball of wind. With a whistle, he flew towards the explosion. Looking at Jiang Cheng, who was gradually turning into a black spot, Zhang Ye looked at the woman still on Luo Fan's back and hurriedly said, "There is no time to lose. Come back to the camp with us first." "Yes." "Okay." At this moment, in the cave, after the violent explosion, the smoke slowly dissipated. Lu Xinru's body was burned with several large holes, revealing a large area of white skin. She covered her chest, a trace of blood flowed from the corner of her mouth, and she thought to herself that it was a close call. "If I hadn't just opened the life shield, I might have ended up like him." As she said this, she looked at the corpse that was blown into a pool of rotten meat beside her with lingering fear. This was where Gu Cheng had just been lying. But after looking carefully, she discovered that there was a photo in the rotten meat. The photo was of a woman who looked familiar. Who is this? Lu Xinru was busy reaching out to pick up the photo and check it out. When she saw the woman in the photo clearly, she was shocked. Isn't this Zhang Ye? Although she looked a little more immature than the current Zhang Ye, she could still recognize that this was Zhang Ye at a glance. Soon, she thought of the name of Zhang Ye's daughter. Gu Tuanshuan. Gu Cheng. Oh my god. Could this Gu Cheng be? If you can survive, let's go check it out. Lu Xinru secretly thought to herself and carefully put the photo into the space ring and put it away. Just then, despair, despair, despair. A burst of footsteps came from the side. Lu Xinru immediately alerted, turned her head to look in the direction of the sound, and met the blue face. It's from Zwabin. Next to the Zwabin people, a large hole sunk inward was blown out of the shield of the 2nd-level Doomsday Warrior. Not only that, but a hole the size of a football was also blown out of the lower abdomen of the 2nd-level Doomsday Warrior. The hole was there were still bursts of electric sparks flashing around the edge. Obviously the injury was serious. Miss Lu, let's go." 12 raised his head with difficulty, looked at Lu Xinru, and spoke, but he hadn't finished speaking yet. A blue fist the size of a sandbag hit 12 directly in the face, sending him flying backwards. After doing this, the owner of this fist clapped his palms and said slowly, "Cybers without life fire cannot stop me. Now it's your turn." As he spoke, he walked towards Lu Xinru with cold steps. Lu Xinru secretly moved the back of her hand, and two secondary doomsday bombs appeared out of thin air in the palm of her hand. She looked at Zhuo Binxing in front of her without changing her expression and said, "Really? What about this one?" After saying this, Lu Xinru suddenly threw out two black bombs and then rolled towards the side. The next second, boom boom, the violent explosion shook the cave. A huge fireball centered on Zhuo Bin, covering a radius of 5 meters, and exploded. Call. The heat wave caused by the explosion rushed around, and the strong wind blew up sand and rocks, making those who were blown away couldn't open their eyes. More than a minute later, the dust generated by the explosion lingered, revealing a blue human figure. However, this man no longer had the calmness he had just now. At a glance, he saw that there were many more wounds all over his body. The largest wound was on his chest. An area the size of a fist was burned. Light blue blood overflowed from the wounds. Sliding down the chest, blue traces flowed out. Looking at it, Lu Xinru's expression tightened. She did not expect that the two secondary doomsday bombs failed to kill the other party and only slightly injured him. How tough is this monster's body? Just as she was in trance, the Zhuo Bin star spoke again. "I didn't expect that you would have the weapons of the Hunter Star, but it's a pity that you can't kill me with just such a number." There was still no expression on his face, and he walked towards her as if nothing was wrong. His expression was terrifyingly calm, as if he was not the one who was injured. Until he reached a position 3 meters away from her, the Zhuo Bin star raised his left index finger and pointed it at her, and a blue light ball on the tip of his finger the size of the nail of his little finger began to condense. Not good. Lu Xinru secretly said something bad, and was so busy that she took out the secondary doomsday submachine gun from the space ring, turned on the safety, pulled the bolt, and pulled the trigger, all in one movement. Ch-ch-chu. The muzzle of the secondary doomsday submachine gun spit out tongues of fire continuously, and the bullets drew an arc in the air and shot toward the Zhuo Bin people. Puff. Without any accident, the secondary doomsday bullet directly penetrated the opponent's chest, but unfortunately, as soon as the tail of the bullet penetrated, it was blocked and could no longer move forward. The same goes for the other bullets fired. Numerous finger-sized holes were left on the Zhuo Bin star's chest, and at the entrance of the hole, blue blood gurgled out, which was very terrifying. But the strange thing is that although the Zhuo Bin star was shot like a hornet's nest, there was still no expression on his face. He didn't even move his arm pointed at Lu Xinru for half a minute, and the blue energy ball on his fingertips had already condensed into shape. Death Ray Bomb. As soon as he finished speaking, the blue ball of light, which was as big as a pearl, slowly rose 10 centimeters into the air. Then, with a bang, it shook out a circle of undetectable ripples in the air and suddenly accelerated and shot out. Damn it! Seeing the death ray bombs coming, Lu Xinru looked a little desperate, suddenly raised her hands, and shouted, "Shield of Life!" A light green film of light formed in front of her and enveloped her whole body. And the next moment, the death ray bullet hit the light shield directly. Boom! At the same time, above the night sky in Chudu, the wind kept whizzing past Jiang Cheng's ears. Due to the extremely fast speed, his short sleeves were constantly blown and the bangs on his forehead were flying wildly. Judging from the previous noise, the location of the explosion should be here. Jiang Cheng frowned and stared down. He only saw dense mountains and forests and a flat road with no people on the side. Other than that, he didn't find any trace of the explosion. Did I make a mistake and it was just drought thunder? Talking to himself, Jiang Cheng always felt that something was wrong. Because I firmly believe that my feelings are not wrong. Just when he was about to fly over and continue searching. Boom. The mountain call on the ground beneath him turned violently. Even the soil was shaken up to a height of 100 meters, and hundreds of large trees as thick as a human waist were knocked over. Down there, after Jiang Cheng was stunned for a moment, he immediately locked onto the location of the explosion and dived straight down. In the blink of an eye, he reached the location of the explosion. Looking at the dirt covering it told him directly that there must be something important underneath. Jiang Cheng raised his wrist and said calmly, Wind blade scroll. A wind blade like a drill immediately formed in front of his palm, and then he turned over and pushed the wind blade roll to the ground. In an instant, the wind blade roll broke the soil in front of it like a drill, drilling a hole the size of a manhole cover. It continued to push down for more than 30 meters. After passing through a dark, muddy area, his vision suddenly became clear. This is a karst cave. Looking at the rock wall emitting a 5-color halo around it, Jiang Cheng was surprised. Not only that, there was also a cave entrance with thick smoke constantly floating out of it. It should be inside. He immediately waved away the wind blade roll in his hand. Jiang Cheng waved his hand towards the thick smoke. Wind surge. A 5-meter-high, 1-meter diameter tornado formed in front of him and then rolled in the direction of Jiang Cheng's finger. A moment. The thick smoke dissipated. Looking up, 2 figures appeared in his sight, especially the face of one of the women, which made him extremely familiar. But the woman's body was soaked in blood, and she kept vomiting blood from her mouth. Blood was still flowing out of her lower abdomen, which was covered by her hands. In front of the woman was a humanoid creature covered in blue. Seeing this scene, a wave of anger instantly came to his head. With 1 foot, he instantly appeared in front of Lu Xinru. Looking at the seriously injured woman in front of him, Jiang Cheng felt indescribable pain in his heart. But because the other party was seriously injured, he couldn't move directly, so he could only tremble and shout 2 words. Xinru. At this time, Lu Xinru was already in a seriously injured state. She could feel her blood constantly draining away, her head was even more dizzy, and her vision began to blur. Am I going to die? While mumbling, Lu Xinru's eyes unconsciously appeared a man's face. Looking at the man's appearance, she smiled sadly. As a doctor, she had heard too many patients who would see the appearance of the person they missed the most before they died. She didn't believe it before, until now when her vitality was constantly lost and she was seriously injured and dying. She believed it when she saw the figure in front of her. I never thought that the person I missed the most in my life turned out to be you. Lu Xinru raised her hand with difficulty and gently stroked the face in front of her. Is the touch so real? Lu Xinru muttered to herself, and her mind kept recalling the past with Jiang Cheng. From being chased by a group of gangsters to being rescued by Jiang Cheng. And then the man coolly told her that you are mine now. At that time, she didn't believe the man. Later, he took her to the base, gave her good accommodation conditions, and provided her with good food. She still didn't believe him. Later, he saved her many times and brought back several companions. Looking at the women around her, she suddenly got angry. She was the first one to come. From that time on, she had a strange feeling for this man, and it fermented over time. Until now, hallucinations appeared in front of her, and she suddenly didn't know where she got the courage from. She loosened her hand that was pressing the small wound, hooked the man in front of her, stared at the man and said, I don't want to give you to them. You are mine. After the words fell, she closed her beautiful eyes and kissed him directly. At this moment, time stopped. Jiang Cheng's mind was blank. He only felt a gentleness covering his lips, and there was a faint special fragrance in the strong smell of blood, and this gentleness was particularly warm, constantly eroding inside. He was not a bachelor in his previous life, and he had kissed before, but this woman made him a little overwhelmed. Lips parted. Lu Xinru looked at him affectionately, touched his face, and smiled softly. It's great to see you before I die. Xinru you. Jiang Cheng looked at the woman's miserable face with a complicated expression, but soon came to his senses and took out a milky white bottle from the space ring. This is the small herbal pill exchanged from the base mall before going to Chudu. There are 3 pills in total, and each one can revive the opponent with full blood as long as the opponent is still alive. Jiang Cheng hurriedly pulled out the bottle stopper. Suddenly, a clear sound floated out of the bottle. Poured out a black pill as big as a little finger from the bottle. Jiang Cheng gently pinched the pill and put it directly into Lu Xinru's mouth and then waited anxiously. And at this moment, Lu Xinru only felt that something was stuffed into her mouth, and it quickly dissolved after being stuffed in, and instantly a strong herbal fragrance filled her mouth. Soon, the liquid medicine slowly flowed into her throat along her mouth, passed through the esophagus, and directly into the stomach. At this moment, the power of the medicine suddenly began to dissipate. She only felt a warm current rising from her lower abdomen, and a strong vitality burst out from her body and continued to disperse into various parts of her body. Soon, the wound on her lower abdomen, which was originally oozing blood, stopped bleeding, and the fist-sized wound began to heal with a faint green glow. Not only that, the wounds in various parts of her body were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Less than half a minute. A long breath was exhaled. Lu Xinru only felt that her body was better than ever before, as if she had endless strength, and her vision began to clear up. But the next moment, looking at the face in front of her who was looking at her worriedly, she suddenly froze. Then she covered her mouth in disbelief and surprise, her face flushed red. Could it be that the illusion I just saw was? Thinking of this, her watery eyes were full of shyness again. However, she was not the kind of person who was shy to express herself. On the contrary, she had always been the kind of person who dared to love and hate. The reason why she couldn't express her feelings before was because she was not sure about her feelings for Jiang Cheng. But until the moment of death, she completely understood her thoughts. She didn't care about being shy, and mustered up her courage and said coquettishly, "Hey, you took my first kiss. What are you going to do?" When these words came out, Jiang Cheng was also asked. To be honest, his mind was blank just now. But looking at the woman's expectant eyes and the sad and beautiful face stained with blood, Jiang Cheng's heart was determined, and he hugged Lu Xinru directly and covered her domineeringly. Well, the woman snorted lightly, and the tender white soft hand did not push her away, but also hooked Jiang Cheng's neck and responded enthusiastically. This kiss lasted forever. Lips parted. The crystal silk thread broke. Jiang Cheng smiled at Lu Xinru in his arms and said, "Do you remember what I said when I first saw you?" "What? I don't remember." Lu Xinru's pretty face flushed, deliberately pretending not to know. Jiang Cheng said with serious eyes, "Then I'll say it again. From now on, you are my woman. Today, in the future, and forever." "Yes." Lu Xinru nodded shyly. After talking to each other, Jiang Cheng's face became solemn again, and he said again, "However, now we still need to solve the trouble that has seriously injured you." "Yes." Lu Xinru nodded. The two turned around. The blue face seemed to have seen something new and asked strangely, "Is the Zhuoxing database wrong? Humans like to mate when they are dying." Hearing this, Jiang Cheng's face darkened, and he immediately flipped his wrist, and a silver tang sword appeared in his palm. Watching the human in front of him conjure up a silver tang sword out of thin air, the Zhuobin Star Man showed an interested look again. More complex space technology and more complex forging process of cosmic black iron sword. Space technology? Cosmic black iron? Is this blue weird guy talking about his space ring and the third-level Doomsday Tang sword? What on earth is it? Jiang Cheng looked at the thing in front of him, thinking in his heart, and opened the data eye at the same time. A gleam of light flashed in his eyes. A transparent data panel appeared in his sight. Name, Sark, weak. Race, Zhuobin. Level, lower level 3. Wisdom, 3000. Strength, 4000. Agility, 80. Spirit, 500. Skills, Mind Key, Death Ray, Flying, Mind Storm, Secondary Transformation, Devouring Evolution. Comprehensive Combat Power, 7600. Zhuobin. Is this thing an alien? Jiang Cheng looked at the alien in front of him, who was similar to humans and had blue skin, in surprise, as if he had seen a new world. Not only that, it was the first time he saw someone with a wisdom value of 3000. There are also mental attributes, which are not low, and the skills have reached 6 items, which are all skills he does not understand. The comprehensive combat power has reached 7600, which is not low. However, this strange look was only a flash. Facing this guy who killed Lu Xinru, he would not be afraid of these, but before that, he was also curious about why the other party appeared on the blue planet. Is it because of the zombie virus? Thinking about this, Jiang Cheng pointed his Tang Dao at the Zhuobin Star Man and said coldly, "Sark, tell me why you came to Blue Star." "Blue Star, I'm curious about why you know my name." Sark asked curiously. "Stop talking nonsense and answer my question," Jiang Cheng said sternly. Sark refused directly. "We are currently in a hostile state, and you don't have the right to ask questions." He is trying to collect infected bodies of zombie viruses. Lu Xinru said immediately. Infected body? Is it a zombie? Jiang Cheng asked with his head tilted. Lu Xinru shook her head and said, It is very likely, but I am not sure about zombies. Is that so? Jiang Cheng muttered to himself, raised his knife and pointed at Sark in front of him again and said lightly, Since you don't say it, I can only beat you to say it. After speaking, Jiang Cheng tilted his head and told Lu Xinru. Xinru, you step back first, leave it to me here. Well, Lu Xinru immediately stepped aside obediently. Jiang Cheng stared at Sark fiercely and shouted, Spirit open! Bang! A surging breath burst out from Jiang Cheng. His skin quickly turned pink like a peach, and hot white steam came out of the surface of his skin. His physical attributes began to increase exponentially. Strength, 2834 to 9635. Agility, 154.35 to 524.79. Spirit, 180.7 to 614.38. Looking at the strength attribute that had increased to 9635, Jiang Cheng flipped the Tang sword, lowered his body slightly, and shouted, Thunderbolt flash. The energy contained in this human is so amazing. Sok still muttered to himself expressionlessly, but there was a rare solemnity in his blue eyes. He immediately raised his hand. Several blue tentacles as thick as telephone poles gathered in front of him and entangled together to form a shield. The next second, a silver light rushed over and slashed the tentacle shield with a metallic sound. Although the shield was not broken, the huge force chopped Sark away with the shield, and he flew backwards and hit the wall of the cave, and his whole body was sunken, as if embedded in the wall. Look at the surface of the shield that was chopped. A half-meter-long blade was deeply embedded, and it was only 5 or 6 centimeters away from cutting the shield. Jiang Cheng looked at his masterpiece and sighed at the strength of the shield. You know, his sword was equivalent to 963 tons of force, enough to cut any metal on the earth. Unexpectedly, after this sword, the Tang sword only cut half of the shield, which shows the strength of the shield. It seems that we have to use more force to cause damage to it. Thinking of this, Jiang Cheng looked at Sark, who was cut into the wall of the cave. The other party was still expressionless. Then, he pulled his arm out of the wall with one hand, causing the broken rocks on the rock wall to fall to the ground with a clang. Then the other arm. Then the legs. Sark stood firmly on the ground again, looked at Jiang Cheng seriously, and said, Human, consider it. If you submit to our Lord Zarda of Zwabin Star, you will get many benefits beyond your cognition. Ha! Jiang Cheng sneered. Even if he didn't have the system before his rebirth, he would not do such a thing as betraying his own planet, let alone now that he has the system. He mocked, Zwabin people, you think too highly of yourself. Listening to this, Sok shook his head regretfully and said, I don't understand why your choice is the same as the human females around you. Don't you want to evolve into a higher level life form? Or in your words, don't you want to become the gods in your mythology? Jiang Cheng shook his head and said, I don't know if you Zwabin people have such a concept, but there is an old saying in our great Zhou, called those who are not of my race must have different hearts. Moreover, if I choose to surrender for strength, then I will also sell you out for greater strength in the future. After this, Sok was silent for a while. After a long time, he slowly said, I'm sorry, I can only choose to kill you. Come on. Jiang Cheng held the Tang sword horizontally in front of him and said proudly, We Zwabin people have the strength of a second transformation. After the transformation, our strength will be 10 times that of the current one. You have no chance of struggling. Sok shook his head, stared at Jiang Cheng, and said without any emotion, Second stage transformation. After the words fell, bang, his body was shaking. The muscles all over his body began to swell like an inflated ball. A 10-centimeter-long gray-white horn broke out of his skin on his head, and half-meter-long bone spurs grew on his elbows and knees. Finally, a gray-white bony tail grew on his buttocks. Overall, his height soared to 3 meters, and his whole body exuded a fierce aura. The transformation was completed in an instant. Sark looked at Jiang Cheng expressionlessly and said, You should have felt the change in my combat power, Blue Star. Let me ask you one last time. Death or surrender? Jiang Cheng's expression gradually became solemn, and the data I quietly opened. Name, Sark, weak, transformation. Race, Swabin star. Level, lower level 3, pseudo lower level 4. Wisdom, 3,300. Strength, 4,000, 40,000. Agility, 80, 800. Spirit, 500, 5,000. Skills, Mind Key, Death Ray, Flying, Mind Storm, Secondary Transformation, Devouring Evolution. Comprehensive Combat Power, 7,600, 46,100. 40,000 Strength. It seems that I have to be more serious. Jiang Cheng looked at Sark solemnly and said to himself, then mocked, do you think you are the only one who can transform? After saying that, he shouted, Hard Qigong. The moment he shouted, the internal energy in his body began to irrigate the bones, muscles, and meridians of his body like a surging river. Bang! A more ferocious breath was released from Jiang Cheng's body. The muscles on his body also began to swell. In less than a moment, the hard Qigong amplification was completed, and Jiang Cheng's height increased from 1.8 meters to more than 2 meters. However, the most pitiful thing was his clothes. Because of the sudden increase in his body, the clothes were torn again, revealing the powerful and sculpted muscles, and the whole body exuded a strong male hormone breath. Completed on the side, the strength and agility attribute bars soared again. Strength, 9,635 to 19,270. Agility, 524.79 to 1,049.58. Schwa. With a slash of the Tang sword, Jiang Cheng said proudly, now, our strength is equal. No, although I don't know how you improved your strength, judging from the breath you exude, you should not have reached my level yet. Sark shook his head. Jiang Cheng smiled and said, whether it is achieved or not depends on the fight. After saying that, he lowered his body and kicked with his left foot. Bang! The air shook. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Cheng disappeared from the spot, and the next moment, a voice sounded quietly behind Sark. The first move of the 3 swords to kill demons, slash demons. Call. The air was broken by the silver light and roared. Feeling the strong wind coming, Sark said calmly, the speed is very fast, but not enough to kill me. As he spoke, the long-boned spur tail behind him suddenly rose. Zheng. There was a metallic clang. The silver light instantly struck the long tail of bone spurs. This knife was actually blocked. Feeling the blade being bounced away without leaving even a single mark on the bone spur's long tail, Jiang Cheng dodged again and disappeared behind Sark. Human, your attacks can't break through my defense. Sark said calmly, standing where he was. But in the air, a voice responded, don't draw conclusions too early. After saying that, a strong wind came from Sark's left side. Second form of the 3 demon-killing swords, subjugate the demon. It's meaningless, Sark said lightly, and his long bone spur tail raised towards the left again. The next second, Zheng. Click. This time, the silver light slashed at the long bone spur tail. Sparks were flowing out from the blow. Not only that, under this blow, the long bone spur tail actually made a crisp sound. If you look carefully, you can see an additional crack on it. Not only that, but Sark was also slashed away by the force of the sword. What a powerful force. Flying more than 10 meters away, Sark's eyes flashed with blue light. He quickly stabilized his body, slowly turned his head, and looked at Jiang Cheng solemnly, and said, your moves seem to be able to increase your strength? You found out too late. After saying this, Jiang Cheng disappeared again. Inside the cave, the sound of footsteps could be heard constantly, but no one could be seen. A few seconds later, there was a loud shout. The third form of the 3 swords to destroy demons, destroy demons. A silver knife with a length of more than 10 meters appeared out of thin air, slashing straight towards Sark's face. Not good. Sark looked at the enlarging sword light in his sight. Although his face was expressionless, he secretly thought that something was wrong. He swung his long tail of bone spurs and headed towards Tang Dao. But at the moment of encounter, there was a click. The long tail of the bone spur was cut off directly, but the power of the knife did not decrease, and it struck straight at Sark's face. Just when the silver light was less than 1 centimeter away from him, Sark's eyes were filled with blue light. Spiritual barrier. A blue light film blocked his face, separating the silver light from him. Bang! The silver light landed heavily on the mental barrier and immediately made a crisp sound. But soon, a spiderweb-like crack also spread from the place where Tang Dao struck. But at least he blocked the knife. Royal in the sky. Sok spoke and backed away hurriedly. And the next moment, crackling, the mental barrier shattered directly, turning into pieces of blue fragments that dissipated in the air, and the sword's power was offset by the mental barrier. Good guy, you have quite a few tricks up your sleeve. Jiang Cheng sighed, looked up at Sark, raised his sword and said, but I don't know if you can dodge the next one. Holding the handle of the Tang Dao with both hands, he raised it high, and the surging inner energy continued to pour into the blade. As the inner energy poured in, the silver blade glowed with a faint silver light, and the tip continued to extend until it turned into a blade of more than 10 meters and then stopped. The third form of the three swords to destroy demons. The moves were condensed, and Jiang Cheng struck hard in the direction of Sark. This sword was overwhelming and powerful, as if it had the supreme power to cut through everything. Looking at this knife, Sark only felt that he was extremely small. But he won't sit still. One move with one hand. The blue tentacles flew up in a hurry, blocking him in front of him. At the same time, he raised his hand and said, Spiritual barrier. 2 consecutive defenses stood in front of him. Sok pointed with his index finger, and a blue light cluster on the nail of his little finger condensed on his finger. The next second, bang, bang, the blue tentacle shield and mental barrier were broken through without any accident. Although the power of the sword was reduced, it was still raging. Death ray bomb. Sok shouted loudly. A blue light ball slowly flew 10 centimeters high from the index finger. Bang! Circles of ripples shook out, and blue light shot out, hitting the sword light. In a moment, a loud noise exploded from the cave, and at the center of the explosion, shock waves spread out to the surroundings. Seeing the shock wave coming, Jiang Cheng hurriedly stepped in front of Lu Xinru, then spread his hands and said loudly, Unbreakable golden body. Zheng. A golden cover immediately covered the two of them inside. Haha. The shock wave hit immediately, and the roaring air waves kept rushing towards the edge. Previously, the cave had been shattered by the shock of the second-level Doomsday Bomb and the Death Ray Bomb. Now it was once again summoned with a force. That could be called a fourth-level full blow. The entire cave wall was completely cracked, and a large hole was opened on the top of the cave. Rolling rocks kept falling from the top. Bang bang. The blast of air lasted for a full minute before it subsided. Through the smoke and dust, Jiang Cheng vaguely saw a blue figure flying towards the entrance of the cave. No, this guy wants to run away. His face darkened. Jiang Cheng turned to Lu Xinru and said, Hold me tight. The words fell. Call. A strong wind blew in my face. Jiang Cheng took Lu Xinru up on the wind, looked at Sok flying 100 meters away, and shouted, Wanna run? Stay here. Raising one hand, a force continued to gather towards the palm, and in the sky above Jiang Cheng, a shadow of a giant hand covering an area of several hundred square meters condensed and formed. Let me down. Clap it with one palm. Sok, who was 100 meters away, only felt a surging force coming from above. He was so frightened that he quickly accelerated without even raising his head. But the coverage area of the Great Destruction Palm seemed to be locked on him, and the coverage area was extremely wide. Boom. The blue figure was slapped down by a big palm. Suddenly the earth shook and the mountains shook, and the soil rose hundreds of meters. Viewed from a high altitude, there is a giant palm-shaped pit on the ground, and in the middle of the handprint, a blue figure sinks deep into the ground. Jiang Cheng saw that he hit the target and flew down with Lu Xinru in his arms. After landing, Jiang Cheng slowly walked up to the blue figure. I saw that Sok looked extremely miserable at this moment. Not only were the limbs shattered by the shock, but the brain was also blown open, revealing the blue brain matter inside. Almost all the skin on the chest was gone, and the gray broken bones inside could be clearly seen. There was a big pool of blue blood all over his body. But the amazing thing is that despite the damage to his body, Sok's lips are still moving up and down, and he doesn't seem to be completely dead. It's quite magical, Jiang Cheng said in slight shock. And this time, A staccato sound came from the body on the ground. Human, human, Lord Zelda will never let you go. Be prepared to accept the crazy revenge of my Zwabin people. Finished. An ethereal sound echoed in the void. The world is about to be destroyed, and the gods will revive. At the same time, a blue storm erupted from the corpse and struck Jiang Cheng, and a blue light the size of gravel, invisible to the naked eye, rose into the sky and disappeared into the sky in the blink of an eye. Damn guy, he's almost dead and still wants to fight back. Seeing the blue ripples coming, Jiang Cheng felt that his brain was dizzy. Is this a spiritual attack? Seeing that his vision was getting blurry, Jiang Cheng no longer cared about whether it was useful or not, and shouted angrily, "Psychic shock!" Bang! Jiang Cheng felt his brain buzzing and went blank for a few seconds. Then just recover. But the attack just now left a slight sting in his brain. Damn thing. Jiang Cheng stepped on the opponent's head with some annoyance. Snap! The already broken brain was trampled on even more. However, with this kick, Jiang Cheng felt as if something hard had hit the bottom of his foot. Move your feet. Jiang Cheng looked carefully. When he saw a glowing blue object lying quietly among the blue rotten flesh, he looked curious. This is... Aliens also have crystals? Looking at the transparent, blue glowing crystal in front of him, the size of a thumb, Jiang Cheng hooked his index finger, and the crystal was wrapped in a whirlwind, floating in his hand. Facing the crystal in the palm of his hand, Jiang Cheng said inwardly, "I have data. Open. Item, Z virus crystal. Level, lower level 3. What is a crystal?" But the 3 words Z virus mean that this zombie virus is inseparable from this alien. Thinking of this, Jiang Cheng clenched his hand and put the Z virus crystal into the space ring. Then, he glanced at the remaining body of Sark, which had turned into a pool of blue rotten meat, and couldn't help but recall the ethereal voice when he killed Sark before. The world is about to be destroyed, and the gods are revived? What does it mean? Jiang Cheng frowned. Is Blue Star about to be destroyed? What does God refer to? Is the Zwabin star going to attack Blue Star in a big way? Also, how many aliens are there on the blue planet? These questions cannot be answered one by one for the time being. And now that Lu Xinru has been found, for the sake of safety, Jiang Cheng decided to return to the base first. So he turned to Lu Xinru beside him and said, "Let's go back first." "Yes." Lu Xinru nodded, but then thought of something and said, "Can we find Captain Yuan on the way back? I stayed to stop the Zwabin people before and asked Captain Yuan to ask for help." Jiang Cheng raised his eyebrows and asked, "Is it Yuan Ningling from the Doomsday Team 3? "Yes." Lu Xinru nodded. "Okay, we'll find her on the way back." Jiang Cheng finished speaking. He walked straight to Lu Xinru, hugged her waist, and pulled her into his arms. "Hold on tight." Lu Xinru's pretty face flushed. Then, the two slowly floated into the air and flew towards the first district of Chudu in the night wind. Along the way, Jiang Cheng asked Lu Xinru many things about the Zwabin people, and Lu Xinru answered what she heard one by one, which also gave Jiang Cheng a general understanding of the Zwabin people. In this way, the so-called gods are likely to be divided into 4 types. The first is us as awakened people. The second is the high-level zombies or spiritual beasts infected with viruses as controllers. The third is the ancient gods who are still sleeping. The fourth is aliens. After reaching these conclusions, Jiang Cheng's face gradually became solemn. It seems that the first task is to improve our strength. The two flew very fast and returned to the first district of Chudu in less than 10 minutes. This was the result of deliberately finding Yuan Ningling at full speed. After returning to the community, Jiang Cheng counted the number of people. At present, Lu Xinru, Zhangya, and Luo Fan have been found, and the remaining one is Lin Ro. As for the others, they can only hope to meet them tomorrow. Then, Jiang Cheng arranged for a few people to live in 2 households next to Mrs. Zhang's house. They are all 3 bedrooms and 1 living room, which can just accommodate everyone. After doing all this, everyone fell into a deep sleep. August 10th. Linxian. Compared to when Jiang Cheng left, the area around Linxian has changed a lot. Looking down from the sky, it is like a thick green scarf, and the entire Linxian city is wrapped in it, as if it is trapped in a green cage. And if you look closely at the distance, you will find that these greens are actually thick green plants. There are big trees that are 50 to 60 meters high and are still growing with the naked eye. And there are vines with a diameter of 2 meters that are wrapped around the high-rise buildings around Lincian City. There are also countless exotic flowers and plants that cannot be named and creatures running in the forest. In addition to the land, the 100-meter-wide river separating Lincian City and Tianan City has also changed a lot. I don't know if it's an illusion. The levees on both sides of the riverbank covered with green plants have risen by 100 meters, like a small hill, and stretched to both sides for 1 kilometer. Standing on the levee on the Lincian side and looking at the other side of the river, the entire river width has stretched to more than 1 kilometer. At first glance, it looks like a strait. Moreover, there are giant beasts on the river from time to time, and occasionally a black shadow falls from the sky and grabs the giant beasts that jump out of the water. There are also villages around Lincian City, and the fish ponds used for fish farming have expanded into large lakes. In general, Lincian now looks not much different from the primeval forest. 11:49 and 28 seconds p.m. Yanghe Community, Shuguang Base. At this time, the lights are still on, which is rare, and they are still brightly lit. The survivors in the shanty towns of the outer base are all panicked, and some are even more full of fear in their eyes. The only thing that can make them feel a little relieved is the footsteps of the guards patrolling back and forth outside the shanty town. However, with a loud bang, the footsteps outside began to hasten. Hurry! There is a spirit beast attacking the east city wall. Go to support. The 5th echelon of the guard team received it, listening to the voice outside. In a shanty, the little boy looked at his mother holding him and said in a baby voice, "Mom, is there another big monster attacking outside? Be good, sleep well. Dad will fight the monster away with the uncles in the guard team." The woman was in her early 30s and looked ordinary. She touched her son in her arms and said softly, but her face was full of worry. Since August 8th, the Dawn base was attacked by monsters for the first time. It has been 3 consecutive days. In the past 3 days, the number of attacks by wild beasts has become more and more frequent. Yes, my father is a member of the Dawn Guard. He will definitely be able to defeat the monster. I will also become a member of the Dawn Guard and fight monsters with my father in the future, the boy said with longing, just as the mother and son were chatting. At the edge of the 20-meter-high wall of the Dawn base, one guard after another stood on the wall, staring at the periphery with a vigilant look. And under the wall, 15 soldiers stood neatly in 5 rows. Zhou Sheng, Yi Siwen, Wang Xiaolong, Li Qingwan stood in front of the 15 guards, and in front of them was a middle-aged man with black hair. The middle-aged man looked at the people in front of him and said, "Now, the leader and Captain Lin Ro, Captain Zhang Ya, Captain Lu Xinru, and Captain Luo Fan are not here, so I will temporarily rearrange the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 6th echelons." Then the middle-aged man said directly, "Mr. Zhou, listen to my orders. The stability maintenance of the shantytown will be left to you, Yi Siwen, and Wang Xiaolong. As for the manpower, I will temporarily assign the 4th echelon to you." "Yes, Captain Yang." Zhou Sheng, Yi Siwen, and Wang Xiaolong stepped forward, stood up straight, and said seriously. After speaking, Zhou Sheng turned around and said to the 3 members of the 4th echelon, "Brothers, you will be temporarily under my command. Now follow me." "Yes, Captain Zhou." As Zhou Sheng led the team to leave, Yang said again, "Qingwan." Li Qingwan took a step immediately. "I will leave the defense of the west gate to you, and I will leave the 2nd echelon to you." "Yes, Captain." Li Qingwan nodded, greeted, and immediately led 2 teams of people towards the west gate of Shuguang Base. "The remaining members of the 3rd and 6th echelons will follow me to the city wall to fight." After Yang gave an order, several team members immediately rushed to the city wall holding the 1st-level Doomsday submachine gun. On the balcony of Dawn Base, Gu Tuanshuan was holding a big white cat with 2 tails and 2 pairs of ears in his arms. Looking at the scene downstairs, Nuonyuo said, "Meow Paws, you said Uncle Superman and Mother, Aunt Lin, Lu, when will Annie and Uncle Luo come back?" "Meow, I don't know." Meowpath shook his head, his dark golden pupils showing a humanized look of worry. Except for Shuguang Base, Lincian Base appears to be extremely low-key. The entire base was pitch dark, without any lights. However, through the dim moonlight, one can still see the heads of people huddled in silence in the shanties. August 11th, 2022. It's 5 o'clock sharp in the morning. In a certain community in Chudu District 1. Jiang Cheng stretched himself out and sat up from the bed, then waved to the side. In an instant, a 3.5-meter-tall zombie with bone spurs all over its body appeared in the bedroom. Jiang Cheng opened the data eye and glanced at Aaron's status. Name: Aaron, mutated zombie. The energy saturation hint next to the name has disappeared. Seeing this, Jiang Cheng immediately took out 5 first-order killer crystals and handed them over and said, "Aaron, swallow them." "It's Master," Aaron stammered in response, looking longingly at the 5 zombie crystals in front of him, hurriedly reaching out to take them and stuff them into his mouth at a very fast speed, fearing that someone would snatch them away from him. Gulu, swallowing 5 zombie crystals. Aaron's stomach made a low sound like a train engine. In less than 30 seconds, the crystals were completely digested, and the attribute bar also changed. Strength, 263.8 to 288.8. Agility, 44 to 56.5. But this is not enough. Seeing Aaron's longing eyes on him, Jiang Cheng laughed and shook his head. "Don't worry, I'll get it for you later." As he spoke, Jiang Cheng flipped his wrist, and a light green transparent crystal appeared in the palm of his hand. This was a second-level zombie crystal obtained from a previous kill. Looking at the crystal in Jiang Cheng's palm, Aaron hesitated for a while, then reached out to take the crystal and put it directly into his mouth. Seeing this, Jiang Cheng looked very interested. Not to mention anything else, this is a second-level zombie crystal. If Aaron can successfully devour and evolve, he will transform into a second-level zombie subordinate. Of course, judging from Aaron's performance, this swallowing should be a bit reluctant. On the other hand, Aaron, with the devouring of the second-level zombie crystal, its belly made a dull sound again. Not only that, its originally gray skin turned a light pink, and traces of white steam emerged from its floating surface, and the facial features on its face were twitching continuously. Is it because the energy was too high and it burned out? Jiang Cheng said worriedly. This process lasted for a full 10 minutes, until Aaron looked up to the sky and let out an angry roar, grabbing at his body with red eyes. In an instant, blue blood emerged from its body and turned into threads of blood to wrap around its body. In less than a moment, it transformed into a giant egg about 1.5 meters tall. It evolved in a similar way to the previous one, except that the color of the shell changed from red to blue. Is this starting to evolve again? Jiang Cheng watched and immediately looked at Aaron's attribute column. Name: Aaron, mutant zombie. Evolving. Remaining time: 107:59:59. All right. Seeing this, Jiang Cheng looked helpless. The last evolution took a full 4 days, and this time the evolution time has been extended, taking a full 4.5 days. It seems that we have to wait again. However, this also shows that this devouring was successful. Thinking of this, Jiang Cheng used one move with one hand to put Aaron's giant egg into the space ring again. After doing this, Jiang Cheng looked out the window. The next step is to look for Lin Ro. I wonder how this little girl is doing. 5:30 a.m. On the edge of Longjiang River. From the pile of corpses on the beach, a hand suddenly reached out and pushed away the corpse on top. A man with a dirty face crawled out, then turned over and lay on his back on the shore. Call. Exhaling a breath of turbid air, feeling the sunshine on his body and the waves constantly washing over him, the man laughed loudly and said, "I'm not dead. I'm not dead. Ha ha." As soon as he finished speaking, his expression suddenly tightened. His complexion immediately changed. He murmured to himself, What on earth is this?" After saying that, he hurriedly climbed into the water. Less than 3 seconds after he entered the water, a monster with red scales all over its body suddenly appeared on the shore, and its yellow vertical pupils swept around, especially when it swept to the water surface. It stared suspiciously for a full minute, and when it saw no movement, it jumped and disappeared instantly. However, just 5 minutes after the monster left, puff, a head emerged from Longjiang River, and the young man spit, then vigilantly glanced around, and after confirming that the monster had gone far away, He hurriedly went ashore and ran towards the road. It was 6:30 in the morning. Two figures emerged from the underground entrance of Chuda Base. It was Wang Chong and Miao Feng. Standing on the ground, Wang Chong looked at the ruins within a radius of 5 kilometers and couldn't help sighing. No matter how many times you look at it, it's shocking. Yes, Chudu has lost the Chudu Base. It's over. Miao Feng also sighed. Well, let's find Brother Jiang first. Wang Chong sighed, just when the two were about to leave. Suddenly, a red figure appeared in their sight. Old Miao, wait. Wang Chong instantly reached out to stop Miao Feng, looking straight ahead with a solemn expression. Being stopped by Wang Chong, Miao Feng was a little puzzled and asked, "What's wrong?" "He's looking at me," Wang Chong said with a trace of cold sweat on his forehead. Listening, Miao Feng frowned and looked up, looking along Wang Chong's line of sight, only to see a red figure staring at them. For a moment, the atmosphere was a little solemn. Both sides looked at each other for about a minute. The red figure suddenly moved. It was not fast, and walked towards Wang Chong step by step, which was very oppressive. Gurgle. Wang Chong and Miao Feng both swallowed their saliva and stood there, not daring to move, until the red figure came to them. The 5-meter-tall figure, like a small mountain, looked down at them, and a silver barb appeared at the end of its tail, and a gurgling sound came out of its mouth. Fortunately, after just staring for a few seconds, the silver barb slowly retracted. Turning his head, he slowly walked to the entrance, jumped lightly, and jumped directly. Feeling the other party leave, Wang Chong said with cold sweat, "That thing seems to have left." Miao Feng did not dare to move, and whispered, "Is it gone?" "It should be, let me see," Wang Chong said, turning his head carefully, and only breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that there was no one behind him. "Huh. Okay. It's gone." But his back was wet. "Really? I almost felt that it was going to kill me." Miao Feng also breathed a sigh of relief. He was not much better than Wang Chong, and his body was completely wet. After the two finished talking, they looked at each other and said nothing. Along hell, Wang Chong immediately transformed into a 3-headed dog of hell. Miao Feng turned over and rode on it. In just a few seconds, the two disappeared above the ruins of the Chuda Base. Chuda District 1. Within the community, everyone was sitting in the hall. Compared with before, the team has expanded a lot. Jiang Cheng sat in the middle of the coffee table and arranged. Today's arrangement is still the same as yesterday. When everyone goes out to search, they will leave eye-catching marks on the buildings. If you see this mark, go directly back to Dawn Base. "Yes, leader," Luo Fan and others replied. "Well, next, I'll rearrange the groups," Jiang Cheng said, glanced at everyone, and said, "Luo Fan and Wang Zhendong are in a group. Grandfather Zheng is in a group. Sister Ya and Xinru are in a group. And I'm alone if something goes wrong. You can shoot into the sky and sound the command 3 times to ask for help." "What about me?" Lu Ziyan crossed her arms and asked, somewhat puzzled. She woke up early in the morning, and after a night's rest, her body had recovered more than half. Although she could not exert 100% of her peak strength, it was enough to protect herself. "Yes, and me?" Yuan Ningling beside her said the same thing. Looking at the two of them, Jiang Cheng felt a little confused. How about you two just stay at home? After all, he was not a member of his own Shuguang, so he couldn't make direct arrangements for the two of them. As for Wang Zhendong, it was because this guy was obsessed with Luo Fan. Although we are from the Chuda Base, we are not freeloaders. Besides, Captain Luo saved my life. I should do my part due to circumstances and reasons," Lu Ziyun said angrily with heavy makeup on her face. Yuan Ningling said equally directly, "Dr. Lu saved my life, so naturally I should help find someone." Seeing the persistence of the two girls, Jiang Cheng said helplessly, "Okay, then you two will be a team." "No problem." Yuan Ningling raised her eyebrows and looked at Lu Ziyun. "Okay, let's make the arrangements here. Let's take action." Jiang Cheng waved his hand, and everyone left their seats and walked outside one after another. However, just when Zhang Ye was about to go out, Lu Xinru seemed to have thought of something, patted Zhang Ye, and said, "Sister Ye, wait a minute. What's the matter?" Zhang Ye half covered her face and turned around to ask curiously. Jiang Cheng also stopped and looked over, saying, "Xinru, what's the matter?" Lu Xinru hesitated for a while and finally decided to tell the matter. She stretched out her palm, and a photo appeared out of thin air in her palm. This is... Zhang frowned and looked. When she saw the woman in the photo, her pupils shrank suddenly. She quickly took the photo and looked at it carefully. I saw that in the photo, she was 23 years old, wearing a purple dress, with a scenic building behind her. This was taken by the person. Thinking about it, Zhang took a deep breath and asked, Xinru, where did you find this photo? Where are the others? When Lu Xinru took out the photo, Jiang Cheng was already a little curious, but now Zhang mentioned that he was probably related to Gu Tuanshuan's father. Thinking of this, Jiang Cheng silently stepped aside. Lu Xinru looked at Zhang and replied, He is dead. Dead? How did he die? Zhang was slightly startled, with a hint of sadness on her face. After all, he is also Gu Tuanshuan's father. Lu Xinru shook her head and smiled bitterly. How should I put it? He deserves to die. As she spoke, Zhang was narrating everything that happened after she was rescued and regained consciousness. Zhang also heard more and more complicated things. Until the end, Lu Xinru sighed and said, This is the situation. Then he really deserves to die. Zhang's expression turned cold. As a person with the charm skill, she could feel that Lu Xinru's words were absolutely not a lie. Jiang Cheng secretly smacked his lips when he heard it. It has to be said that what Gu Cheng did absolutely subverted his cognition. First, they forced a large number of survivors to create humans, and then provided the created babies as materials to aliens, just to find the direction of evolution. There is nothing wrong with pursuing power, but this method is worse than an animal. Let's talk about the beginning. Gu Cheng abandoned the newly pregnant Zhang and disappeared from the world, leaving him for 6 years. Then zombies broke out. If he hadn't met the mother and daughter by chance, I'm afraid. Looking at Zhang with a cold expression again, Jiang Cheng didn't know how to comfort him. I'm afraid any woman would be disappointed when hearing such news. Speaking of this, Jiang Cheng couldn't help but think of the time when he and Huang Shui were together. The same blindness, the same youth and ignorance. And he fell several times in a row on the same woman. What an idiot. The point is, after rebirth, because of Huang's father and Huang's mother, he was temporarily soft-hearted and did not directly take away the other party's awakening crystal, which led to Huang Shui's resurrection and almost did not cause serious trouble. It can be seen from this that in the future, we must be tough and decisive in doing things, and we must not be dragging our feet, let alone leave any future troubles. Jiang Cheng warned himself silently. And this time, Lu Xinru looked at Zhang who looked gloomy and comforted. Sister Ya, who hasn't met a few scumbags? They are already dead anyway, so let the matter pass. Don't worry. Regarding Gu Cheng, I despaired of him when he left. I'm just worried about what I will say to Tuan Tuan when I go back. Speaking of her daughter, Zhang Ye's eyes softened a little, and she became a little more worried. Let's wait until we get back to the base. We can just go back to the medical room to deal with the problem of your face, Sister Lu. Lu Xinru said. Yeah. Zhang Ye nodded silently, obviously in a bad mood. Seeing the atmosphere fall into silence, Lu Xinru looked at Jiang Cheng for help. Jiang Cheng thought for a moment and said, Debts are settled when people die. Sister Ya, this matter is over. What we should think about is how to protect the Shuguang base in the future and how to let Tuanshuan grow up without worries. Yeah. With Jiang Cheng's persuasion, Zhang Ye's mood calmed down a lot. Looking at the photo in her hand, she threw it to Jiang Cheng and said, Please burn it for me. Okay. Jiang Cheng took the photo and felt that this thing was a hot potato. But when he looked up, Zhang Ye had already walked out the door. Lu Xinru, who had not yet left the house, looked at Jiang Cheng with sympathy, walked over quickly and pecked Jiang Cheng on the face, then playfully said, Leave it to you. After saying that, she looked outside the door and quickly followed. Jiang Cheng was left standing there in a daze, feeling the faint fragrance on his face. For a long time, Jiang Cheng just reacted, touched his face, and smiled helplessly. He looked at the photo in his hand again, and his mind moved. A ball of flame rose up, wrapped the photo in it, and gently threw it out of the window. In an instant, the photo turned into a ball of ash and floated in the air. At the same time, Jianglan Mansion. I don't know if it's because of the different ways of awakening. After Lin Yi swallowed the zombie crystal, he was half healed after one night. He was originally only able to lie down, but he was able to sit up. Of course, except for the broken leg that could not grow back. And in front of Lin Ye's bed, Lin Ro looked at her brother who was able to sit up, and the haze on her face was swept away a lot. After thinking for a while, she said, Lin Yi, you should have a good rest today and wait for us to come back. Well, don't worry, I can take care of myself alone. Lin Yi squeezed out a smile on his face. Well, then I'm leaving. After Lin Ro gave instructions, she walked out with a heavy heart. As always, in addition to collecting food and zombie crystals, she also had to look for Jiang Cheng's traces today. In her heart, Jiang Cheng would not die so easily. No, he must be alive. She had a strong premonition. Snap! Listen to the door closing sound. Lin Yi supported the chair beside the bed with his arms, slowly stood up, and then walked to the living room. He is not a person who likes to drag others down. While everyone went out to collect supplies, he quietly moved to the living room and carefully sorted out the housework. At the same time, at the gate of Jianglan Mansion, after collecting supplies, everyone will gather here at 12 o'clock. Lin Ro looked at the two and said, No problem. Ziyi nodded. Shiyue spread his hands and said, I don't have any problem anyway. You can do whatever you want. Okay, let's separate here. After Lin Ro finished speaking, she walked towards the direction of Longjiang Bridge. This place is at least 20 kilometers away from Longjiang Bridge, but for awakeners like Lin Ro, it is only a matter of minutes. However, Lin Ro deliberately slowed down and searched along the roadside. When the explosion occurred, Jiang Cheng was on the other side of Longjiang River, about 4 kilometers away from Chudu Base. According to the nuclear bomb inventory configuration of Chudu Base, the explosion range can reach up to 10 kilometers at most. Unless you stand within a kilometer range, the shock wave generated cannot kill the awakeners of the first level in seconds. I will definitely find you. Mumbling in her heart, Lin Ro carefully searched along the road. Until she was less than 10 kilometers away from the bank of Longjiang River, a line of text on the side of the store suddenly caught her attention. What is this? Looking carefully, it was engraved with a sharp, hard object. It was engraved with, if you see this mark, return directly to the Dawn Base. Looking at it, Lin Ro's gray eyes suddenly had a light. This must be left by the people of the Dawn Base. And this moment is not long. Maybe the person is still nearby and hasn't left yet. Thinking of this, Lin Ro immediately quickened her pace and searched around. At this time, at the gate of Jianglan Mansion, not long after the three left, 5 mutants walked out from the corner of the community and sniffed gently in front of the 3-meter-high iron gate of the community. Ah! A mutant raised his head and roared, as if he smelled the scent of humans. The others also shouted. The 5 mutants climbed up the iron gate easily like spiders, then turned over and jumped off the iron gate, and then dispersed, sniffing along the corner of the building until they smelled in front of Building 24. And at this moment upstairs, Lin Yi tidied up the house, put the clean garbage in a black plastic bag, and threw it directly from the balcony. The plastic bag fell straight down. With a snap, it happened to hit the head of one of the mutants. The garbage inside spread out from the garbage bag and splashed all over the mutant. After being hit on the head, the mutant shook the garbage on his head, looked at the garbage above with doubt, and then lowered his head to smell the garbage scattered on the ground. Instantly, an excited expression appeared on his face. While his companions were away, he jumped up and directly climbed on the wall of the building. Then, he used his flexible limbs to climb every floor. Every time he climbed to a floor, his bald head stretched inside, and his 2 upturned nostrils sniffed inside. After finding no one, he climbed up again. At the same time, after Lin Yi threw away the garbage, he sat on the sofa in a daze. His injuries were very serious. 1 leg was blown off, and 5 ribs on his body were broken due to the shock wave, and they were burned to varying degrees. But his recovery ability was also very strong. After swallowing 10 ordinary zombie crystals and 1 first-level zombie crystal in succession, his injuries were almost half healed. But Lin Yi looked at his empty left leg, and a faint loss appeared on his face. Without a leg, his combat power was at least reduced by more than half. After all, he is not all supernatural. Without a leg, his movement speed will be greatly reduced, and close combat will become his weakness. In addition to the physical injuries, another problem that troubles him is the current situation. The worst impact of the destruction of the Chudu base is that the entire Chudu will completely lose order, and the surrounding small forces will rise rapidly, splitting Chudu into small kingdoms. Thinking of this, Lin Yi had a headache again and said to himself, "At present, it seems that we can only find a place to settle down, and then gather the bases of various cities in Chudu and try to concentrate our strength in one place." Just as he was thinking, dong dong, there was a sudden noise on the balcony, and there was also the sound of something being kicked over. Suddenly, Lin Ye's face was alert. He turned over and hid behind the sofa, and then slowly raised his head to look at the balcony. I saw a gray-white mutant crawling over from the balcony, sniffing and making a gurgling sound in his throat. Mutant? Lin Yi stared at the mutant, thinking to himself that he deserved it. His injuries had not healed yet, and his abilities were greatly affected. To be honest, he could only exert half of his strength at most, not even as strong as a first-level awakener. No, I can't just sit there and wait for death. Lin Yi thought, retracted his head, and the coldness on one hand condensed, gradually condensing into an ice cone half a meter long and as thick as an adult's arm. Holding the ice cone in his hand, Lin Yi took a deep breath and held it, listening carefully to the other party's footsteps and counting silently in his heart. At the same time, the mutant had already stepped into the living room and sniffed along the sofa. 3, 2, just when the mutant was about to walk to the edge of the sofa. Now, Lin Yi suddenly turned over, pushed the mutant to the ground, and stabbed the mutant's head straight with the ice pick in his hand. Puff! In an instant, the ice pick pierced directly into the opponent's temple, but it only penetrated 5 centimeters, which was not enough to be completely fatal. And because of the attack, the mutant began to struggle crazily, opening its mouth and roaring continuously. Not good. Lin Yi secretly thought something was wrong. The zombie's scream was so loud that it might attract his companions. He immediately used his forearm to push the opponent's chin and suddenly pulled out the ice pick in his hand, then raised it high and thrust it hard into the opponent's forehead. Poof! This time I used almost a lot of force. The ice pick directly penetrated 10 centimeters and even pushed the crystal inside straight back 1 centimeter. The wound where it was stabbed continued to have blue-black liquid overflowing. As the ice pick penetrated, the mutant screamed, tilted its head, and stopped moving. Call! Lin Yi breathed a sigh of relief when he looked at the mutated zombies being dispatched beneath him. But don't wait for him to stand up. Ouch! Several more mutants rolled in from the balcony. Looking at it, Lin Yi was so busy that he grabbed the armrest of the sofa with one hand to support himself, and held an ice pick in the other hand, and threw it fiercely at an approaching mutant. Puff! Ice picks flew out. A mutant that rushed toward him was headshot on the spot. The remaining 3 mutants attacked from the front, left, and right. Lin Yi succeeded in the attack, looked at the 3 mutants that rushed towards him, rolled backwards, narrowly dodged the attack, then kicked hard with his only remaining foot and flew into the bedroom. At the same time, he kicked the door shut, propped himself up and locked the door, then jumped a few steps back with one leg, and once again formed a half-meter-long ice-pick spear with his left hand, staring at the struck bedroom door. Bang! Bang bang! The door was shaking constantly. It seemed as if it would be knocked open in the next moment. Lin Yi stared at the door with a serious expression. Because the strength and speed of a mutant were at least twice that of an ordinary adult, that is to say, each of their impacts exceeded 200 kilograms of force. Under the continuous impact of 3 mutants, an ordinary bedroom door would definitely not be able to withstand it. While thinking, bang, a crisp sound of wood breaking. The door lock was directly broken, and a huge gap was knocked open in the door. Bang, another sound. The door was completely knocked open, and a mutant was the first to rush in with his teeth and claws bared. Go to hell. Lin Yi looked at a mutant rushing out, and threw the ice cone in his right hand immediately. Because of the force, the inertia was too great, and the body was unstable and fell to the ground, and the ice cone instantly pierced the head of a mutant. The remaining 2 mutants saw their companions being killed without any anger. Instead, because Lin Yi had no ice cone in his hand, they immediately attacked from both sides and rushed forward. Ice cone, condense for me. Seeing the mutant getting closer and closer, Lin Yi shouted, and immediately condensed a half-meter-long ice cone in his right hand and thrust it hard. Puff! The ice cone penetrated the head of the mutant that rushed from the right. With a bang, The mutant fell to the ground immediately, and his head tilted and stopped moving. But the next moment, puff, the sound of teeth entering the flesh came, and a large amount of blood instantly flowed out of Lin Ye's left arm. Turning his head, he saw that his arm was bitten tightly by the remaining mutant. Tear. The mutant bit the arm and pulled the head hard behind him. A piece of flesh on the left arm was torn immediately, and a large amount of blood could not be stopped. The mutant bit the piece of meat, chewed it a few times, raised his head and swallowed it into his stomach. At the same time, his stomach made a gurgling sound, and his body visibly expanded. It was estimated to be nearly 2 meters. As if feeling the enhancement of his body, the mutant showed an excited expression. Damn it! Lin Yi looked at the bitten arm with an ugly face, and quickly raised his right hand and attached his palm to the wound. A chill came out from the palm. In the blink of an eye, a thin layer of ice attached to the wound on the left forearm, and the blood that was originally overflowing was stopped instantly. After doing this, Lin Yi looked at the mutant again and grabbed with his right hand. Ice cone. A half-meter-long ice cone immediately condensed into shape. The other injured hand supported the edge of the bed and stood up crookedly. One person and one corpse confronted each other like this. However, the mutant should have tasted the sweetness and couldn't hold it in just a few seconds. Ayo! The mutant raised his head and howled, bent his legs, and the muscles on his thighs immediately bulged high. He kicked his legs and jumped up to pounce on Lin Yi. Go to hell! Lin Yi raised the ice cone, and when the mutant was less than half a meter away from him, he held the ice cone and stabbed it towards the other's head again. But the next moment, his wrist was suddenly pinched by a gray palm in midair. What? Lin Yi looked incredulous. He didn't expect the mutant's reaction ability to become so fast, but as a second-level strongman, although he was seriously injured, he was still a lean camel bigger than a horse. He immediately used the only remaining right leg to push, and with the help of the pinched right arm, he flew into the air, bent his waist, and kicked the other's lower abdomen with his right leg. Puff! His right foot kicked the mutant's belly heavily, and the huge force kicked the other party backwards and hit the wall, and the grabbed right wrist was immediately released. Taking advantage of the gap, Lin Yi immediately threw the ice cone in his hand at the mutant. Puff! A burst of black blood spurted out, and the ice cone pierced the opponent's lower abdomen fiercely. Ah! The mutant was injured, and although he could not feel the pain, the loss of blood made him extremely unhappy, and he let out an angry roar. After a successful attack, Lin Yi grabbed with his right hand again, and an ice cone condensed into shape again, and then pierced towards the opponent's head. This time there was no accident. With a puff, the ice cone directly pierced the opponent's head. The mutant struggled twice, his head tilted, and his eyes dimmed with reluctance. Huh. After killing these 5 mutants, Lin Yi breathed a sigh of relief, and his body suddenly lost strength, and he squatted on his buttocks and sat directly on the ground. He looked at the mess on the ground and the wound on his left forearm, and couldn't help but let out a bitter smile in his heart. I really didn't expect that a powerful person on the second level would waste so much energy to deal with 5 mutants, and even after the injury healed, it would be difficult to recover to the previous peak state. Thinking of this, his face was full of disappointment. Forget it. Let's take it one step at a time. Lin Yi muttered to himself, consolidated the ice layer on the wound on his left forearm again, then supported his body, walked to the dead mutant, condensed an ice knife, and stabbed it hard in the head. The mutant's head broke open, and there was a gray, transparent crystal inside. He didn't wipe it, but put it directly into his mouth, and then walked out of the living room with the wall, still doing the same thing. Soon, all the crystals of the 5 mutants were swallowed by him. Then he closed his eyes and sat on the sofa, silently absorbing the energy in the crystal. However, what he didn't know was that the huge noise of his fight with the 5 mutants attracted a large number of zombies. If he looked out of the balcony, he could see countless zombies gathered at the iron gate of Jiangwan Mansion, and zombies pouring out from other street corners gathered here. As the zombies gathered, the thin iron gate could no longer support it, and it collapsed with a bang. Instantly, zombies poured into the community like a wave. There were even more than a dozen first-order mutants and 2 or 3 second-order mutants. What's that sound? Hearing the huge bang outside the window, Lin Yi was alert and opened his eyes suddenly. and an ominous premonition came up. He didn't care about the zombie crystals in his body that had not been digested yet, and walked towards the balcony on the sofa. When he reached the edge of the balcony, he leaned on the fence and looked down. I saw zombies running on the paths of the community like hounds, and they were extremely dense. Not only that, there were also several huge figures mixed in with the zombies. Hiss! He took a breath of cold air suddenly. Reacted. No, we have to move quickly. Lin Yi quickly picked up the crutches beside the sofa and didn't care about the things in the room. He walked upstairs with the crutches. At this time, he was close to the Longjiang Bridge area. Lin Rose stared at the young man standing opposite him not far away, and her eyes turned red for a while. She walked forward slowly. When she arrived in front of the young man, she suddenly threw herself into his arms with a wow. You bastard, do you know how long I have been looking for you? I almost thought you were dead. Feeling Lin Rose's wet chest, Jiang Cheng didn't know how to speak for a while, so he could only touch Lin Rose's head and let the woman in his arms vent. Alas! For a long time, Lin Rose withdrew from Jiang Cheng's arms and looked at Jiang Cheng with red eyes and said, How did you survive? Where are the others? Don't worry, I found everyone. We have been looking for you for 2 days. Jiang Cheng said softly. Listening to it, Lin Rose's nose was sore and she almost cried again. She had a lot of things to say, but when she really faced Jiang Cheng, she didn't know how to say it. Looking at Lin Rose's tearful appearance, Jiang Cheng felt a pang of pity in his heart and asked, How did you get through these few days? Lin Rose was about to speak. Boom. A loud bang came from not far away. Both of them put away their emotions and looked in the direction of the explosion, but the distance was too far and they couldn't see the situation clearly for a while. Jiang Cheng pulled Lin Rose over and said, Hold me tight. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Rose only felt a whistling sound in her ears, and the scenery in front of her continued to rise. In half a second, the two rose to a height of 500 or 600 meters. Looking in the direction of the explosion again, it seemed to be a residential area. Smoke was billowing in the residential area, and it seemed that something had collapsed. Lin Rose's pupils shrank. Isn't this the residential area where she temporarily stayed? She exclaimed, No, Lin Yi. Lin Yi? Jiang Cheng looked at it in confusion. Lin Rose hurriedly said anxiously, It's too late to explain. My brother Lin Yi is still in that residential area. Let's go over there quickly. Okay. Hold tight. Jiang Cheng's eyes flashed, and a circle of air barrier flashed behind him. In an instant, the two flew towards Jianglan Mansion at a high speed. At the same time, cough, 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 Lin Yi slumped on the roof, holding his chest and coughing violently. When his chest calmed down a little, he looked up at the building opposite where he lived. I saw smoke and dust rolling, and 3 floors of the 33-story building collapsed. I couldn't help but feel lucky that I was decisive. Otherwise, I would have been smashed into a pulp by the first-level mutant. At the moment when the thought fell, a huge black shadow jumped high from the thick smoke and rushed towards him. Not good. Lin Yi looked at the first-level crusher that was constantly enlarging in his sight, secretly said that it was not good, and quickly scanned the surroundings. When he saw a white wooden door on the roof, he quickly pushed the ground with 1 foot and shouted to the ground with his right hand, Freeze! Crackling. Thick cold air emerged from his palm and froze the ground into a flat ice surface along the palm and extended to the white wooden door. With the help of the power of his right leg pushing the ground, he sat on the ice and slid quickly. Just as he slid to the wooden door, bang! On the ground where he was sitting, a huge figure fell and smashed the ground into a half-meter crack. Watching the zombies attack, Lin Yi hit the door with his back, and at the same time, he pressed his right hand on the ground and shouted to the first-level crusher, Freeze! Instantly, cold air came out, starting from the palm of his right hand. A 2-centimeter thick ice layer quickly spread towards the first-level crusher. Until it reached the opponent's feet, the ice layer went up along the ankles and soon froze the first-level crusher's legs. Seeing the opponent's feet frozen, Lin Yi breathed a sigh of relief, and then hit the wooden door with his back even harder. But just after hitting it, crack, the sound of the ice layer breaking sounded. A strong wind suddenly hit behind him. Lin Yi turned around in a hurry, crossed his arms in front of his chest, and shouted, Ice shield. Crack. A round ice shield with a thickness of 10 centimeters and a diameter of 20 centimeters appeared in front of his arms. The moment the ice shield solidified, a huge fist suddenly hit it. Bang! There was no surprise. The ice shield was smashed to pieces like paper, and Lin Yi was hit by this punch and broke through the wooden door, flying backwards. It didn't stop until it hit the wall of the corridor behind him. Puff! A mouthful of blood spit out from his mouth, and then there was another violent cough. The zombies in his body that had not yet recovered became more serious, and his left forearm, which had been bitten by the mutant and had stopped bleeding with great difficulty, was bleeding again. Damn it! Lin Yi gritted his teeth and wanted to crawl out of the wall, but his injuries worsened under this punch, and he lost too much blood, so he was a little detached for a while, but he still struggled hard to pull his body out. Looking at the struggling human in front of him, the first-level crusher showed no mercy, bent his legs, and rushed out again. Bang! Another loud noise. The first-level crusher knocked a figure off the roof, with several cement stones around him. Soon, Lin Yi flew more than 10 meters away, and after a short pause, he was pulled down by gravity. Am I going to die? Lin Yi looked at the floors around him that kept falling, and his pupils darkened. The 33rd floor is about 100 meters high. At such a height, plus he was already seriously injured, under the gravity acceleration of free fall, if he fell to the ground, he would definitely die. Just when he was desperate, he seemed to hear a woman's voice. Lin Yi, is it my sister? Lin Yi muttered. Because he fell too fast, he had no time to look in the direction of the voice. Just when he was less than 10 centimeters from the ground, another roar sounded. The wind is rising. Whoosh! The wind sounded. Lin Yi only felt that he was wrapped by a group of cool wind, and his body that was about to fall also stopped instantly. Then he was slowly sent to the ground. He looked blankly ahead. I am not dead. Just as he was stunned, a man and a woman landed steadily on the ground, and then a woman ran over hurriedly and hugged his head. Lin Yi, are you okay? The woman cried. Feeling the familiar warmth, Lin Yi slowly raised his head and glanced at the woman, forcing a smile. Sister? After the words fell, he fainted directly due to exhaustion. Lin Yi! Lin Ro cried, even louder when she saw Lin Yi unconscious. Jiang Cheng couldn't help but remind him. He should have just fainted. Don't worry, he won't die with me here. After listening to Jiang Cheng's reminder, Lin Ro was relieved. She gently carried her brother to the lawn on the side and laid him down. Then she turned around and looked at the first-level crusher that had just landed. Her face was extremely cold, and she said, Jiang Cheng, please help take care of my brother. Do you need my help? Jiang Cheng said. Lin Ro shook her head and said with murderous intent, No, I want to kill these guys myself. As soon as she finished speaking, she flipped her wrist and a second-level Tang sword appeared in her palm. Holding the handle of the Tang sword, she flipped it slightly and stared at the first-level mutant in front of her and said, I want you to die. Roar. Facing the human who suddenly came to snatch the prey away, the first-level crusher roared, lowered his body, and wanted to rush over. But before it could move, a delicate cry, water binding. Wow! A circle of water column at least 1 meter thick was like a long snake, directly wrapping the arms and body of the first-level crusher tightly. No matter how it struggled, it could not break free from the water and could only roar continuously in place. Seeing the other party being bound, Lin Ro flipped the Tang's sword. The tip of the sword dragged on the ground, and the surging internal energy poured into the blade, and suddenly the black light became stronger. Whoosh! Lin Ro flashed in front of the first-level crusher and slowly raised the Tang's sword. The first move of the 3 swords to kill demons slashed the demon. Swish! Puff! The Tang sword chopped down from the head of the first-level crusher from top to bottom, without a trace of obstruction, and the blade slid out from the crotch of the first-level crusher. Lin Ro put away the sword and stood. The water binding behind him dissipated. With a bang, the more than 3-meter-tall body broke into 2 halves and slid to the ground. On the ground, blue blood slowly flowed from the cut. At a glance, this first-level crusher was already dead and could not die anymore. After dealing with this first-level crusher, Lin Ro looked at the zombie group next to him and stepped with his left foot. Bang! The ground sank. With a whoosh, the figure turned into a black light and disappeared again. If Lin Yi is hurt, All the zombies in the community will die. Water pattern needle. Water spout. Lin Ro among the zombies was like a wolf among sheep. The watermarked needles stimulated all over her body, pierced through the zombie's eyebrows, and a condensed water spout shattered its body. For a moment, dark red and blue sticky, thick, smelly blood filled the neighborhood's paths. It wasn't until she killed the ordinary zombies together with the dozens of first-level zombies that Lin Ro knelt down on one knee and gasped for breath, holding the Tang Dao. Haha, damn it. My inner energy has been depleted quite a bit. Lin Ro raised her eyes and looked at the 3 second-order mutants left in front of her. 2 of them are second-level death crushers, with explosive muscles mixed with a fierce aura. The remaining one is a second-level death reaper. He is much larger than the average reaper, with a pair of red scythes on his arms. There is still a faint smell of blood on it. These 3 second-order mutants are unusual and in danger. Jiang Cheng frowned at the 3 second-order mutants and frowned. No, we can't let this girl carry on like this anymore. Jiang Cheng shouted to Lin Ro, who was squatting with her back to him. You have done enough. Leave the rest to me. Lin Ro remained silent. A few seconds later, she said calmly, You have helped me enough, and you have stood in front of our team members every time. But this time, I want to prove to you that I, Lin Ro, can now stand alone. Okay. Well, then be careful and don't show off. Jiang Cheng couldn't help but shook his head secretly, then took out a bottle of spiritual water from the space ring and threw it over and said, Here, restore your strength first. The bottle drew a parabola in the air and was caught by Lin Ro with one hand accurately. Thank you. As he spoke, he unscrewed the bottle cap and drank the spiritual water in large gulps. As the water in the spiritual pool submerges, the inner energy in the Dantian that has bottomed out begins to rise, filling the Dantian in just 1 minute. Feeling the recovery of her inner energy, Lin Ro threw away the mineral water bottle and stood up with the Tang Dao. She raised the Tang Dao and pointed at the second-order mutant in front of her, yelling, Come on! Facing the provocation of humans, as second-order mutants, the 3 zombies showed humanized anger on their faces. After looking at each other, a second-level crusher rushed out first. Bang! Bang bang! While running, every time the soles of his feet hit the ground, the gravel on the ground would bounce up, and the speed was extremely fast. Almost in an instant, he was in front of Lin Ro. He raised his arms high, like a mountain, covering the sky above Lin Ro, and then smashed it down hard. Ouch! Seeing the strong wind falling from the top of her head, Lin Ro was not afraid and let out a sweet cry. The Xinyuan gong in the body immediately started to operate, releasing a strong power from the body, and the 3 attributes of strength, agility, and spirit were greatly increased. Strength, 98.7, 138.18. Agility, 26.2, 36.68. Spirit 20, 28. Bang! The second-level crusher's fist hit the ground, smashing the cobblestones inlaid on the community path, but Lin Ro had disappeared from the spot the moment the gray giant fist fell. And in the next second, he appeared behind the second-level death crusher. The first move of the 3 demon-killing swords is to kill the demon. There was a sound, and a Tang sword glowing with black light struck from above. Puff! The Tang knife was sharp and easily broke through the surface of the second-level death crusher's back, but slashed along the surface. Moment. A gash more than 1 meter long appeared conspicuously on the back of the second-level death crusher. Blue sticky blood slowly overflowed from the gray flesh that was opened with one finger, and then turned into streaks along the back. Bloodstains slid down. Ouch! Being hit by a slash, the second-level death crusher felt no pain, but the loss of blood made it feel the loss of strength. It couldn't help but roared to the sky angrily, raised its claws, twisted back, and threw a pendulum, but Lin Ro stepped back to avoid it. After taking a dozen steps back, Lin Ro heeled a little bit to stabilize her body, then bent her legs and kicked out. Whoosh! It turned into a strong wind and appeared behind the second-level death crusher. Second form of the 3 demon-killing swords. Subjugate the demon. Zheng. A black light lit up, and a 5 or 6 meter long Tang Dao was raised high. Swish! The swords slashed again. The power of the second form of the 3 demon-destroying swords is twice as powerful as that of the first sword, and the destructive power it cuts will naturally increase exponentially. Puff. Without any surprise, this knife was cut off from the left shoulder of the second-level Death Crusher. The blade cut the body extremely smoothly, and then cut out from the right lower back. The blade drew a semi-elliptical arc in the air and reached up to the zombie's neck. The blade is horizontal. Puff. Blue blood splashed out. The second-level Death Crusher stood frozen on the spot. His ferocious head slowly slid off his neck and rolled to the ground, and half of his body also slid down from the cut on his shoulder. Boom. As half of his body finished speaking, his lower body also fell to the ground. Shake off the blue blood stained on the knife. Sheath the knife. Lin Ro's back was like a spear stuck straight into the ground, standing proudly. Take care of one, and there will be two more. Lin Ro thought silently in her heart. The remaining two second-level mutants saw their companion being killed, looked at each other, and both rushed over. Ouch! A second-level crusher roared, kicked off the ground with its legs, and raised its arms as thick as elephant legs to smash down. Another second-level Death Harvester appeared in front of Lin Rong in the blink of an eye, with a pair of giant blood-red sickles like scissors, crossing and cutting. Two second-level mutants attacked Lin Ro's upper and lower lanes respectively. Seeing this, Lin Ro leaned back and retreated wildly on her heels. However, her speed was still much slower than that of the second-level Death Harvester. With a tearing sound, the clothes on her lower abdomen were cut open, and there was a 10-centimeter cut on her lower abdomen. Blood overflowed, instantly soaking the surrounding clothes red. Lin Ro stepped back to stabilize her body, snorted lightly, stared at the second-level Death Harvester in front of her that had scratched her, covered her bleeding lower abdomen with one hand, and said in her heart, "Damn it! This second-level harvester is too fast. I am no match for it at all." The moment the thought came up, whoosh, a sound of breaking through the air came towards her. Looking up, he saw the giant red sickle cutting through the air and slashing towards him. "Be careful," Jiang Cheng, who was watching the battle beside the unconscious Lin Yi, reminded him. Lin Ro also reacted, turned the blade of the second-level Tang sword she was holding, and put her other hand on the back of the Tang sword, blocking it vertically in front of her. Clang! In a moment, the giant red sickle hit the Tang sword, creating a spark. Lin Ro was directly cut by this huge force, and her feet slid back more than 20 meters, and because of this huge force, her Tang sword almost slipped out of her hand. Stabilizing her body, Lin Ro felt the bleeding wound on her lower abdomen, took out a piece of clothing from the space ring, wrapped it around her lower abdomen and tied it tightly, then held the sword with both hands again, stared at the second-level Death Harvester with sharp eyes, and shouted, "Come again." This girl is still too reluctant to fight against the second-level Death Reaper. Jiang Cheng shook his head. Through the eyes of Data, he could see that the agility of this second-level Death Reaper was 85 points, while Lin Ro's agility was only 36.68. Still in the spiritual opening state, the difference was not 1 or 2 points. However, this girl's character is too strong. After thinking about it, Jiang Cheng still decided that if there was a critical moment, no matter what this girl said, he would take action without hesitation. After all, the ability to kill the second-level Death Crusher alone is already rare among the first-level Awakeners. Lin Ro has completely proven herself. Just as his expression darkened, the second-level Death Crusher had already rushed forward. Ouch! Both fists were raised, as heavy as Mount Tai. Boom! It hit with a sharp explosion. Second form of the 3 demon-killing swords. Subjugate the demon. Lin Ro simply didn't avoid it, and raised her sword to strike directly. Zheng! The fist hit the blade hard, making a sound of metal collision. However, the knife was very powerful. At the moment of intersection, the second-level Death Crusher's fists were directly cut in half by the blade, and his body was also chopped backwards. After flying 5 or 6 meters, it hit the ground heavily. The second-level Death Crusher failed in one blow, and the second-level Death Reaper made a sneak attack again. Whoosh! During the dive, 2 giant red scythes unfolded and slashed through the air. Not good. Feeling the attack of this second-level Reaper, Lin Ro secretly thought something was wrong. She had just fought against the second-level Death Smasher, and before her sword power could be restrained, she had no time to react when this second-level Reaper sneak attacked. Seeing that the blade of the knife was about to cut her in half, Lin Ro didn't even bother to raise the knife and shouted, "Water shield." The surrounding water vapor condensed instantly and turned into a water ball with a diameter of 2 meters, blocking Lin Ro's body. Wow! Water splashes. The red scythe of the second-level Death Reaper cut straight in. Under the resistance of the water, its power was reduced by more than a handful, and its speed was also slowed down by more than half. Wait until the water balloon is cut. Lin Ro's Tang Dao was already in front of her. Zheng. Under the impact, Lin Ro simply took 5 or 6 steps back to stabilize her body. The crisis of being cut in half was resolved immediately. But with this move, Lin Ro's eyes lit up. According to the characteristics of the 2 second-level mutants, the second-level Death Crusher can take advantage of its speed, and it is not difficult to solve. The characteristics of the second-level Death Reaper are that it is fast and has less power than her. Not much stronger, especially with the blessing of the 3 demon-killing sword skills. It can be said that in terms of strength, she can crush the Death Reaper. In other words, as long as she limits the opponent's speed, she can turn the tide of the battle. Thinking of this, Lin Ro looked at the second-level Death Reaper who was rushing toward her with a water ball in front of her. She jumped up high with one foot and pointed her left hand at the second-level Death Reaper and shouted, "Multiple water shields." Bang! 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 A dozen water balls with a diameter of 2 meters gathered around Lin Ro, blocking the straight line of attack in front of her. Then he raised his palm again, and countless water-marked needles floated around him. Go! With a finger of his arm, the water-marked needle shot out at the second-level Death Reaper. With the blessing of Lin Ro's superpower, the water-marked needle was as sharp as metal. The moment the second-level Death Reaper dodged, it left dense holes the size of fingers on the ground. However, Lin Ro's purpose was not to shoot. The second-level Death Reaper uses this to interfere with the opponent's actions. Sure enough, under the interference of the watermarked needle, the second-level Death Reaper slowed down in order to avoid the attack. Moreover, when facing the water balls that appeared in front of him from time to time, he had to change directions in time, and his speed was slowed down again. By the time he approached Lin Ro, the speed had slowed down to a level where a first-level Awakener could see clearly. Now, Lin Ro raised her palm and shouted, "Water binding." As soon as he finished speaking, several large water balls gathered around him turned into a stream of water and rushed towards them, entangling the second-level Death Smasher. Ouch! With its body restrained, the second-level Death Reaper began to struggle wildly. It was very powerful, and the water column surrounding it was constantly vibrating due to his struggle, and it was about to break through the limit. Lin Ro seized the opportunity and turned into a black light with her feet, slashing upwards. Second form of the 3 demon-killing swords, subjugate the demon. Wow! The water binding turned into countless water pillars and was shaken away by the second-level Death Reaper, but Lin Ro's Tang Dao also arrived. Unable to dodge, the Tang Dao swiped past her neck. Puff! Blue blood arrows flew out, and the head of Ba Petal Mouth rose into the sky and then hit the ground. Less than 2 seconds, the 4-meter-long body collapsed. Finally solved, Lin Ro breathed a sigh of relief, then turned to look at the other second-level Death Crusher that was rushing towards her, raising the Tang Dao high again. The third form of the 3 swords to destroy demons, destroy demons. The black light flourished, and under the infusion of inner energy, the second-level Tang sword turned into a giant 7-8-meter-long air sword and slashed at the second-level Death Smasher, who raised his fist. No surprises. Although the fist of the second-level Crusher is strong, it cannot withstand the force of more than 110,000 kilograms. The fist and the back of the body were split in the middle. A 5-meter-tall second-level Death Smasher was directly split into 2 halves. Ouch! Lying down on the ground, with only half of his head left, he growled and stopped moving. Call! Seeing the 3 second-order mutants that she had dealt with in front of her, Lin Ro let out a long sigh of relief, and then her body collapsed, becoming unstable and falling backwards. Just when she was about to fall, a figure blocked her behind, then unscrewed a bottle of spiritual water and handed it over, saying, "Drink quickly to replenish your strength." Yes. Lin Ro nodded and took a small sip of the spirit water without resisting. Spiritual water enters the abdomen. She felt a coolness rising slowly from her dantian, and then under the operation of Xinyuan Gong, it flowed along the limbs and bones of her body. With the blessing of the spiritual water, the blood in her lower abdomen, which had been cut and bleeding, was also stopped. After Lin Ro finished replenishing the water in the spirit pool, Jiang Cheng said, "You take a rest while I collect the crystals from these zombies." Good. With Lin Ro's permission, Jiang Cheng held her arm to Lin Ye's side, and then began to collect the crystals one by one. During the collection process, Qiyue and Zai also arrived after hearing the noise, but they saw zombie corpses all over the ground, as well as Lin Yi and Lin Ro lying aside. Not long after, with the help of Qiyue and Zai, the three of them collected the zombie crystals. 1,000 ordinary zombie crystals, 50 mutant zombie crystals, 12 first-level zombie crystals, 2 second-level crusher crystals, and 1 second-level reaper crystal. It's not appropriate to stay in Jianglan Mansion any longer. Without further ado, everyone will follow me to our base. Jiang Cheng greeted. A group of 5 people rushed towards the garrison. Chuda District 1. Linjiang Garden. Building 28, Room 2083. The room of more than 130 square meters was packed with people. Jiang Cheng glanced around and saw that all members of the Shuguang base who had been separated due to the explosion had arrived. In addition, there were Wang Jindong from the Huangshan base, Yuan Ningling, the captain of the 3rd Doomsday Team, and Lu Ziyun, the captain of the 2nd Doomsday Team from the Chuda base. Lin Yi, captain of the Doomsday Team, and his team members Qiyue and Zai, Grandma Zhang, and finally Wang Chang and Miao Feng, who happened to meet Jiang Cheng when he came back, chatted with them all the way. However, half an hour ago, Wang Chang went out again, saying that he was going to pick up Dr. Ho Yin from the Chuda base. "Okay, you guys, stop standing around and talk about your plans," Jiang Cheng said to everyone except the members of the Shuguang base. Lu Ziyun and Yuan Ningling looked at each other, then turned to Jiang Cheng and said, "We have decided. Now that Chuda base is gone, we hope Shuguang base can accept us." "Okay, it just so happens that there are more people and more power." Jiang Cheng nodded and looked at Lin Ye's Doomsday Team. To be honest, Lin Yi was a little hesitant about joining Dawn base. As a soldier, it was hard for him to accept that he turned his attention to other forces. Besides, he learned from Miao Feng and others that Commander Xiang and several researchers were still alive, which represented the Chuda base. Not yet destroyed. Thinking of this, he still refused. What are you doing? Just follow me back to Lin Xian." Lin Ro glared at Lin Yi and interrupted directly. "But sister, I am still a soldier of Chudu. How can I?" Lin Yi retorted quickly. "Soldier of Chudu? Look at what you look like now. You are missing arms and legs. Are you staying in Chudu to die?" Lin Ro poked unceremoniously. Lin Yi wanted to refute something, but seeing Lin Ro looking at him menacingly with her hands on her hips, she immediately lowered her head and said weakly, "I'll just join. That's pretty much it." Lin Ro clapped her hands, looked at Jiang Cheng, and said, "Okay, this guy agrees now." Jiang Cheng heard a row of black lines appear on his forehead, but he did not object to Lin Ye's joining. On the contrary, he very much welcomed it. Apart from being a bit arrogant, this guy is still quite strong among this group of people. Although he is missing a leg now, there is a base and shopping mall, so it is not a big problem. But his teammates? Jiang Cheng thought about it and looked at the members of the Doomsday Team. "What about you?" Chi spread her hands and said helplessly, "Of course we are following the captain, but..." After saying that, he put his arms around Jiang Cheng's shoulders and said in a low voice, "Chief, are there any beauties in our Dawn base?" The words just fell. Bang! A skull hit Chi-Chi's head hard. "Oops!" Chi screamed, covering her head and looking at Lin Ju with resentment. "Sister, we should have no grudges. I advise you to be honest in Shuguang. Be careful that my aunt will prevent you from becoming a man." Lin Ro fiercely made a scissor hands gesture, which scared Qiyue, and nodded an apology and said with a smile, "I was wrong. I must be honest." But after saying that, there was still a hint of resentment in his eyes. "There's nothing I can do about it. This girl is the captain's sister, so her identity is there. Besides, this girl is incredibly powerful. Obviously, a first-level awakened person can force him to defeat a second-level awakened person. The key point is to control him in terms of superpowers, just like the captain." He had to bow his head. Snort. Lin Ro snorted coldly before giving up. What about Miss Zai? Jiang Cheng asked. I listened to the captain. Zai raised his hand and said calmly. Good. Jiang Cheng nodded and looked at Wang Zhendong, and the others also looked over. Being stared at by everyone, Wang Zhendong was a little embarrassed and said, although I also want to join Xu Guang, as the captain of Huangshan base, I cannot leave my brothers alone. I can only accept the kindness of leader Jiang Cheng. Yes, I can understand Brother Wang's situation. Jiang Cheng nodded. The people at the Chuda base were okay, but the captains of other bases supported a large number of people. Jiang Cheng also expected Wang Zhendong's rejection. Next, Jiang Cheng's voice said, now that everyone has made their choice, the next step is to get ready to go to Linxian. But before we go to Linxian, Brother Miao will first introduce us to the monster in the Chuda base. Jiang Cheng said. Speaking of monsters, everyone in the room looked solemn. Everyone has more or less felt the aura of that monster. Even if they are several kilometers apart, they can feel trembling all over. Miao Feng stepped forward and said, I don't know much about this monster, but the information that I can confirm is that this monster is called Artificial Warrior Number 44, and it comes from the number 2 underground laboratory of Chuda Base. The research product is said to be a combination of several zombie genes and the addition of animal-related genes. The leader of the experiment is Mr. Xiang, and the person in charge of the research is called Yi Xinyu. Lao Xiang took the lead, right? Several people in this room were from the original Chuda base, and they all looked surprised when they heard this. Yuan Ningling, on the other hand, frowned slightly, with a complicated expression on his face, as if he knew something. Miao Feng continued. I have seen it with my own eyes, and this monster's strength is currently at level 4, and it is still in the obedience training stage. A 4th level monster? Obedience training? What do you have to obey? Jiang Cheng just thought it was ridiculous. It's like humans trying to tame a wild lion. Who knows? One day the other party will be so wild that it will bite you to death. What's more, among the zombies who respect strength, I have never heard of any high-level zombies obeying the orders of low-level zombies. This is engraved in the genes of these zombies. There are also such cases among humans. Jiang Cheng said. Is there any other information about this artificial warrior, number 44? Miao Feng shook his head and said, that's all I know at present. As he said, he seemed to think of something, and said, by the way, there is one more thing. When Wang Chang and I came out to look for the leader, we met this artificial warrior, number 44. I don't know if it's my illusion. I always feel that the look from this guy is very dangerous. It's true. Jiang Cheng nodded secretly, just as he guessed. In this case, Jiang Cheng thought for a moment and said, everyone has heard about this artificial warrior, but if we want to go to Linxian, we must pass through the Longjiang Bridge. So I decided to bypass Longjiang. Speaking of this, Jiang Cheng stretched out his index finger and drew a horizontal line on the coffee table. First of all, everyone, look, this is Longjiang. And the area we are in is here, Chudu District 1. The closest way to Linxian City is through the Longjiang Bridge. There are 3 Longjiang bridges, each 10 kilometers apart. We can go around from this direction, that is, Longjiang Bridge 3. Here, it is at least 30 kilometers away from Longjiang Bridge 1. I believe that artificial warrior number 44 cannot sense such a long distance, and then pass through Chudu District 6, cross Longjiang from here, and finally go straight along the Linqiu Expressway for 500 kilometers, and you can reach Linxian City before dark. What do you think? I have no objection. Miao Feng was the first to raise his hand. I have no objection either. I agree. Everyone raised their hands to vote. Okay, we'll set off after Wang Chang brings Dr. Ho Yin here. Now let's recover our strength. On the other side, Wang Chang had already picked up Dr. Ho Yin from the Chudu base, but when they were returning halfway, they met the artificial warrior number 44 again. Dr. Ho, don't talk yet. Don't look into its eyes, just wait for it to pass. Wang Chang stood there, lowered his head, and lowered his voice. I know. Ho Yin hurriedly did as he was told. And 100 meters in front of them, a creature covered in red scales, with a face like a human female and eyes like copper bells, walked slowly over. Unlike before, the artificial warrior number 44 did not leave directly, but walked slowly closer, surrounding the 2 people and looking at them carefully. Suddenly, It stopped beside Wang Chong, with a look of interest in its eyes, lowered its head, and licked Wang Chong's face with a purple tongue, making a gurgling sound in its throat. Feeling the wetness and heat on his face, Wang Chong closed his eyes more tightly, and several crow's feet appeared on his face. His heart was pounding, and he was extremely nervous. Then, the monster's tongue slid down Wang Chong's face towards the collar of Wang Chong's clothes until Wang Chong shuddered violently. "My mother!" Wang Chong suddenly became alert and secretly complained in his heart, because the monster's purple long tongue licked a place that it shouldn't lick. Looking at the monster again, feeling the strange smell on the tip of the tongue, and then suddenly retracting the slender purple long tongue, a trace of boredom appeared in his eyes, turned around, and walked straight into the distance. 10 minutes later, there was no more sound from the monster behind him, and Wang Chong shouted, "Beast transformation!" His body suddenly grew bigger and turned into a three-headed hellhound. The head in the middle turned around and spoke in human language. "Dr. Ho, hurry up and get up without delay." Okay. Ho Yin was stunned for a moment, and with the help of Wang Chong, he turned over and sat firmly on his back. "Hold on." The gate of Linxian base. After the reinforcement last night, the gate, which originally had only one layer of iron fence, was blocked by scattered stones, which were 5 meters high and 3 meters thick. But even such a solid defense was shaking violently, as if it would be broken apart in the next moment. And on the stones, "Hit me," Li Feng shouted, and more than 40 soldiers lay on the rocks and kept pulling the trigger at the giant beast outside. Bang, bang, bang. Tongues of fire spit out. Under the attack of the first-level Doomsday submachine gun, the giant beast outside was beaten and bleeding, but because of its large size, it could not be killed for a while, but aroused its ferocity. I saw a gray, 8-meter-long giant beast shaped like a mouse with a single horn on its forehead, howled to the sky, then stared at the gate with bloodshot eyes, and his body with a twist. The 5-meter-long tail as thick as a telephone pole behind it swung directly towards the gate. Bang! The tail was fast and powerful. With one swing of the tail, the gate shook violently again, and the stones blocking the gate shook violently. Some of the stones on the top rolled down because they could not withstand the impact. Seeing this, Li Feng took out a first-level Doomsday bomb from his arms, opened the bolt, and threw it at the giant rat. "Beast, I'll give you a little thing." The first-level Doomsday bomb was thrown in front of the giant rat in less than 3 seconds. With a bang, the fireball rose, and flesh and blood flew everywhere. At a glance, the giant rat was blown off half of its head, lying on the ground, twitching and bleeding from the wound. Next to the giant rat, a centipede with a body length of nearly 3 meters was also blown into several pieces. The consecutive deaths of 2 giant beasts immediately aroused the beast nature of the giant beasts next to it. Roar up. With a series of long howls, it continued to charge towards the gate of Linxian. At the same time, Dawn Base. After fighting for a whole night, the already limited ammunition had run out, and the members of the escort team were all exhausted. Outside the city wall, the corpses of the giant beasts had already piled up like a mountain. But there were still giant beasts that continued to appear and attack the city wall, as if there was no end. "Captain, our bullets are almost gone," Shen Fu shouted. Old Man Yang listened, frowned, and looked at the countless giant beasts outside the wall, and shouted, "Shen Fu, give the old man firepower support." "Yes," Shen Fu responded, and hurriedly raised his gun and fired, and at the same time took out a first-level Doomsday bomb and threw it directly. The bomb was thrown into the herd of beasts, and there was a bang. Instantly, the giant beasts within a radius of 5 meters were blown apart. Seeing that a hole was opened in the herd of giant beasts, Old Man Yang jumped down from the city wall directly, flipped the Tang's sword in his hand, and shouted, "Come, let the old man see how many of you beasts are left." After speaking, he rushed into the herd with a sword. However, what Father Yang and Li Feng didn't know was that at this time, spirit beasts from the outskirts of Linxian City were madly pouring into the city, and several terrifying auras were flying towards the city in the sky. At the same time, Wang Chong carried Ho Yin and Jiang Cheng to meet in the community. Wang Zhendong left first because he didn't need to cross the bridge in Huangshan City, and could just walk in the opposite direction of Chudu District 1. A group of people stood at the entrance of the community. Jiang Cheng carried Lin Yi on his back and said, "Let's set off now without further delay." Okay. After the words fell, everyone ran. Among the crowd, except Ho Yin, the weakest one was also on the first level, with the lowest speed above 50 meters per second. It took only 10 minutes to reach Longjiang Third Bridge. However, when everyone arrived, they were shocked by the scene in front of them. It was as if the two banks of the Longjiang River were forcibly pulled apart by two giant hands. The original 3-kilometer river surface was extended to 15 kilometers, and the Longjiang Bridge across the river surface was half collapsed into the rolling waves. Looking at the opposite bank from the levee of the 6th district of Chudu, the high-rise buildings on the opposite bank became low. In addition to the elongated river surface, there was a huge black shadow swimming in the river water, which looked extremely dangerous. Not only that, the vegetation on both sides was also extremely lush, and long vines blocked the shore. The viewing tree on the side, which was originally 4 or 5 meters high and as thick as a bowl, grew directly to more than 20 meters. It took 3 people to hug it. Above the tree canopy, there were vines as thick as an adult's arm crawling under the tree, which was obviously not easy to mess with. What should we do? Wang Chang looked at Jiang Cheng in embarrassment. The others also looked over, and everyone was at a loss for a while. Don't worry. Looking at the helpless crowd, Jiang Cheng smiled slightly and waved to Wang Chang, Ho Yin, and Miao Feng. Wind. A gust of wind immediately dragged the 3 people's feet, and then under Jiang Cheng's control, they flew directly into the air. Seeing this magical scene, Wang Chang was stunned. "I am flying?" The other 2 people's eyes lit up. Jiang Cheng hovered in the air and smiled. "Except for me, there are 14 of us in total. I can drag 3 people each time, and I only need to go back and forth 5 times." After speaking, a stream of air burst out from his body, and the 3 people disappeared instantly. Watching Jiang Cheng and the other 4 disappear, Yang Rui murmured, "He can really fly." On the other hand, Wang Chang, Ho Yin, and Miao Feng only felt a flash in front of their eyes and appeared on the other side of Longjiang River in the next second. "Wait here first, I'll be there soon," Jiang Cheng said, and immediately disappeared on the spot. Less than a second later, they appeared with Grandma Zheng, her grandchildren, and Zhang Ya. Then came Lin Ye's entire doomsday squad. Then came Yuan Ningling, Lu Ziyun, and Luo Fan. Finally, Lin Ro and Lu Xinru. It took less than 6 seconds for everyone to cross the river. Just when everyone was still surprised at Jiang Cheng's speed, a shout rang in their ears. "Let's go!" Responding, everyone ran at full speed again. At this time, Linxian base. Seeing that more and more giant beasts gathered at the gate, the stones against the gate were also knocked down. Seeing that the gate was about to be knocked open, Li Feng immediately shouted, "The gate can't hold up. Retreat." "Guopeng, Tang Yong, stay here." "Yes, Captain." The soldiers retreated in response, leaving only Tang Yong and Guopeng in place. However, Li Feng had no time to explain. He covered the marble that blocked the door with his hands and shouted, "Material simulation." Instantly, the back of his hand changed into stone-like lines, and the lines spread along his wrist until the entire surface of his body was assimilated into marble. When the ability was activated, Li Feng felt as if he had endless strength, and his hands pressed against the door tightly. For a moment, he was actually able to withstand the impact of hundreds of giant beasts. "Captain, has he transformed?" Guopeng stared at Li Feng in a daze. Tang Yong was even more full of admiration. If he had such strength at that time, he would not have lost the Tianan base. Just as the two looked at Li Feng in shock, Li Feng said, "Tang Yong, you organized the remaining survivors to hide in the basement of the school." "Yes, Captain." Tang Yong came back to his senses, saluted straight with a serious face, and then trotted towards the shantytown behind him. After Tang Yong left, Li Feng said, "Guopeng, you take 2 brothers and find a chance to sneak out to tell the people in Shuguang, and tell them that I, Li Feng, request support." "Yes, Captain." Guopeng responded quickly, but looking at Li Feng, who was holding the gate alone, he couldn't help but said, "Captain, what about you?" "Don't worry, I can still hold on for the time being." Because Li Feng's whole body was petrified, His expression on his face was not obvious, but his eyes were full of bloodshot. It was not known whether it was because of staying up late for a long time or because of too much pressure on his arms. I know. Guopeng was stunned for a moment, and then said seriously, Captain, if you can't hold on, retreat. We will have a long life. Go away quickly. I still need your guidance. Li Feng laughed and scolded. Yes. Guopeng nodded, turned around, and ran inside. Because of the injection of the first-level gene enhancement agent, his speed reached 14 meters per second. In less than half a minute, he ran to the shanty town. Seeing that everyone was evacuating in an orderly manner, he waved to the soldiers on guard beside him and said, Yang Tian, Su Fei, you two follow me. Yes, Captain. The two soldiers came trotting over. Guopeng lowered his voice and said, You two will be here in a while. Just as he lowered his voice to give orders. Bang! A loud noise came from the gate. Guopeng listened, his face tightened, and he hurriedly shouted to the survivors behind him who had not evacuated yet. Hurry! The gate is broken. Speed up the evacuation. He shouted to the soldiers beside him. And you? Follow the survivors to evacuate. Yes. While shouting, a cloud of dust rose. From the rolling smoke and dust, a giant beast that looked like a buffalo rushed over. It was at least 3 meters tall, with its entire head covered in red scales, a pair of red crescent horns on both sides of its head, red eyes, white steam coming out of its nostrils, and its body covered in red scales. At the end of its tail was a giant snake covered in scales and spitting apricots, just like the unicorn in mythology. The appearance of the giant beast made the survivors who had been evacuating in an orderly manner panic. Run, the monster is coming. Get out of the way. Damn it. What sin have we committed that we have to face these terrifying monsters? The giant beast looked at the humans with a bloodthirsty expression on his face. He raised his head and let out a long cry. Moo! There was a stream of red-hot air in his big mouth, and he was about to spit it out towards the crowd. Seeing this, Guopeng quickly said to Yang Tian and Su Fei beside him, Quick, you two go from the back wall of the school first. Remember, no matter what, you must arrive at Shuguang Base. Where are you, Captain? Yang Tian asked anxiously. Guopeng looked at the giant beast and said, I want to stop them and buy the survivors time to escape. With that said, he ran towards the giant beast. When he was more than 10 meters away, Guopeng shouted, Beast, look here, your Grandpa Gua is playing with you. Moo. After being provoked, the giant beast turned its head and looked over. When it saw the thin human being less than 2 meters in front of it, a flash of disdain flashed in its eyes, and the heat from its mouth spit out directly. The flame turned into a long snake as thick as a telephone pole and headed straight for Guopeng. For a moment, Guopeng felt the temperature of the surrounding air rising rapidly, and he could clearly feel his face being burned. Seeing that the flame was less than 3 meters away from him, he quickly rolled towards the side. Boom! The flame landed half a meter away from Guopeng and turned into a ball of fire and flew in all directions. Hiss, it hurts. Even if he launched a frontal flame attack, Guopeng's clothes were still ignited. He rolled a few times to put out the fire on his body, but it also caused a large piece of skin on the outside of his thigh to be burned and peeled off, and there were still a few spots. Blood kept spilling out. Ignoring the pain in his thigh, Guopeng gritted his teeth and climbed up, then raised the first-level Doomsday submachine gun in his hand, aimed and fired. Beast, your attack is nothing more than this. I'll take a bullet from your Grandpa Gua. Ch-ch-chu. Pull the trigger. The first-level Doomsday submachine gun continuously spits out fire snakes. The bullets turned into a hail of bullets, covering the entire beast. Puff, puff, puff. Without any accident, the bullet directly penetrated the body of the giant beast and shot out several blood holes as thick as a rolling pin. From the blood holes, blood flowed out gurglingly. However, this was not fatal to the giant beast, but the severe pain of being shot through the body aroused its anger. Moo! The hot air flow continued to gather in the giant beast's mouth. Bang! The next moment, a ball of flame was spit out at Guopeng. Oops! Seeing the flames coming, Guopeng quickly turned over and hid to the side. However, the temperature of this flame is too high. Although he escaped, the outside of his thigh was burned again. The blood from the serious wound could not stop flowing out. Not only that, because of the aggravation of the wound, his speed has been significantly reduced. If the opponent spits flames for the third time, he may not be able to avoid it. But he couldn't back down. There are at least 50 survivors who have not yet retreated behind them. If this giant beast is left unchecked, the survivors will surely suffer heavy casualties. No, we can't let this beast pass. Thinking of this, Guopeng raised his first-level doomsday submachine gun, aimed at the opponent's head, and shouted, "Beast, take a few more shots from your Grandpa Gua." As soon as the words fell, he immediately pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. The bullet shot out at a speed invisible to the naked eye, and the next second, it accurately landed on the forehead of the giant beast. But just halfway in, it got stuck in the opponent's bones. The skull is so hard that even Boss Zhang's first-level doomsday submachine gun can't break through the defense. Guopeng was slightly shocked, but looking at the giant beast's red eyes the size of copper bells, he had an idea again. Since the bullet cannot penetrate the forehead, then start at the weakest point. As he spoke, he raised his gun again and aimed at it. But at this moment, bang! A scorching flame burst out again. Seeing that the flames were about to cover him, he had no time to dodge. At this critical moment, suddenly, a figure stood in front of him. Bang! Flames immediately enveloped the man. For a moment, the combat uniform on the man was burned clean, leaving only the innermost steel armor. The identity of this person is almost revealed. Guopeng looked at it. His eyes suddenly turned red. His mouth trembled, and he said, "General, Captain." As if he heard Guopeng's cry, the man turned his head, stared at a burned red face, and said, "Why are you crying? My captain is fine." At this point, he added, "Leave this to my captain. You hurry up and complete the task I gave you. If you are late, I will take advantage of you." "Yes, Captain." Guopeng rubbed his eyes, and after making sure that the captain was okay, he turned around and limped toward the backyard of the school. After watching Guopeng leave, Li Feng looked at the giant beast with relief and grinned. "Beast, come here. Let me, the captain, show you your strength." After listening to the words of the human in front of him, the giant beast stared at Li Feng, as if he was not satisfied with the damage caused by the flames just now. So it exhaled a ball of hot air from its two nostrils, and a ball of flame condensed in its mouth again. But how could Li Feng make this guy spit fire again? He took a big step forward and punched the giant beast's chin with a hard stone fist. "Shut your mouth, Captain." Bang! With one punch, the huge mouth that was about to spit out fire was immediately closed with a punch, and his head was also lifted up by the punch. "Let me down." Li Feng took advantage of the situation with his other hand to hold the giant beast's head and threw it over his shoulder. Bang! The huge body of the giant beast was immediately smashed to the ground. Naturally, Li Feng would not let go of such a good opportunity. He jumped up, sat on the opponent's neck, and then kept hitting the opponent's head with both fists. "I told you to breathe fire. I told you to hurt my team members. Tell you to attack the base." Originally, Li Feng's strength reached 3,500 kilograms. After several consecutive punches, the giant beast quickly became silent. At the same time that Li Feng killed the giant beast, Guopeng also rushed to the wall courtyard behind the vocational school. He stopped, glanced in Li Feng's direction, and murmured, "Captain, you must hold on." After saying that, he looked down at the wound on the outside of his thigh, gritted his teeth, took off his short sleeves, and then pulled hard. Tear. The short sleeves were immediately torn into rags. Holding the rag, Guopeng directly covered the wound. Hiss. The moment he touched the wound, Guopeng gasped in pain, and even his neck turned red. However, he still gritted his teeth, wrapped the wound around and around, and finally tied a simple knot. Feeling after he lifted his left leg and found that it was no longer affected, he turned over the wall and ran outside. At the same time, Dawn Base, second form of the 3 demon-killing swords, subjugate the demon. With a loud roar, the giant tang knife with a black light fell down, splitting a giant beast that looked like a wild boar in half from the middle. Father Yang swung his knife horizontally and slashed at the giant beast coming towards the right. Poof! The tang knife penetrated the flesh, and the giant beast's head was cut off directly. Ha ha ha! Father Yang was panting violently just now while holding the tang dao. They had been fighting for 3 days. From a few sporadic monsters at the beginning to the hordes at the back, they seemed to be killing them endlessly, charging desperately towards the door, towards the dawn. There were already piles of dead beasts around him. Looking up, he saw that there were dead beasts everywhere, thousands at least. Even the white city walls were dyed dark red by the blood of the giant beasts. Fortunately, Dawn's gate was strong enough. No matter how they charged, they could not destroy the city wall. Moreover, the strength of these giant beasts ranged from zombie mutants to the first level, so they were not too difficult to deal with. Father Yang thought. Suddenly, an anxious voice came from the city wall. "Captain, be careful in the sky." Above, Father Yang slowly raised his head and saw that a group of shadows covering the sky suddenly fell from the sky, and at the same time, the fierce wind blew so hard that he could hardly open his eyes. Good God! Feeling the monster approaching rapidly, Yang Lao grabbed the Tang Dao. The Xinyuan Gong in his body was running wildly, and the inner energy was continuously poured into the Tang Dao. He yelled angrily. The third form of the three swords to destroy demons. Destroy demons. Zheng. The Tang sword buzzed and turned into a 10-meter air sword. The moment the strange bird landed, Father Yang instantly drew his sword. Buzz. The strange bird's claws landed on the Tang Dao, and it made a deafening buzz, which made the soldiers on the wall feel dizzy and their ears hurt. At the same time, Father Yang also felt a huge force coming from his wrist, which shook his feet to the ground and dragged him on the ground for more than 10 meters before he stabilized his body. This beast is so strong. While Father Yang looked shocked, the strange bird suddenly took off into the sky again. After hovering in the sky for several times, it stared at Father Yang with a pair of sharp eyes before swooping down again. "What a beast, come again." Father Yang complained secretly, but the current situation did not allow him to retreat. Tang Dao dragged it and shouted, "Hard Qigong." Bang! Powerful airflow burst out from his body, and his originally thin body began to expand at a speed visible to the naked eye. It didn't stop until it expanded 2 meters and turned into a muscular giant like an iron tower. Strength, 128.55, 257.1. Immediately afterwards, he shouted again, "Become a Buddha." Zheng. His skin suddenly glowed with a dazzling golden light, and his body further began to expand until it reached a height of more than 3 meters before stopping. Looking again, he has a face like a golden Buddha, and his golden muscles are like a Buddhist statue in a temple. The strength attribute also reached its peak at this moment. Strength, 257.1, 514.2. Agility, 41.95, 83. 9. After the transformation was completed, feeling the vigorous power in his body, Yang Lao held the handle of the Tang Dao with both hands and swung the knife fiercely towards the swooping strange bird. The third form of the three swords to destroy demons. Destroy demons. He yelled angrily. The inner energy condensed into a long knife of more than 10 meters, and as it was swung, a cyclone stirred around it, and it slashed directly towards the strange bird. On the other hand, look at the strange bird. A faint black light suddenly appeared on the sharp claws. The next second, a pair of black claws collided with the air knife. Ripples spread towards the surroundings, and waves of air surged away. The escort members on the city wall more than 30 meters away from Dad were thrown into the sky by the air wave, and then fell heavily to the ground. On the ground under Father Yang's feet, cracks spread like spider webs. "Let me down!" Father Yang roared angrily, and the muscles on the golden arm, holding the second-level Tang Dao, bulged out. The veins were like golden dragons, and the back spine bulged high. The words fell. The strange bird's claws were blown away by Yang's sword, and the huge power brought by the three demon-killing swords cut the strange bird directly to the ground. The strange bird let out a cry and flopped to the ground, leaving red blood stains on the cement floor. However, its figure was completely exposed. Its head is bright red, with a long golden feather growing on the back of its head. Its eyes are like phoenixes, with bright red pupils in the golden eye sockets. Coupled with a long golden downward curving beak, it looks extremely powerful. Its neck is not long, and the feathers on it are green, and it looks like it is wearing a green scarf. It is covered in thick orange feathers, and its tail has 6 tail feathers of different colors, which are very bright. Overall, the trunk is about 10 meters long, somewhat similar to that of a pheasant. Seeing that the strange bird was seriously injured, Father Yang naturally would not let go of such a good opportunity. He swung the tang knife again and slashed towards the strange bird's neck. Poof! The head of the strange bird immediately fell to the ground. Because it lost its head, its body struggled even more fiercely, and blood continued to overflow from the broken neck. After flapping continuously for half a minute, the strange bird finally stopped moving. Looking at the body of the strange bird in front of him, Father Yang was secretly frightened. This beast's strength is not low, and he can catch his full blow, which is at least the level of the second level. If a few more came, he might not be able to resist them, but logically speaking, strange birds of this strength should be the little leaders of these beasts and would not appear on a large scale. The thought just fell. A scream came from the sky. Father Yang looked up and saw a figure twice as big as this strange bird hovering in midair. Not only that, around the giant strange bird, there were more than a dozen that he had killed with him. Strange birds the size of strange birds fly around the giant strange birds. Old man, have I opened my mouth? Father Yang wanted to slap himself a few times. He was just worried at first, but he didn't expect that his words turned out to be a prophecy. And at this time, the giant strange bird raised its head and screamed. In an instant, the three strange birds around him bowed their heads and circled in the air before swooping towards Father Yang. Three at once. You really think highly of me, old man. Father Yang gave a wry smile, held the tang dao in both hands, and slowly raised it, his eyes sharply staring at the swooping giant bird. Now that he has killed a strange bird, the gap has been closed. Even if he wants to retreat, he can't. Come on, kill one. Kill all three. The old man will fight with you flat-haired beasts. The other side. After 2 hours of running, Jiang Cheng and the others finally arrived at the suburban border of Lincian City along the Linshu Expressway. When they looked at the three people in front of them hugging each other, the thick canes blocked the road and surrounded the entire city tightly. A circle of dense leaves grew on the top, as if a huge canopy was covered over Lincian City. When the green hat appeared, Jiang Cheng was stunned. Is this Lincian? Wang Chong said in surprise. It's impossible. I obviously remember that we went to Lincian City via this road last time. Miao Feng said with some uncertainty. The other people also rubbed their eyes. Although they have never been to Lincian, as people from Chu province, they have heard of Lincian's name to some extent. It shouldn't be a land of plenty, with ponds everywhere. Why is it now like a primeval forest? Could it be that they came to the wrong place? After all, Jiang Cheng shook his head and said, No, this is Lincian. As a Lincian, he has traveled on this highway countless times and is extremely familiar with this city. Even with his eyes closed, he can find the location of Lincian City, so after a brief surprise, the city recognized it. However, what made him a little confused was that he had only been away for about a week. So why did he become like this? Is it because of the burst of spiritual energy? Since this is Lincian, what happened? Wang Chong couldn't help but speak and pointed at the thick vines and said, Also, the dead branches seem to be moving. After Wang Chong's reminder, everyone looked again and found clues. Indeed, the tree vine was like a giant python, moving at an extremely slow speed. No matter what it is, since it's blocking our way, just split it open. Lin Ro took a step forward and spoke. At the same time, she converted the second-level Tang Dao in the space ring in her hand. She sprinted with a few rags, and then the moment she got close to the tree vine, she raised the knife and slashed out. Tang Dao was urgent and fast. Lin Ro also used at least 8 points of force, but in normal state, even if she only used 8 points of force, she would weigh 7,896 kilograms. The knife fell on the vine in an instant. Zheng. There was a metallic crash. Lin Ro's Tang knife was quickly bounced back after it was struck. Looking at the vines again, except for leaving a white mark, not even the bark was broken, and the force of the backlash even shocked her. My wrist went numb. This? Lin Ro was shocked. Certainly, Lin Ro was not the only one who was shocked. Zhang Ye, Wang Chong, Lu Xinru, and others were also shocked. This Tang Dao can easily split the defense of second-level zombies. Could it be that the strength of this vine is higher than that of a second-level zombie? If so, it would be too scary. I don't believe it. Come again. Lin Ro was full of dissatisfaction and immediately raised her knife and looked over again. This time, she used all her strength. Open it for me. Zheng. The blade landed on the epidermis of the vine, and a metallic buzzing sound was heard again. However, this time, the blade cut a shallow gap of less than 2 millimeters in the epidermis, while the vine was as thick as 3 people hugging together. Such damage to the vine was like being bitten by an ant. Damn it, come again. Lin Ro didn't believe it, raised her Tang sword, circulated her internal energy, and the Tang sword burst into black light, and shouted. The third move of the 3 swords of demon extermination, demon extermination. She didn't believe it, and her full-strength sword couldn't cut the vine open. As the internal energy poured into the Tang sword, a faint black light appeared on the tip of the sword, and as the internal energy continued to be injected, the light continued to extend until it turned into a giant sword 7 or 8 meters long, and then it condensed the sword's shape. Open it for me, Lin Ro shouted, and the Tang sword swung down with all her strength. Poof! This time, the previous situation did not occur. The Tang sword directly broke the skin of the vine and cut towards the internal wood all the way. It was not until it cut the center of the wood of the vine that the blade was stuck and stopped. Because the vine was split, light green juice flowed from the wound, just like bleeding, and the vine was trembling slightly. Finally, opened. Lin Ro panted, looking at the vine that was cut in half, secretly pleased with herself. No matter what, she did not embarrass Shuguang. However, just when she was proud. Suddenly, Lin Yi exclaimed, Sister, be careful. I'd love to hear from you. Thanks so much for watching. Did you enjoy this video? If you did, make sure to hit that notification bell so you never miss an update. And don't forget to subscribe and give this video a big thumbs up. Your support means the world to me, and I can't wait to see you in the next one. Thank you.